Live from the WFAA studios in Dallas, Texas, it's Locked On NFL Draft 2022. In-depth analysis of the NFL Draft from the local experts at the Locked On Podcast Network. Presented by Bet Online. Now here's your host, Peter Bukowski.
NFL Draft 2022 brought to you by Bet
Online. Bet Online, where the game starts. We are here bringing you our network of analysts who can give you the prospect's career in college, and then our NFL experts can help you get the fit on every player. We are here through the end of the draft, and then, of course, continuing coverage on our local channels on YouTube, available wherever you get podcasts, videos on YouTube. We are here. I'm Peter Bukowski with the NFL Draft crew, Ryan Tracy, former NFL cornerback Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and over on the big board, Kanani Stevens with our network of experts getting you set with every pick. We're here to have some fun on day 3, guys, and we've had a lot of fun the last 2 days. We finally had some quarterbacks come off the board yesterday. We will get to that, and still one big name out there at the quarterback position. Guys, as we sit here now, though, there's some players who we thought could go top 100. In some cases, maybe even early on day 2 that are still out there. Ryan, who are some names that are intriguing you that could be day 3 gems?
The big ones that stand out, Perry and Winfrey, defensive interior guy. I had Sawyer there, the guard/tackle from Georgia, his teammate as well in Justin Schaefer. Denny Faalele from Minnesota, the gargantuan tackle, is still out there. Isaiah Spiller and Zamir White head off the running back group for me.
What names stand out to you, Croc?
Oh, man, there's 4 guys. You guys know I love my cornerbacks, all right? So right away, you got Tariq Woolen out of UTSA. Big, long, lengthy, toolsy
Crazy
guy
athlete.
with super athlete at the cornerback position, but a little raw, so I could see why he'd slide just a little bit. Zion McCollum, cornerback out of Sam Houston, another big
alien.
He tested the best I've ever seen for a cornerback in agility drills when you combine that with his 40 time when he ran in the 4.3s. And then you have a couple guys who are more technicians. All right, Jalen Lamar Davis out of Alabama, who not only is a technician, but also has that peak athleticism. And Kobe Bryant, who won the Jim Thorpe Award, but is not getting the love at the cornerback position out of Cincinnati. So I think a lot of good value right now left on the board at the cornerback position.
Kobe Bryant named after that Kobe Bryant, yes, yeah. But spelled C-O-B-Y. It's a little bit different. Isaiah, we know that day 3 can be a place where you can find some gems. As a team, I want athletic traits and let's just figure this out? Or are you going, okay, we need to get some special teams? Like if you're in a front office, what is your goal today?
Yeah, you're looking at some guys that can come in and compete. You know, you're not necessarily looking for starters per se, but you're looking for guys that can come in and push a certain position group. You're looking for guys that can come in and immediately contribute on special teams, as you mentioned, because if you're getting drafted in the 4th round and below, you better be able to contribute aside from just sitting on the sideline. So, I mean, that's the type of guys that you're going to be coming, that you're trying to grab, and culture guys that fit your culture, because those are guys going to be possibly at least be with you for a year and possibly with you for the rest of their career.
We didn't get a lot of chance last night to talk about Matt Corral, who goes to Carolina. This is a guy who he's a fighter and was one of the most productive players in college football at the quarterback position. Mid-season, we could see him, assuming it seems like he could be one of those guys who comes in and starts ahead of someone like Desmond Ridder, who's got Marcus Mariota in front of him. Like, we could see, of all these quarterbacks, he could be the guy that we see on the field first.
Yeah, he's got the most precarious quarterback ahead of him, so it certainly stands to reason. And again, if you tool your offense to bring in some of the things that he does, the RPO game in particular, I think you can get him on the field.
What do you think is best case scenario for some of these quarterbacks in terms of getting them on the field? Malik Willis probably going to sit behind Ryan Tannehill, Desmond Ridder with Marcus Mariota. Are they just, I need to learn, or are they going, I need to get them on the field? We need live game reps for them.
You know, I think both of them, right? There's no wrong way to go about it, and we've seen guys develop in different ways at the quarterback position, whether it's guys that jump in, play right away, and kind of get those mistakes out and learn from those things, or guys that sit, like, you know, Aaron Rodgers, who ends up being in the Hall of Famer. So I don't know if there's one exact way to go about it, but I think more importantly, you want to make sure that you're just in the right situation for you. And when you look at some of these guys, like Matt Corral, talked about him and where he went, there's not going to be any rush to get him on the field. But if Sam Darnold falters, which definitely can happen, you have a plethora of weapons there. You got Christian McCaffrey in the backfield. You have DJ Moore. You have Terrace Mitchell. You have Robbie Anderson. So I'd like to be in the shoes of Matt Corral if I'm one of these young quarterbacks.
a team that's going to have a ton of ammunition today. The fourth round, every other pick is going to be a Baltimore Raven. Yeah. So we have Kevin Ostreicher here to not only talk about what they have done, but what they could do here. And Kanani Stevens is with Kevin.
Yeah, we talked to Kevin a ton yesterday, and we're going to talk to him a ton today because there are 6 picks for the Ravens at this point in the 4th round, which if they take all of those, I think it'll just be a Baltimore Ravens show at that point. So where could they possibly be going with these? Do you think they'll keep them all?
Yeah, there's potential that they do, but also I could definitely see them looking to move 1 or 2 of them potentially for a 2023 pick. Maybe you could look to move up in the 4th round if there's a player you really, really like. So you have, instead of 6, you have 5, but you move up a little bit. Mm-hmm. But the Ravens, they still have needs at cornerback. You could also look to the edge room. David Ojabo was the selection for them at number 45, but his timeline is pretty unclear right now. So they do still need players who can play right away if Ojabo is out for 6 weeks, 8 weeks, even the entire 2022 season. We just don't know right now. Mm-hmm. So I think corner and edge are 2, offensive tackle, another one with the uncertainty surrounding Ronnie Stanley. The Ravens could also look to add another defensive lineman. They take Travis Jones, a great player there, but they could look to add potentially a Phidarian Winfrey if he's still available at 110, for example. A running back, a tight end, even a wide receiver now with the Ravens trading away Marquise Brown. Those are all needs I could see them taking here in this 4th round.
Shoot, they can field half of their team with their 4th round alone. We do want to note they had a great day 1, they had a great day 2. Out of all of those big names that they got, who is maybe most notable? Who are you most excited to see on the team?
Yeah, to me, I feel like it has to be Kyle Hamilton. I think for Hamilton, he was a player that I had no inkling that he was going to be there at number 14. I thought that he was going to be gone long before then. He's a do-it-all player. Safety was not a big need for the Ravens after signing Marcus Williams, but a talent like that, you can't pass it up. The Ravens have been so good at doing that throughout their entire franchise history, where even if it's not a need immediately, that could become a need down the line. And so for Baltimore, taking a player like Hamilton to give them 3 safety looks with Chuck Clark, Williams, and Hamilton, those are guys that I'm really excited to see how the Ravens deploy all over the field. And a talent like Hamilton plus a defensive coordinator like Mike McDonald, those 2 are going to be a great pairing. Hamilton's a chess piece for him for sure.
A lot of defensive additions. They did trade away Hollywood Brown, and of course that was Lamar's guy. So is there any concern that Lamar might be a little unhappy with what's been going on?
Yeah, there's been that speculation. I personally don't think so. There was the cryptic tweet that he put out, right, but he clarified that wasn't about the center prospect. So I think when you're looking at what Lamar Jackson has right now at the wide receiver position, they certainly have room to add, right? This is a room that now has lost their 1,000-yard wide receiver for Rashad Bateman. That's now the guy for them. He's their number 1 wide receiver at the time. That's why I expect them to take a wide receiver probably pretty early in this 4th round to help out Lamar Jackson. Obviously, you can't forget about Mark Andrews there, who is a 1,000-yard receiver as a tight end. But there are also a couple options potentially in free agency if the Ravens want to go that route. Jarvis Landry, Julio Jones. There's the whole big contract extension thing that people have been talking about for a while with him, but he's made it pretty clear that he wants to stay in Baltimore. The organization has made it pretty clear they want him to stay in Baltimore. So for me, that situation is a matter of when, not if. But again, anything can happen in this league. But for me right now, I think Lamar Jackson is content. But to have, Hollywood Brown and Lamar Jackson were best friends. So it's a little tough to have your best friend traded away. I'm not saying it's not, but I think for Lamar Jackson, it'll all be all right with the Ravens.
All right, we'll keep an eye on things. Of course, Kevin, you are going to have a very busy day, so check out Locked On Ravens throughout the day for continuing coverage of their drafting process. They're going to add 6 players in the 4th round if they keep all of those picks, so that will be a lot of Baltimore players by the end of the day. Pete, back to you guys.
We were just talking about the quarterbacks, Matt Corral and Desmond Ridder, some of these situations that they fall into. Sam Howell still being on the board, a bit of a surprise. He didn't look happy he was falling yesterday. Is there a team that you go, okay, this is a good fit for him to sit and learn, or is this just who Sam Howell is, we think, in the NFL? Where did you have him as an evaluator?
I had him back here the very last couple of picks here in the 3rd round, so I don't think he's fallen too far at this point, and I do think this is who he is. He needs somebody to come in and mentor under, so any situation where you feel you have a guy that's within sight of the end of his career or his time in your franchise, give Sam Howell a try.
What about the Seattle Seahawks? Maybe.
Don't do this.
We've been trying to find any quarterback that would be willing to go into that situation. Not feeling Sam Howell?
I'm not feeling Sam Howell for Seattle. But when you start talking about some teams that have expiring type quarterbacks and guys that have a lot of experience that can kind of be mentors, somebody who has a first pick in this round, happens to be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So obviously you got TB12 out there. You don't know how much longer he's gonna play. I played with him when he was like 40. Now he's like 60. So I don't know, but he is a great mentor. The guys that played underneath him, I was underneath him as a quarterback in New England. Brian Hoyer is still hanging around the league. He was underneath him. So he happens to do a good job of being a mentor to players. So this might be a good situation for them.
I mean, you joked yesterday. You forgot Kyle Trask was on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they used the top 100 pick on this guy. Part of that is because we didn't get to see him on the field, but at this point, why not? I mean, it's not like he's going to come in and threaten Tom Brady or even Kyle Trask's job at this point.
I think he definitely can threaten Kyle Trask. You know, what did Tampa Bay see out of Kyle Trask or Blaine Gabbert to say, you know what, you can't even suit up on game days. You can't even back up Blaine Gabbert. You know, and there's kind of running jokes on Blaine Gabbert throughout the 49ers
You saw him in San
there.
Francisco,
so, you know, I don't think they like him. You know, and that's what they're kind of telling us right now. So I think that would be a good opportunity to bring in somebody like Sam Howell, where you spend a low price draft pick on him and you get to see what can he do. If you like it, you can kind of bump him up and maybe he can be the answer. I don't think long term, but you can just see what you got. And I don't think there's any harm in that.
I hesitate to even bring this up. But in a year, if the Packers think Aaron Rodgers is going to play, let's say, 2 more seasons, the Packers probably won't pick up Jordan Love's 5th-year option. End of the 4th, 5th round, if he's still there, like, why not? If you just say, hey, now we have this guy for the next 4 years, figure it out. Like, Aaron Rodgers coming to the end of his career, as you're talking about the kinds of situations where he could come in, maybe?
I don't know. Let's take a step back. What happened to Sam Howell in college? He had good receivers. He had the guys to help him. Then he goes to a team that is rebuilding their receiver core right now.
How dare you slander Christian Watson like that?
The truth, my friend. We will get there. But that's a situation where it feels repetitive for what he went through in college, and I don't think that's the best way to bring him up.
Is he getting knocked for that? Like, is that the issue? Because when he did have Damien Brown and Newsome and those guys and those two running backs in the backfield, he was excellent and was considered going to be a top 10 pick. He lost a lot of those weapons, and now all of a sudden we're seeing nobody even wants to touch him. But could it be more of the system? A guy now, I mean, he's a quarterback. He had to lead the team in rushing last season. You know, I mean, he had so much on his shoulders. So is he getting dinged a little bit for that?
I'm just saying, you're describing almost verbatim what happened to Jordan Love, who was awesome as a sophomore, and then 10 of his 11 offensive starters turned over, and he was much worse as a junior, which is one of the reasons why he was not considered a top 10 pick.
Are you surprised that Jordan Love hasn't gotten moved yet?
A little. I am, yeah, especially because we saw the quarterbacks fall. So, like, if you're not in love with these guys, why not call Green Bay? On the other hand, Brian Gutekunst said in his press conference yesterday, we're not doing this right now. And I think that says they're not sure how much longer Aaron Rodgers is going to be in the building. Is it going to be a 1 year, 2 years? I'm not sure if Aaron is sure either. And so why not? You have this insurance piece, unless someone's going to blow you away with an offer. And it sounds like no one was willing to offer like even a 2nd-round pick at this point. So that's just something that we should consider too. The Denver Broncos have their quarterback now. Sorry, Isaiah, because they brought in Russell Wilson. But that also means that they didn't have a lot of picks on day 1 and day 2. They're going to have to do some work here on day 3. They should listen to Cody Rourke, who does his homework. Kai Stevens is with Cody.
They're going to make up for things here on day 3 because they've got 8 picks throughout the course of the day. That means a lot of Cody Rourke time, and I'm sure Cody can weigh in on where he thinks they might be going with this surplus of picks in the later rounds.
Well, good morning. You know, I think one of the things the Broncos may do here in the NFL draft, here today specifically, they have picks 115, 116 back-to-back. I think with one of those picks, they'll probably look at the secondary to add another cornerback. Now, so far, as it stands, they do have Patrick Surtain, Ronald Darby, K'Wan Williams, and then they have Michael Ojemudia coming back into this season here for his 3rd year in the National Football League. And then behind them, they have Asang Bassi. They're not too solid in terms of back-end depth there in case one of those guys does go down with injury. So I would look for them to take a cornerback, maybe a Zion McCollum, Kobe Bryant, potentially, or a Tariq Woolen. And then I would not be shocked if George Paton decides to trade back a little bit further here with one of these picks coming up here in round 3 so we can acquire some additional capital next season. We saw them do that last night with the Indianapolis Colts, moving down and acquiring a 3rd-round pick from next year and obviously a 5th-round pick in the back end of today's remainder of the NFL draft. A lot of options here for George Paton and company.
Said a couple names there. We've been talking secondary, of course. Is there someone that you see specifically that would be a good fit, or is it kind of whoever's available at that point?
Well, for me, Kanani, I am a huge RAS guy, relative athletic score, and I'm sure the guys in the studio can attest to that there. But, Zion McCollum is an athletic freak. His measurables are off the chart here when we talk about RAS. And that's seemingly a path that George Paton has taken. And that's been something that's actually been thrown out as well, that, hey, the Broncos do have interest in Zion McCollum out of Sam Houston State here. Now, for him, he would come in, and what a great opportunity to learn from guys like Ronald Darby, veterans there. Patrick Surtain II, who's growing, doesn't even look like a rookie last season. He's already perceived as one of those veteran guys with how he plays. A lot of opportunities here for this Broncos football team. Zion McCollum's the name to watch here today, I think, early on here in round 3 for this Broncos team. And if they think that there's another team that could take him before, I wouldn't be shocked if the Broncos look to trade up a little bit.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that name, Cody. We'll be back with you later, of course, because tons of picks on the board. Locked On Broncos has all of your coverage as they go throughout their 8 picks here today on day 3.
Going to be a Broncos show with Kevin Ostreicher. Those two guys. I mean, we should just turn the show over to them, especially early in the 4th round. Guys, we talked about the quarterbacks. We talked about Russell Wilson. Where do you see the Broncos right now, Isaiah, in terms of the AFC hierarchy? Because they're trying to compete. They're trying to go for it now. They've got skill position players around Russell Wilson. They've got these defensive players, even though Von Miller's not in the building anymore. Where are they in the AFC, do you think?
I don't know. I mean, they're right now, I see them at the bottom of it right now, honestly. Even though they brought in Russell Wilson, I still think they have some pieces that are needed to be added. I mean, they're in the most competitive division in maybe even in the entire NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, it's entirely loaded. You got Kansas City, you got the Vegas, and you got the Los Angeles Chargers, who we know are absolute terror right now on defense. And they added some offensive linemen to help out with that man Herbert. So these guys are a problem, but I think that, Russell Wilson's going to come in and he's going to have to earn the respect of these guys in terms of getting on the same page with them. We know that he can play, but it's one thing for a quarterback like Tom Brady to just jump ship and go to another franchise, and then you got Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson still have to come in and learn that system. He still got to get, in unison with the receivers, and you still find a way to be productive. I'm not sure if they know exactly how they want to facilitate all these weapons around him yet. It's going to take more time than I think people are expecting.
From a Chiefs perspective, of the other teams in the division, where are they in the teams of then we got to worry about these guys?
Well, they're in the spot where everybody's saying, Russ, take your time. It's okay. You don't need to know all your receivers. You'll be fine. give us another year, right? They're adding some weapons, too, though. And I really like Courtland Sutton as a rebound year this season with Russ, a guy that I think can be creative when his quarterback needs some help. So I do look for that. They added Dulcich yesterday. I think that's a good fit there as well.
Yeah.
I think Russ, being in that town, he's embraced it quite a bit. I live in that town, so I see him quite often, and he's made that transition very quick. The fact that they added Benito, I think they can get after the quarterback a little bit, give him a little bit of rest, get him the ball back too. So I think everybody in the West is just kind of keeping an eye on how quickly do they gel, because that's going to be the key to whether they're 2nd or they're 4th in this division.
The thing is Vegas, they bring in Devontae Adams, they add Chandler Jones, they've got plenty of new faces there. And then the Chargers, I mean, they've got one of the top 4 or 5 quarterbacks in football. They're going to be a really dangerous team too.
Well, I think when it comes to the Broncos, it's going to be how well do they gel with the culture of what the new head coach is trying to build.
Nathaniel Hackett comes over from Green Bay.
Right, and I think, if you have Russell Wilson, he's the perfect guy for that culture transition. And we talk about some of their weapons. I mean, Courtland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, and even Tim Patrick, who's probably one of the best wide receiver 3s in the league. You had a tight end with Dulcich there. You look at the defense and a lot of the pieces that they have there. I don't see why this isn't a team that can't consistently compete with whoever in the AFC West. And they're kind of getting slept on a little bit because of last year. And again, you had to play with Drew Lock and things like that. Wasn't really ready for that moment. So, Teddy Bridgewater, just not an ideal situation. But I think Russell Wilson, he's going to raise the level of play for everyone on that team.
I think he's going to raise their level, but I don't know if he raises it enough to compete with these other 3 teams in that division. And that's the thing. I think Russell Wilson, obviously being a Seattle guy, I understand the value that he brings to the organization. However, I don't think that he's going to be enough to up what these guys are doing. Not only these other teams are doing well in terms of adding offensive threats, but the defense. I mean, you think about the Chargers, these guys have the best 2-headed monster in the league right now with Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa. I mean, how are you going to get around that? Russell Wilson's not going to solve all those problems.
And let's not forget, Vic Fangio's not walking through that door either. He got the most out of those defensive players last season. He's not, I mean, we're talking about one of the best defensive coordinators, even though he was the head coach. In football, he's not there anymore. They're going to try and run a similar system with the hero Evero coming over from the Rams, but you can't just assume it's going to be that good. You saw the value of Vic Fangio in San Francisco. that's a real thing.
Right. I mean, you have a coach like that, and he's kind of like the hard-nosed coach that, the expectations are really high in the sense of how he's going to run his defense, but he gets the most out of all his players. So, yeah, losing a guy like him, that'll definitely be a hit to the Broncos. But again, if I'm going to have to make that transition away from that type of coach, I would love to do it with Russell Wilson. Like you talked about him being out in the community, things he's doing. I see him courtside at the games. He's doing everything possible. See him having his guys running routes for him already. Jerry, Judy, they're out there working out. I don't think it's going to be as tough as a transition as everyone thinks. I think they're going to be fine.
Let's be real, though. There is one Patrick Levant Mahomes that everybody has to get past as well. And I know Tyreek Hill isn't in there, but they're going to do everything they can to move that offense. He himself is a force, and I think everybody wants to count the Chiefs out now. And for somebody who covers them on a daily basis, I think that's overlooking the obvious, that he is still there. He's still the guy you got to beat.
When Russell Wilson was a rookie, we heard all of the reports from Seattle. This guy, he came in right away. He's the alpha. He is setting the tone. He's creating that culture. For these rookie quarterbacks that are going to come in, the guys like Desmond Ridder and Malik Willis, who were not first-round picks, just like Russell Wilson was, how do you come in? How do you, from a player's perspective, set that tone right away as a quarterback when you're still competing to be the starter?
Not like Ridder did yesterday. He came out yesterday and said, they're going to get a Super Bowl out of me. I'm like, all right, young fella.
Pump the brakes.
So come in and do the dirty work. Come in, be early, stay late, be humble, ask questions. Try to outwork everyone but respect everyone. That's how you earn the respect of those around you. That's how you earn the respect of the coaches. That's how you continue to prove, you overcome the adversities that you have, the mistakes that you make. You just work, and be that guy that everybody can look to and be like, all right, man. I respect your grind. You know what I'm saying? I respect your grind. You've had some mistakes, but I respect your grind. Be that guy, because the worst thing you could do as a quarterback is to come in and start making promises. The worst thing you do as a quarterback is to come in and feel like you're high and mighty just because you are a quarterback. You have to earn the respect, because you're not playing with guys that have to be there anymore. You're not playing with college guys anymore. You're not playing with immature, and most guys aren't immature. These are grown men. These are guys that are leaving practice and going back to their families. These are guys that have bills now. This is real life. So you need to come in and be humble, be willing to work, and then to go out there and just earn the respect of everybody around you.
It helps to have a strong running game. And so we're going to talk about running backs with one Brandon Olsen, who's we could see a Florida back, Damien Pierce, come off the board here early on, who it could be a really nice player. I think a sleeper on day 3. That's what we're looking for. Big buzzword today is sleeper. One of those guys that could be one of them. Kai is with Brandon.
Brandon, we have to check in with you, because if Damien Pierce does come off the board, he's not someone that's been talked about a ton. So tell us what a team would be getting with him, and maybe why the running backs haven't been going a little bit higher.
You're getting a running back that's going to best pass protecting back in the class. I don't care who you argue with. That's what I think. He's the best pass protector in the class. That's what he's best at. And he's just such a physical runner with an insane motor. He never really got the carries, but that's because Florida had a thing called a terrible coach calling the plays there. So he never really got involved. But he's just a tremendous back. He can contribute as a pass catcher and pass protector, and he's a consistent runner.
Absolutely. So we'll keep an eye on that, because if he goes today, obviously we want to see where he ends up and where he would be a good fit. Obviously, Kaiir Elam went earlier to the Buffalo Bills at 23, and that's not someone that got a ton of play either. So what are the Bills getting in him?
You're getting a very physical press corner. I believe Kroc even had it in one of his mock drafts where he had Kaiir going to the Bills. And this is a great fit for a team that needed a corner to go opposite Tre'Davious White. So I love having Kaiir Elam in Buffalo, very physical at the line of scrimmage. Gets a little grabby downfield, but you're also getting a 6'2" corner that's just a fluid athlete and can start immediately.
Very good. Now, as far as the running backs go, Damien Pierce is probably going to go at some point today. Why do you feel like they've been falling off in this draft? There hasn't been a lot of stock been taken in them.
I think it's just because there's so many good players on the edge and in the trenches in general, where you could just get so much talent right now. And you go, well, running backs, we constantly see guys get drafted on day 3, go undrafted and contribute. And so I guess it's that. And there's also just, I feel like this year with running backs, there's not a ton of fantastic athletes. And I feel like usually the great athletes get drafted higher. So they're falling, but you're going to get valuable contributors like Treston Ebner and Abram Smith from Baylor are both going to be running backs that I think are going to help an offense out immediately. Keontae Ingram from USC, Tyler Beatty from Missouri, Tyler Algier from BYU are all guys that are going to at least work their way into a rotation at the NFL level.
So some good value in the later rounds. Brandon Olson from Locked On Gators, you got us covered all day. Whenever Damien Pierce goes, of course, we'll check back in with you. We appreciate that. We'll have to see when a running back goes off the board, but potentially, I mean, now would be the time.
Great to talk to Brandon, but while you were doing that, Kai, I had to separate Isaiah and Croc because we were getting into it about Russell Wilson. Eric, what were you saying about Russ?
Russell, listen, as someone who covers the 49ers and a lifelong 49er fan, Russell Wilson has been the boogeyman in the NFC West. It doesn't matter who they lose. It doesn't matter who was on that team. He always pulled a rabbit out of his hat somehow, some way, and made things happen. And I strongly believe that if he plays an entire season, the Denver Broncos will be in the playoffs. They will be.
What did you guys have in coffee this morning? Did you guys put something in the coffee?
I had cold brew.
Listen up. I am a fan and admirer of Russell Wilson. He's done a lot of good things for my Seattle Seahawks, okay? Let's start with that. However, this AFC West, I don't know what got into them this offseason, but everyone, let me rephrase that. Let me put the Ebonics term. Everyone, okay, that's 3-1. Everyone loaded up. The Chargers are absolutely insane right now on defense. And they added to that yesterday in the draft, right? They added another safety back there to put back there with Derwin James. They have Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa up front. I don't know what any team's game plan is to stop either one of those jokers all day long.
You know what, real quick, they don't need a game plan to stop those jokers. Their head coach, he makes all the stupid decisions, going for it on 4th and 10 from their own 20-yard line. They don't even need to. They're going to be fine. Broncos are going to be just fine.
It sounds good. It sounds good. But we know how good the Chargers have become. We know how many additions the Raiders have added this offseason. And then the Chiefs are the Chiefs, right? And they added Juju. We lost Tyreek, but you added Juju. So you still have a dynamic receiver out there. I don't see the Broncos coming out of this division any higher than 4th.
We're going to have an absolute blast today on the show having these exact kind of discussions. Plus, we will be here for every pick through the end of the draft coming up. BetOnline.net is your number one source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. Whether she prefers a statement piece or everyday subtle elegance, BlueNile.com has fine jewelry options for every mom. Shop high-quality classics like diamond earrings, elegant tennis bracelets, or gemstone pendant necklaces. Mark Mother's Day with something enduring at BlueNile.com, the largest online retailer of certified diamonds and fine jewelry. The company offers a superior experience for purchasing engagement rings, wedding rings, and fine jewelry by providing expert guidance, in-depth educational materials, and unique online tools that place consumers in control of the jewelry shopping process. Blue Nile has some of the highest quality standards in the industry and offers thousands of independently certified diamonds and fine jewelry at prices significantly below traditional retail. Blue Nile can be found online at BlueNile.com, and in most cases, Blue Nile can deliver overnight. Every order is insured and arrives in discreet packaging that won't give away what's inside. This Mother's Day, give mom something she'll treasure forever with fine jewelry from BlueNile.com. And Locked On Sports listeners get $50 off $500 purchases. This podcast exclusive is only good through Mother's Day. Use code Locked On. That's code Locked On. Plus, every order is insured and ships free. Shop stress-free and find your forever peace. Go to BlueNile.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day, just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
That's what made me think that if they're going to take a risk on him, it'll be all right because they think they can get production out of it at multiple positions.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation? Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft Podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts. Live from the WFAA studios in Dallas, Texas, it's Locked On NFL Draft 2022. In-depth analysis of the NFL Draft from the local experts at the Locked On Podcast Network. Presented by Bet Online. Now here's your host, Peter Bukowski.
Welcome inside the Locked On NFL Draft 2022, brought to you by Bet Online. Bet Online, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski, joined by the Locked On NFL Draft guys, Ryan Tracy and Eric Crocker. Locked On Saints host Ross Jackson is here with us right now, plus Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback and our girl at the board, Kainani Stevens, to give us everything from our vast network of Locked On hosts. We are about to get underway day 3 of the NFL Draft. Hi, Ross.
Hello. Pleasure to be back with you. 3 days up, about to be 3 days down. Very excited. This has been amazing. You guys are excellent. Everybody's doing a fantastic job.
Well, we brought him down here for the compliments, guys. Thanks, that's it.
See you guys.
Have a good night. We've had a lot of fun talking about the Saints. From your perspective, we're talking about hierarchies now, right now. The Broncos may or may not be the worst team in the AFC West. How do you think that the Saints have changed where they stand in the NFC based on what they've done in the draft, if at all?
I think they've done themselves some favors. I think that they still have a little bit of a ways to go. This sort of late free agency period, I think, is going to be telling for them for sure. But I think they're in a better position here on, the third day of the draft than they were going into the first day of the draft. So I think that's kind of what you want to do, particularly over on the offensive side. Adding that dynamic weapon in Chris Olave, who I think was the perfect fit for them at wide receiver. Getting Trevor Penning, the mean mauler, road grader type of like cliche left tackle or tackle, depending upon where they line him up, that you want. He has some development things that he's got to get up there, but they brought in Doug Marrone to be that offensive line coach to help with that development. So I think that they're in a better place now to contend within their division, which will help them down the road in terms of the conference. That's always the Saints' focus. Most NFL teams' focus. Win within the division, get to the playoffs.
This is a team that's been highly connected to Tyrann Mathieu. Mm-hmm. The Honey Badger does not yet have a home. Honey Badger notoriously does not give a you-know-what. So is this something that you could still see getting done here with the Saints? He seems like he's biding his time maybe until Monday when signings no longer count against the comp pick formula. This could be the magic time.
Yeah, this is a really important detail, right, about the compensatory formula. He would no longer be a compensatory free agent if he signs after the draft on Monday, which means that the Saints wouldn't have to forfeit anything. Now, they're not really in line for any compensatory picks at this time. So I think the other element of it is, what did the Saints do in the draft, and will there be a role for me if I sign there? A couple of years ago, we watched the Saints sign Adrian Peterson and then immediately replace him in the draft by drafting Alvin Kamara, literally traded him away 4 weeks later, right? I don't think that that's necessarily what would happen with a contract you would have to give Tyrann Mathieu to get him back home in New Orleans. He's a New Orleans boy, so it'd be great to have him back there. Of course, played at LSU. But I do think that maybe there is a little bit of focus for Tyrann Mathieu and his team to make sure that he has a role where he does end up. And I think that based on the selections here, where I was very confident that Alontae Taylor, who the Saints selected in the second round, would move to safety, sounds like their plan for him is to actually compete at outside corner. So if that's the case and be an elite sort of special teamer, the guy's going to be a phenomenal gunner. And the Saints gave up the most punt return yards in the NFL last year, second most punts last season, or allowed the second most punt returns. So I think getting a core special teamer is big. I don't know about in the second round, but being able to do that doesn't necessarily fill the need that you have at safety where Tyrann Mathieu can be of help.
We're about to kick off the fourth round here. Give us a name to keep an eye on here as we move through the process, because this is when we get great stories and guys who turn out to be really good players that outplay their draft stock. Give us a name.
Yeah, as of right now, I'll mention Perrion Winfrey, the defensive tackle at Oklahoma, but maybe a more realistic selection that will be there and might complicate this Tyrann Mathieu conversation a little bit is Marquise Bell, the safety out of Florida A&M. HBCU prospect, FAMU. This guy is an absolute fireball and could slip right into the role that the New Orleans Saints really coveted that Malcolm Jenkins served last year as a box safety that could tackle, that could be a vocal leader for you. He's an extraordinary athlete, very smart player, and I think one of these guys that has a lot of versatility at the safety position, which will allow them to utilize the versatility of Marcus May on the other side.
How essential do you think it is for these guys to be able on day 3 to play special teams? That's a lot of the reasons I think normally we see these athletes go, the guys that are running the 4-3s, who are big, strong, fast, but maybe don't have the polish, they usually come up here.
It's it. That's how you make the roster. This is the day that you make that case for yourself. Whether you're an extreme tester like McCollum and Woolen, or you're somebody like Bell who hits like a ton of bricks, so you have that on top of your resume. I really like that for him. But yeah, this is where you make a roster, is right here.
Does that change how you view the players that you might want to select?
I think you definitely have to prioritize that. You know, I don't know. There's this one guy named Eric Crocker that had an opportunity to play in the NFL and just could not get that special teams aspect down and was cut. All right, so you want to make sure you have that ability, and you're looking for these guys that are freaks that can run down and do those things, blow up wedges and things like that to make those tackles. Special teams units, I don't know, there's a team, Green Bay Packers, have you heard of them? They got a punt block, return for a touchdown in the biggest game of the year to not advance to the NFC Championship game. So you got to make sure that you make special teams a priority.
Yes, special teams is definitely a priority. And I know when I came into the league, I came in at the top of the 4th round back then. And one of the first things I did, I was a quarterback. I played quarterback in college. I had no special teams experience. I had a little bit of kick return experience as a redshirt freshman just because I needed to be on the field doing something. But I came in the league, I was a kick returner, I was a cover man, I was a personal protector for the punt, I was absolutely everything. So by the time end of my career, I was a special teams core player. And I think when you start looking at the top of the 4th round, you're looking for guys that, yes, you see they need a little bit more time to develop in their particular positions in terms of whether receivers, D linemen, whatever it may be, but their right now impact has to be special teams. Otherwise, you're drafting a guy just to go sit on the sideline.
Part of that means culture. It means coming in and being a fit too, right? This has to be someone that you think, okay, they're going to accept their role. Maybe someone like Sam Howell doesn't want to hold the clipboard. Maybe that makes you less likely to take him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be one of those big roles that, I mean, there's so many of those different responsibilities that you don't see on the football field the same way, right? Because they're not in the sort of 7-on-7 shot that you get when you watch the broadcast. And so you don't necessarily see the clipboard holding quarterback that's over on the sideline, right? And I think that that's an important role because that's the guy, when the starting quarterback comes off the field, that goes to him and say, what did you see while I was out there, right? Because you've got a different vantage point. They're looking over the photos. You can't have video on the sideline, but you get the photos and all those things that you get to take a look at, and you have somebody that is learning the same system as you, that's speaking the same language as you, that's working as a peer with you, that's helping you sort of decipher what these defenses are doing over on the other part of the sideline. This was something that has been it was a huge deal within the New Orleans Saints. You looked at guys like Mark Brunell and Luke McCown, who was such a long-term career backup that when, you know, a cell phone company used him for a commercial about backup cell phone towers, like that was his brand. That's what he did, and it is such an important role to fill the sort of multitude of things that you don't necessarily see on broadcast.
And I was going to add one thing to that. The type of individuals that you're bringing into your roster today are guys that have to be humble. You have to be willing and able. Right, it's the difference in being capable. You have to be willing and able to contribute in a role in which you've never had before. Right, so you talk about some of these quarterbacks, you talk about some of these other, guys are going to be playing other positions that need to come in and they want to compete. They want to be that guy, but the reality is you're not that guy. When I got cut by the Dallas Cowboys, the next phone call I got was from Bill Belichick. He was going to draft me as a quarterback. So I went out there to go play quarterback. So I backed up Tom Brady. I spent half my mornings with Tom Brady in the meeting room, and I spent my other half of my mornings, another quarter of my mornings with Randy Moss, Wes Welker, learning in the receivers room. Oh, and by the way, the other time that I wasn't in those two rooms, I was learning special teams in those meetings as well. So you have to be versatile, you have to be humble, you have to be willing to go out there and have an impact in whatever capacity they would want.
And it sounds like you have to be smart too, because 3 meetings, I'm trying to keep, my head would be spinning. It's a lot. You have to have the mental capacity
especially
too to do
New English playbook.
Right. We have to stop talking about NFL teams finding the next Taysom Hill and start referring to Taysom Hill as the second Isaiah Stanback.
It sounds like it.
He got a lot more money than me. I was too early.
You needed to find Sean Payton, or
exactly,
Sean Payton needed to find you. It sounds like that's what had happened. Speaking of willing, capable, and humble, Ross Jackson, thank you so much for joining us for all of this. And we will look forward to the chance we get to speak with you again. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers officially on the clock. We will not necessarily be doing every pick in detail, but the big ones that stand out to us, we will, of course, do. We will have our panel of experts coming through as we see fit, having some big picture discussions here as we move forward in round number 4. Tampa Bay, Eric, as we go into the season now, Chris Godwin dealing with an injury. You got Mike Evans. They bring in Russell Gage, who can be a really nice secondary receiver for them. How do they bounce back from a tough loss to the eventual Super Bowl champs?
I think the big thing was being able to protect Tom Brady and limit some of the big gains that they had down the stretch in that game against the LA Rams. Now, we know the LA Rams are a very explosive offense, so I get it. And you got to be able to battle with those guys, but the way they were gashed down the stretch and even early on in the game, I know they kind of put a Band-Aid over some of that leakage there, but they have to continue to get better on the back end, and they put a lot of draft picks and resources into that secondary. You have guys like Winfield, you have guys like, Davis, you have guys like Murphy Bunting, but a lot of those guys have been up and down, and one to play good one game, then the next two won't play as well. So I think they have more consistency on the back end for them.
You do.
Isaiah is pumping his fist because the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are selecting Cade Otton, tight end from Washington. I want to talk about what we think this means for Rob Gronkowski in a second, but first, this is one of those guys we thought could come off the board a little bit sooner than this.
Yeah, I had him a little bit higher than this as well. An all-around player that can get in the block game, can get into the pass game. I think this helps, much like Gronkowski, who I think got better as he went through his career at taking on that blocking role. That's something that you need in Tampa Bay. So he fills all the check boxes that you're looking for.
Willing, able, humble, married his 8th grade sweetheart. Not his high school sweetheart, his 8th grade sweetheart, and his grandfather coached high school football for 49 seasons. He is the all-time winningest coach in state history, 6 state titles. So we know that from a culture standpoint, this makes sense. Isaiah, is this have anything to do with Rob Gronkowski, who we saw yesterday on TV? Did not look like he's ready to play football tomorrow?
I don't know. I mean, it'd be kind of hard-fetched to think that they're going to draft somebody and bring Rob Gronkowski back. Obviously, Cameron Brate's the same style of tight end as Otton right here. So, the guys that are, like you said, capable, able, and willing to go ahead and put their hand in the ground and go block some defensive linemen, they're sure things as a receiving tight ends as well, but they're not the guys that are go get it guys. So maybe there is a chance they still bring Gronkowski back and they'd want to just alleviate some of the pressure of him having to block, right? And they started putting Brate on the line of scrimmage, Otton in the line of scrimmage. Maybe they want to start going into a little bit more run-heavy type of offense, being that they lost Antonio Brown and some guys like that.
Not the sexiest draft, Ryan, with Logan Hall, Luke Gadecki, Rashad White, and now Cade Otton, but plugging some key holes. What have you thought about so far what we see from Tampa?
It solidifies what you need to do. It is, again, letting Tom have his platform. That's what you're trying to do. Take a step forward. There's always this post-Super Bowl haze that you have to negotiate through all the holes that you develop for yourself. I think this is a good way of plugging it. It lets you get back to basics. I like going back to the run game in particular, help him out a little bit. It's not like he is ancient, but it's not like he's getting older. So you just need to pick your spots, and I think this helps.
The Houston Texans pick is in, so that means we have the Browns on the clock, and we have Josh Neighbors from Locked On Big 12 with Kanani Stevens.
Got to check in with Josh because there were some Big 12 players that came off the board yesterday and the day before. Jalen Pitre, Asamoah, some of those names. Which one do you think is going to have an immediate impact? Who was you thought maybe had a really good fit with the team they were drafted by?
Yeah, I think the Breece Hall to the Jets is an interesting fit for sure. They went with Michael Carter last year, but Breece Hall to me was the best running back in the country, had that incredible streak of consecutive games with touchdowns scored. So it's a player who can just kind of do it all as a back and immediately be helpful for a young quarterback like Zach Wilson, fits right in with the offense. And then Jalen Pitre, too, is a guy that just, when Dave Aranda coaches guys up, typically things pan out pretty well. And he's been a great player at Baylor, was the best player in that defense, looked pretty good in the draft process. And I thought he was a first-round talent, at least in my opinion. So I think he'll do well.
Some definite names there. Of course, we haven't seen a ton of running backs, so that is a good point there with Breece Hall. Perrion Winfrey is someone that is the defensive tackle from Oklahoma, so that's a name we're going to watch throughout today. Is there a reason he didn't go a little bit earlier? Is there some concerns there?
Yeah. There's a couple concerns there.
All
Nothing I'd like to share, but
okay.
I know there are a couple concerns there with Perrion Winfrey. Look, he's somebody that crushed it in the draft process, though. I mean, you talk about how things went for him at the Senior Bowl. Talk about how things went for him, pro days and all that kind of stuff. Like everything with Perrion went pretty well. The background stuff is kind of the big concern, but he was the best player in that defense, in my opinion. I think he was the most NFL ready guy.
Okay, so maybe someone will take a flyer on him a little bit later. Is there any other name from the Big 12 today that you're saying, might be a good steal or someone to keep an eye on?
I'm really curious to see what's going to happen with the quarterbacks. I think Skylar Thompson kind of reminds me of Sam Ehlinger in the sense of like great locker room guy, good leader, not going to blow you off, the page with any of the stuff that he does. And then also Brock Purdy too. That's somebody that we thought could be a first round pick, but really never put it all together. Does a lot of the little stuff well and good intermediate thrower. So I think that could translate well as a nice backup quarterback. So I'm pretty curious to see where the running backs might go, or the quarterbacks rather, might go today from the Big 12.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on things. Josh Neighbors, Locked On Big 12. They'll have all of your coverage for your Big 12 athletes whenever they go today.
Damien Pierce is the pick for the Houston Texans. We mentioned him earlier when we had Brandon Olson in to talk about the Florida players. Interesting thing about Damien Pierce, his mom signed him up for football when he was 7 against his wishes. He didn't want to play. And now he is a 4th-round pick for the Houston Texans. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. Interesting also, he was not even the number 1 running back on the Florida team, but ended up with the most carries on that squad. This is Nick Caserio getting tougher. This is a big dude. Ryan, what do you think? What did you think about Pierce?
My favorite aspect of him is he is number 6 in this draft class in terms of forcing missed tackles, and that is running hard. Straight ahead athlete. His lateral agility isn't quite the best, but that's all right. He does what he does. He's going to hit that hole, and he's going to make you drag him down. I think that helps a Houston offense that needs to kind of find itself, needs to help Mills out a little bit more as well, right? So I like this fit.
I think when you start looking at some of the players Houston Texans have drafted so far, Derek Stingley Jr., love it. Kenyon Green, love it. Jalen Pitre, John Metchie, Harris, and now Pierce. I mean, this is kind of a dominating class that they brought in so far.
And Nick Caserio, this is not a surprise to you.
Tough cats, man. I mean, he likes tough, hard-nosed, smart players. Guys that are willing and guys that are gonna beat you down. That's been the culture around New England. I was telling you guys, before the show, and the culture even in the weight room, it was just lift, and there's usually in-season lifting, which is really light, and then there's off-season lifting, which is usually heavy. When I was in New England, you lifted the entire time. There was no off-season or in-season. It was the same strength program throughout the whole year, and it made guys tough. And that was their approach. You want to have bully ball, beat you down. These guys already have Marlon Mack on the roster. So you got Marlon Mack, you got Pierce now. Both of those guys are big, 5'11", 215, 220-pound guys that are going to be bowling balls and fire hydrants coming downhill. And then in terms of a shifty back, they got Burkhead still. Yeah. So these guys they're quietly kind of creeping in and putting together a solid team.
We just heard Josh and Kai talk about Phidarian Winfrey. He is the pick for the Cleveland Browns, a guy that you highlighted in our pre-show that could be one of those guys that was high on your board. We thought would go a little bit sooner here.
Yeah, I had him late. Let's see, day 2. A little bit of question, obviously, some of the off-field stuff. He didn't complete his testing, but a guy that was productive on the field, showed out at the Senior Bowl. I thought he had maybe the best Senior Bowl of the interior line outside of Devontae Wyatt. This is a guy that's going to come in and help you right now, and I think it's a Browns fit. Then they need help on the D-line.
Especially along the interior, a place where they could use some bodies. To have this discussion about the Buccaneers offseason that we started a little bit earlier before the picks started flying off the board, guys, let's go to James Yarcho, who is with Kainani Stevens.
James Yarcho here from Locked On Bucks. Cade Otton is the pick at tight end. Now, he's someone that had an injury, so not a ton of intel on him. What do you know about him, and how will he fit in with this team?
Yeah, he's a real sure-handed receiving tight end. He does have some skill in the blocking game, but not a lot of burst, not a lot of explosiveness off the line of scrimmage. He uses his athleticism to be able to create space and get open over the middle of the field. 6'5", 250, a really solid tight end. Dane Brugler of The Athletic had him rated as his 4th overall tight end in this draft. So to get him to open round 4 could be really, really good value for the Buccaneers. But another weapon for Tom Brady and somebody that he can rely on to catch the ball over the middle of the field.
There are a few things that Tom Brady loves more than a sure-handed tight end that can catch a ball. So does this give us any intel on Rob Gronkowski, who hasn't really said what his future plans are?
Not at all, honestly, because even if Rob Gronkowski comes back, you're looking at a situation where the Buccaneers still had to replace O.J. Howard. The incumbent tight ends right now are Cameron Brate and Cody McElroy. McElroy more of a special teams guy than an actual tight end that they use in offensive packages. So you still needed to address the position whether Rob Gronkowski returned or not. I still get the feeling that Gronk will be back next season. He's just taking his time, enjoying his life and living his best life out there at his draft party in Las Vegas.
If we can all live half the life Gronk has lived, I think we would just be winners by default. The rich get richer with the Bucs. I mean, they don't have a ton of needs right now. Where do you think they'll go? What's the cherry on top here?
I would love to see them get Tariq Woolen, the corner out of San Antonio, here in the fourth round. They would probably have to make a move to get up a little bit in order to make that happen, but they still need some secondary depth there, especially at the cornerback position. Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean both playing in the final years of their contracts. Sean Murphy-Bunting struggled a little bit after returning from injury last season. So Tariq Woolen fits exactly what Todd Bowles would want to do. He is a huge physical corner and would fit really well in this Buccaneers defense. So that's the direction I would like to see them go, but really they can go wherever they want if they don't want to make a move and they hold pat at the end of the fourth round.
Yeah, not a ton of need, but we do know Todd Bowles likes to build the defense. So those are some names to keep an eye on. James, thank you for joining us from Locked On Bucs, and we'll keep an eye on everything. You guys have any cornerback names that we should look at? I know our cornerback on set, Croc, probably has some.
We do, because the Seattle Seahawks just took the man named after the mama, Kobe Bryant, the corner from Cincinnati, which made Croc feel a type of way.
I really like Kobe Bryant. I think he's getting dinged a little bit because he didn't have the great testing numbers. But when you go to Seattle and you play more in that heavy zone scheme, you don't need to be a top-end athlete. If you can understand leverage, if you can understand and have anticipation, being able to play over top and play with the instincts that he does, I think you can be a legit starter. And we've seen a guy that was drafted, fifth round out of Stanford, that, played in that, wasn't the best athlete in the sense of like a relative athletic score, but still made it work because of being able to play smart and instinctive. And I think Kobe Bryant does a lot of that.
Yeah, let's not forget his teammate went in the top 5, Ahmad Sauce Gardner. This is the Jim Thorpe Award winner. This was the best cornerback in college football. I know that's not
best defensive back.
Best defensive back. So that's not everything in terms of NFL projection, but this guy was a really good college football player.
Yeah, and he's physical. You watch those guys, man. Like he played with his feet. I think when you talk about a guy that you want well-rounded and be able to do different things, and he likes to play a lot of man coverage, things like that, I think he's going to be terrific. Pete Carroll's going to really like him.
Sounds like Isaiah should be pretty happy about it.
I like it. Anytime you can get a competitive, proven cornerback, they're hard to find. They're really hard to find in this league, and like I said, this league's not getting any slower. There's no lack of receivers, so I think that's a good pickup for them.
Why do you think he fell so far?
I think it is just the testing. When you compare against what we've seen go to this point, it does come down to that overall speed, but I like it as a replacement for folks in Seattle. If you're used to watching the Huskies with Gordon out there, now you get Bryant back in there, you get a similar player. I think there's a lot of carryover there. So for fans, I think it's going to be a nice transition.
The Baltimore Ravens pick is in. The New York Jets are on the clock. We will be back after this. Our next partner has a product I use literally every day. I started taking AG1 because I'm really bad at taking my vitamins. It's for people who want better gut health, more energy, optimized immune systems, and something that tastes great. It doesn't taste like it's super healthy. It has a kind of mild, tropical taste that I actually look forward to each morning. So what is it? Well, with one scoop of AG1, you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, adaptogens, all to help you start your day right. This special blend of ingredients support your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging. All the things. It's also lifestyle friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, or gluten-free. Plus, it contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything. While still tasting good, AG1 supports better sleep quality and recovery. Athletic Greens uses the best of the best products based on the latest science, with the constant product iterations and third-party testing. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills to support your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/NFL network. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/NFL network to take ownership of your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. The NFL Draft Live 2022 show is powered by Built Bar. By now, you know Locked On's obsession with Built Bar. Have you tried the Puffs? If you haven't, you're missing out on one of the best Built Bars. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallow. They're fluffy, they're marshmallowy. They're not just a protein bar, they're a treat. And they're covered in 100% real chocolate. Puffs are a fan favorite with some incredible flavors. Cinnamony churro, coconut marshmallow, banana cream pie. These are gonna be your new favorites. All Built Bars covered in 100% chocolate. That's including the Puffs, 100% real chocolate, and yet they're still low calorie, high protein. Replace candy bars with these. And in a lot of cases, they're better than a typical candy bar would be anyway from a taste perspective, plus they're half the calories. Go to Built.com and scroll down through the macro charts. You will be blown away. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Compare that to a candy bar, which usually has 240 calories, 30 grams of sugar, and dozens of net carbs. At Built Bar, they're all about the taste. They make it taste delicious first, then figure out how to make it healthy. I don't know how they do it, but they pull it off every time. Go to Built.com, use promo code LOCKED15 and get 15% off your order. That's promo code LOCKED15 for 15% off at Built.com.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. They dream up that sweet team victory at night and chug it down with their morning cup.
This team has one of the brightest futures of any.
They are locked on their team and can't get enough. To all you super fans, we feel you. That's why we give you Locked On podcasts, to give real fans out there just what you like. Locked On, your team every day.
We are back with the Locked On. We are back with the Locked On NFL Draft 2022, presented by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski with the Locked On NFL Draft guys, Ryan Tracy, Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and at the board, Kai Stevens, with all of our hosts from around the network to catch you up on the picks. The Baltimore Ravens select Daniel Faalele, the absolutely monstrous Godzilla of an offensive tackle. The Jets get Max Mitchell, and we were watching the highlights of Faalele at 6'8", 380, just absolutely dominate guys. We were joking yesterday, it's like the Ravens, every pick is just like such a Ravensy pick. This is another one of those moments.
They have a type. This is a guy whose feet aren't the greatest, who's got the arm length and the absolute gargantuan size. This is a replacement for Orlando Brown. They like what they like, and they're going to use it. I think this is the perfect fit. No better place for him to land.
I think when you're that big and that tall, a lot of the toughest thing is your leverage, right? They say in football and most sports, low man wins. Well, it's hard to be the low man when you're 6'8". But if you aren't going to have great leverage and win that way, at least be almost 400 pounds so guys can't really push you back.
Man, I just want to see an Oklahoma drill between him and Calais Campbell. That's all I want to see.
You have to. The strength shows up on tape too. He dump trucks guys. He throws them out the club. Like that's what you have to be. And you don't have to be like Croc. You watch a zone blocking team. They run gap. They run power. They're going to come downhill and hit you. He doesn't have to be the greatest laterally to make this work.
Right. And I think that's the benefits of having a guy like that. I mean, he would have been a good fit there. Maybe a team like Pittsburgh who like to push guys and move forward. Not so much fit in the West Coast Shanahan LaFleur scheme.
Yeah, I mean, but Lamar Jackson enables them to go out there and get a tackle like this, who doesn't necessarily move as well. But hey, you got to come through me if you want to get to Lamar, and if you do happen to get around me, you're not going to catch him, type of deal. So I think he really gives them that sure thing in terms of size and kind of that box in type tackle.
And don't be surprised if we see 6 offensive line looks with him as the extra tackle, him in the red zone as a tight end, him in the backfield. We know Baltimore is going to get creative with a guy like that. So that can be a lot of fun.
I do have one question though. Tyler Linderbaum, right? They drafted him at center, and the big thing was, well, he can move and he can move around with Lamar Jackson, and then now you draft a tackle that is the complete opposite. So I'm curious to see what kind of the plan is there.
There's a pin and pull all day, right?
Yeah.
Welcome to your bread and butter.
And it also could be, let's just get good football players and figure it out. And especially on day 3, this is a worthy shot to take when it seemed like he could have been a top 65 kind of player, certainly a day 2 kind of talent. A lot of people thought he would be that. This could just be grab value and figure it out. We have Nate Dickinson from Locked On Big Ten, Minnesota in the Big Ten, with Kai Stevens right now.
Now, the Ravens are adding lots of players and big players and defensive players. My good friend Nate Dickinson joining us here. Fa'alele, I could say that name all day long. Tell us about this big man, what he's going to be able to do for Baltimore.
Yeah, Daniel Fa'alele, you guys said it. He's a Baltimore Ravens kind of pick. He is also, now that he's officially been drafted and a member of the NFL, the largest player in the league. 384 pounds has him as bigger than anybody else in all of football. So this is somebody who comes into Baltimore as a bit of a raw prospect. Not only hadn't played football until 2017, hadn't seen a football game until 2017. This is a guy, a rugby player from Australia, who moved to the States to really become this huge football prospect. Did that now in the NFL. And I mean, as you guys said, he's just a Ravens kind of guy, a raw guy who's huge, strong. The only real questions, of course, when you get someone that big are, is he going to be able to be quick enough to keep up with some of these great edge rushers that we're seeing getting drafted here this year and all the great ones already in the NFL. But the potential is huge. It's all upside with not only how big he is, but how good he can get with how little experience he has just on the football field.
It's a lot of talent there. I mean, they may be able to run around him. They're not running through him, that's for sure. In terms of the Big Ten, we saw some other big name players go high yesterday. I know we had talked to you about Aiden Hutchinson, of course. Is there any other names that you saw go in the first couple rounds that you're like, that's the perfect place for them and they're going to have an immediate impact?
Well, just looking in maybe yesterday's picks, all the top guys, of course, are going to have some sort of impact right away. I'm looking at Kenneth Walker III, ends up in Seattle. Yeah. I mean, you just know Seattle likes to run the football. You know that they don't have the quarterback there to be able to even let Russ cook the way that he used to before. Right. So in a situation where it's going to be healthy for him to try and get a whole bunch of reps, I mean, if you're a fantasy football player and you're looking for a Big Ten player to get excited about, he's one of those kind of guys. David Bell to the Browns out of Purdue too, just a talented wide receiver. I thought fell a little bit lower than he would have been going. And I think the Browns get somebody that they're going to be able to at least use some sort of fashion in that offense right away. And then Jaquan Brisker to the Bears too. That defense just has some holes it needs to fix, and he's going to get some opportunities to impress right away.
And as we get into the later rounds here and, 4 through 7, is there any names that maybe, you think would be a good pickup from the Big Ten that we're not aware of that may be a name to keep an eye on?
Yes, it was going to be Fa'alele before we got picked a couple minutes before we came on, but it'll be a little bit longer here. But Bo Melton out of Nebraska is a speed guy who is really someone who's going to be able to come in on certain packages and excel. A little bit undersized, but I mean, I've always said it doesn't matter how big the other guy is when he's 5 yards behind you. It's just not that kind of a league. It's a fast league now. He's someone who can catch screens, go deep, and you mentioned before, special teams are important in these late rounds. He's good in the return game too. A guy out of Nebraska, Bo Melton, who's just a speed kind of gadget player who can be used in whatever way a team that drafts him wants to get creative with.
All right, that's a name to keep an eye on. Lots of Big Ten players making the jump. Nate, we appreciate you. Locked on Big Ten will have your full draft, complete coverage for you. And Daniel Fa'alele, I just want to say that one more time. Such a good name.
And this is great timing because Dane Belton, from the safety from Iowa, is the pick for the New York Giants. So we got a Big Ten player right away. Just to catch you up, Max Mitchell was the pick. I think they announced him as a center, but he was an offensive tackle at Louisiana. Daniel Bellinger is the tight end from San Diego State. He goes to the New York Giants. Percy Butler, the safety from Louisiana. A couple Raging Cajuns off the board here for in the 4th round. And then Dane Belton, I mentioned, from Iowa. Croc, we were talking earlier about this Cleveland Browns draft. They got Perrion Winfrey in this draft, and you were sort of shaking your head like, I don't really know what's going on here. This is supposed to be an analytics forward team, and I felt the same way going, I don't really see the plan here.
I mean, you look at it, and maybe it's just one of those cases where the names aren't sexy, but the player's going to come in, and they have a plan for those guys, and that's the best case scenario. Emerson at the cornerback position, I think that's okay. But again, I like Seattle going to get a guy like Kobe Bryant over having Emerson. And especially with an already loaded secondary over there with the Cleveland Browns. Winfrey, I like that pick, but I have been a little bit questionable with the other picks that they've made.
What have you thought about what we've seen from Cleveland so far?
You know, it's difficult. The whole offseason has been so upheaval in terms of the quarterback spot. I think you got to do what you got to do. I'm glad that they're investing in the defensive front. I think that will help them kind of balance the two sides of the ball. I think that's going to pay off for them this season.
We have a cornerback pick, Damari Mathis, so we have to bring in our resident cornerback expert on this. What did you think of Mathis here? He goes to the Denver Broncos, who have back-to-back picks here.
Nice. See, I like Mathis. I like the upside there. And I have to, reference, there was a tweet, and it was actually his mom. She tagged me and said, put some respect on my son's name. Y'all aren't talking about him enough. So I said, okay. So, I went and I watched him, and I thought, first noticed him at the Senior Bowl. I thought he did a terrific job there, talking about somebody who's a competitor, good feet, change direction, hips, very competitive, challenge guys at the catch point. Testing was terrific. That was one of the things his mother referenced. Hey, my son ran a 4.36. Why aren't you all talking about him a little bit more?
Is this mom texting you like that?
She tweeted me. All right, so I know. I felt honored. I was like, okay, I must be doing something right for her to call me out. But good prospect. Some people are confused. Is it going to be a cornerback? Is it going to be a safety? I think that's what they have to decipher there. But overall, I like what the Broncos did.
It turns out if you are a cornerback prospect, get your mom to tweet at Eric Crocker, and he'll watch the tape. He'll do the work. Now all the moms, you're gonna have moms next draft. It's just gonna be flooding your DMs, your emails, your texts. It's gonna blow up like that. It's gonna be crazy. We have another pick here for the Broncos. They're gonna be busy on day 3. Are there spots where you feel like they could use depth here that makes sense for them, Ryan?
It's not anything that you can point a finger to, but we talked about some of the weapons before. It's a nice group. In case injury comes back up, though, I'd like to see them add some depth there. They don't have anybody that's super shifty, so maybe this is a good spot for Calvin Austin. Put him in this offense and let him break underneath all day long, help Russ out. Especially when Russ wants to break the pocket, I think that could help him as well. So I like that fit myself. I don't want to see it in the AFC West, but that's all right.
Are you surprised Calvin Austin's still on the board?
I kind of am. Him and Khalil Shakir are the two that are surprising me right now.
What would make someone like Shakir, for example, fall? Because Calvin Austin's small, and so we understand that. But Shakir he's 6 foot. He's over 190. Like this is a little weird for him.
Ran well, versatile guy, great character. I don't know. The NFL, they just sometimes guys like this fall, and then that'll be a sleeper pick or
right.
We got a steal. All right, when I don't know if it's a steal if everyone in the NFL agrees that he should go at this pick, but he is someone that I think can come in and contribute in multiple ways on offense.
He does have very, very, very short arms, so I think people are going, he's slot only, and maybe that flavor is not for everyone. But he was also a dynamic punt returner, so it's kind of a weird situation here for someone like that. Weapons, you're not expecting to come in and get an all-pro at this spot, but you want someone who can help in the return game. Those are both guys who can do that, Austin and Shakir. So this is, and Bo Melton was another name that Nate Dickinson gave us. These are the types of guys we expect to see on day 3. It's special teams. It's can you be a returner in addition to can you maybe give us, offense is a bonus at this point.
Yeah, I don't understand this. Everybody's talking about these arm lengths and all these,
I never understood the arm length
This is
either.
ridiculous to me. I mean, you go back, Jerry Rice, one of the best, arguably the best receiver that ever played the game. He caught a lot of chest ball.
I'll argue with anyone that says Jerry Rice is not the best receiver ever. Come on now.
Yeah, so I mean, but he caught a lot with his chest too. It's like there's a lot of guys out here chestering it, and it's like, I don't know, it's overrated.
What's Jamar Chase's arm length? I don't think that his arms were long.
No, create separation. If anything, you should be talking about how much separation can these guys create at the top of their route. You hear either top end speed, these guys are fast. Okay, cool, you can run by somebody, but most of the time these guys are playing off coverage now. So your chances of you just blowing by somebody is going to be kind of slim to none, unless it's Tyreek Hill or somebody like that. Okay, so now you start looking at what do they do well at the top of the route? Do they create separation? That should be the conversation, not how long somebody's doggone arms is. Because if I create separation from all I need is a half yard. Give me a half yard. Now we're not worrying about how long my arms are.
And it's crazy because if you are a cornerback and you are shorter and you give up a catch at the high point, they're going to say, it's because he has short arms. But if it happens to a 6'3" corner, which it happens all the time, every game, nobody references the arm length there.
Yeah, it's
I don't think anyone's talking about Isaiah's arm length either, because it's not about how long they are, it's about how wide around they are.
You know, there is, like, if you go to analytics, there has to be something there because if you look at guys who have worked out and haven't, there's, like, something where there is a threshold with arm length at quarterback. I don't understand it.
I don't.
As someone who played the quarterback position, I always tell guys you play more with your feet than you do with your hands at the line of scrimmage. So, yeah, it is something I truly have never understood.
Listen, when I was in New England, two of the best slot receivers I've ever played with, Wes Welker and Julian Edelman. Nobody talked about their doggone arm length, okay? Everything was about routes. Everything was about, how cerebral they were and how they can get in and out of their doggone breaks. Arm length is a dumb discussion, in my opinion.
I think the only time it makes some sense, I'd say in the trenches.
Yeah, defensive end,
defensive linemen. Then guys get their hands on you into your chest.
Yeah.
From there, I get it, but on the outside, I don't know.
Not so much.
Get up and catch the ball.
Yeah. It is one of those things. I have heard different numbers, but 30 inches was the number that I had heard at receiver. Anything less than that, you're playing in the slot. Just because it's about your ability to get off press coverage, which teams are playing less of. So maybe these things change over time.
But with the receiver, you're not getting off press with your hands.
Yeah, with your hands, exactly.
You're not going, all right, let me get off, and then stab and release.
That's what I did.
You want to swipe here. As a matter of fact, it might help you to have shorter arms so you can be more compact, get those hands off right now, and get skinny and get into your route.
It's really a silly conversation when it comes to receivers. It really is. And as you mentioned, if you go on social media, everything's all about releases and footwork now anyway, right? Yeah. So, I mean, it's all about that first step off the line of scrimmage. Make sure that person doesn't get their hands on you, all right? Not so much about getting their hands off of you. Make sure they never get their hands on you, and you don't have to worry about your doggone arm length. To your point, in the trenches, yes, it matters because now you're trying to keep large human beings away from you, right? Or you're trying to bring large human beings into you. But when you talk about the receiver position, just get open and catch a doggone ball. Go get some yak yardage.
Watch Alec Pierce. Anytime you see him get off the ball in the line of scrimmage, it's not because he's using his hands here. He's using his hands. He has the whole Mr. Miyagi wipe on, wipe off, and he does a great job of that. Corners, really tough for them to get their hands on him.
So we have the Broncos make their second pick. It is Ioma Uwazurike. I'm pretty sure I said that right.
Well done.
And Cody Rourke is with Kai Stevens to talk about this pair of picks for the Denver Broncos.
More Cody time. They went double defense here. We discussed this a little bit earlier. Damari Mathis from Pitt, the quarterback, was the first pick. And then Ioma Uwazurike. That's why you're here. Thank you for that. Can you talk to us a little bit about these two picks and why they make sense for Denver?
Well, for the Broncos earlier on when I was on, we were talking about the need for secondary. I like the Damari Mathis pick out of Pitt. Now, the reason I like this, the Broncos decided to move on from Kyle Fuller and Bryce Callahan this offseason, and he can play inside that nickel and that slot. I think you're going to see a combination where the Broncos are going to play a lot of dime this season. So I think you're going to see K'Wan Williams in the slot, and you're going to see Damari Mathis in the other slot, Ronald Darby, Patrick Surtain on the outside for each of these, the Broncos secondary and key passing situations here. And then Uwazurike, I think, will be that guy that can play a hybrid. He can play some edge if you need him to, but I think he can also slide in and play that three-tech. The Broncos really looking for that replacement as well for Shelby Harris, who they included in the Russell Wilson trade to the Seattle Seahawks. He's got scheme versatility. So if the Broncos need to widen him out a little bit, they can do that. They can play him inside the 3. They can play him in a 4-eye and a 2 if they need to. This is a good pickup for the Broncos. George Paton getting some value here back-to-back for this Denver Broncos team.
I think versatility is the key there, right? Because you want to be able to plug and play these guys in different spots, especially when you're trying to figure out the identity right now with this Denver defense.
Yeah, no, that's the key right there, too. And I think one of the important things, too, the Broncos brought in DJ Jones from the 49ers. He'll play primarily on the defensive interior, not necessarily defensive end, but now the Broncos have really locked in a guy that can play opposite of Draymond Jones here with Randy Gregory, Bradley Chubb, and obviously Nick Bonito that they got last night as well in the NFL draft. Denver's defense adding some key pieces here, especially as the rest of the AFC West continues to add key pieces as well.
Denver making lots of plays. They got a lot of picks. Cody, thank you for joining us from Locked On Broncos. We got those double defensive picks. I'm not going to say his name again because I'm going to butcher it, but we did enjoy that defensive end pick out of Iowa State.
I want to say it one more time. Ioma Uwazurike, just because I got it right. Yes, thank you very much. This is what we're celebrating here on day 3 when we get this right. But an interesting thing about Uwazurike, he grew up playing sports in the Detroit Police Athletic League. So this is a kid who he grew up in inner city Detroit, and now he's living his NFL dream. So a really cool story for him to go to a team that has aspirations of being a playoff team. Eric Crocker.
I'm count it. They're going to be in there. I'm telling you, I've watched this Russell Wilson guy enough. never count him out. He's like Michael Myers. I don't know if I saw Phidarian Winfrey and their whole thing with Michael Myers. I just watched the most recent one where they stabbed him, they killed him. Michael Myers is dead, right? And then all of a sudden, he pops up and he kills everybody. That's Russell Wilson. Just when you think he's down, no, he's not.
All right, we have the Jets just made a pick, Michael Clemens for Texas A&M. The Vikings pick is in, which means the Ravens. Hey, didn't we just talk about 7 Ravens pick? We only got 7 more to talk about. The Ravens back in the building. So the Minnesota Vikings, a team that they've added some defense here, but they're trying to figure out an identity here too with a new head coach. Kevin O'Connell comes in from the Rams. Croc, you watched this Rams team over the last few years. Cover your eyes. Yeah, what has he changed from what Mike Zimmer was in terms of culture, in terms of scheme?
Wait, repeat that question.
The Vikings, the new coach, Kevin O'Connell comes in. Mike Zimmer out there. What changes for them?
Well, if he does anything that Sean McVay did, it felt like it was kind of this loose, kind of frat boy kind of relationship between the head coach and the players. And they're just free, and they do their job. They go in there, they execute, they have fun. Their head coach was very energetic. If their offensive coordinator carries that over to Minnesota, and they carry on that, and I bet coming from Zimmer, who seems to be a little bit more
uptight,
grumpy.
Tightly wound.
Uptight, old man. I think they'll like that transition.
His wife is not old.
No, she's not. How does this change, Isaiah, when you go from such a old school hard-nosed guy to a younger, more laid-back guy? How does that affect your locker room?
It's called woosah. You get to just get to relax. I've heard a lot of stories about Zimmer, all right, and being around the Dallas Cowboys, and they say that he is wound relatively tightly. And understanding that when you're playing in that type of culture, that type of environment, a lot of times it may work for a handful of players, but for most players, that's not an environment that they can be productive in. So when you go to the total opposite culture and they have a new identity, it's a relief. It is an absolute relief. I know when I was dealing with all the stresses of trying to overcome injuries and trying to figure out how to play the doggone role of a receiver in the league and all that jazz, I was wound tight. I was not able to be myself when I was here in Dallas. As soon as I left Dallas and I went to New England, totally different culture, right? A lot more uptight culture, but it was a different environment for me. So I got to relax and I got to get back to being myself again. I started having confidence again. I started making plays that I wasn't making before. So those are the type of things that you can expect when you have a change in regime like that.
And there's a difference, right, between being laid back and being undisciplined. You can have a relaxed atmosphere and still be on your P's and Q's about stuff.
When you're playing for a coach such as Zimmer, and I've never played underneath him, so don't let me make any kind of estimations in regards to that. But what I can foresee and what I've had experience with really tight coaches that are on top of you about every little thing, you are trying to do everything the way in which they want you to. You start being less of yourself and more of like what they want you to be. And when you start being outside of yourself, now you're no longer the player that they drafted. You're no longer the player that they said that they signed in free agency, and now you're trying to mold yourself to something that you're not, and you can't be productive, nor can you be even a resemblance of what you used to be.
Is there any concern that, and maybe I'm overthinking it and nitpicking here, but going from a guy who is going to be on you all the time, and it's a lot of the same players, now you bring in this guy, he wants to be everyone's friend, that now it swings too far the other way?
I think it does, but I think this is the sweet spot right now. The first year or two, as the players get that breath of fresh air, and they can be themselves, relax, play loose, I think that helps. You just have to manage the backside of it so you don't go too far on the other side of the pendulum.
This is something that we see all the time. The hard-nosed defensive coach, he gets fired. They bring in the laid-back offensive coach. And then the next coach, they go back to the hard-nosed defensive coach when things don't work out. But this is just, we see this often in the NFL. All right, so Caleb Evans is the cornerback from Missouri. He goes to the Minnesota Vikings. They traded up to get him there. The Baltimore Ravens pick is in. Carolina Panthers are on the clock. We will check back in with all of it when we come back. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including NBA basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and new Stanley Cup odds. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. The Locked On NFL Draft 2022 is brought to you by Rock Auto. With the ever-increasing number of makes and models, it's now impossible for your local chain auto parts store to stock all the parts that you need. So why endure often pointless or seemingly intimidating questions and wait while the person behind the counter orders only the parts that their warehouse happens to carry? You have computers with access to rockauto.com at home and in your pocket. So save time and money when using Rock Auto. Why choose to spend 30%, 50%, even 100% more for the same parts from a chain store or car dealership? RockAuto.com is a family business serving do-it-yourselfers for over 20 years. Rock Auto prices are reliably low for every customer. They have everything you could need, from brake parts to tail lamps, motor oil, and even new carpet. I don't know what a car part is supposed to cost, but I know when I go to Rock Auto, I'm getting the best price. Go explore their easy-to-use website and find the solution to your auto part needs. Go to rockauto.com right now and see all the parts available for your car or truck, and then write Locked On in their How Did You Hear About Us box so they know we sent you. Amazing selection, reliably low prices, all the parts your car will ever need. rockauto.com.
If it happens in the NFL, it happens on Locked On NFL.
Is he worth it? Is Derek Carr a good enough quarterback to be worth that type of contract with those type of names?
You know, I think it doesn't even matter at this point. You know what I mean? I think it's one of those situations where that's just the nature of the beast.
You know, if there's a consensus quarterback, you take it. If there's a consensus defensive end, Myles Garrett, you're taking him.
Will Anderson next year?
Will Anderson next year. There is no consensus this year.
Local experts breaking down every trade, every draft pick, every big game, every day. Follow the Locked On NFL podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
The Locked On NFL Draft 2022 rolls on, brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski with the NFL Draft guys, Ryan Tracy, Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and at the screen, Kai Stevens with our NFL network of hosts. The Baltimore Ravens, they are firmly in the who won the draft conversation at this point. They add cornerback Jalen Armour-Davis, who we came into today. You were talking about this as a potential steal on day 3. They get this guy. Every pick is just more Ravensy than the last one. And speaking of cornerbacks, you mentioned this a couple picks ago with Damari Mathis, that you heard from his mom about this. We found the tweet. Kai has it.
Because there's nothing I love more than a Tiger mom that's going to defend her kid and hype him up. Damari Mathis' mom tweeted at our Eric Crocker. She says, "My son has been underrated his entire career. He remains humble. I just did not anticipate the politics. Hail to Pitt, ACC champs, and goes to the NFL Combine, runs a 4.39 in the 40-yard dash. Still no hype. Put some respect on Damari Mathis' name." Crocker, what do you got to say about this? Mom's hype. So, I mean, the stats are right here. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, terrific athlete. I like a lot of his skill set. Again, there's something that made him go a little bit later than maybe moms expected him to go, you know, but I think he has the upside ability. I think he's going to a great place, too, playing for the Denver Broncos.
Check's still going to clear in the 4th round. You still get paid. So, I mean, he gets to realize his NFL dream, and you guys both know what that's like.
Yeah, it's an important day, man. It's a day. Did you? I cried. I cried a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things, and I'm not a crier. I wasn't allowed to cry, but you work so hard to get to this point, and there's so much that goes into it. You know, you just saw the tweet from mom saying that she didn't expect the politics. Yeah. Some players experience politics in college. Some players don't have any politics in college, and they don't experience it until they get to the league. But either way, there's going to be some form of adversity, some hurdle that you have to overcome, whether that's in the form of politics, whether that's in the form of coaches, whether that's in the form of injuries. There's something that you have to overcome that makes this day that much more special.
So we have the pick. The Carolina Panthers traded up. They get Brandon Smith, linebacker from Penn State. This has been a really interesting draft for Carolina. We thought Baker Mayfield could be in the mix here. We talked about Matt Corral opening the show. We loved the first one, Ike Ekwonu, but then we hadn't talked about them for a while because they don't have that many picks. This draft class, it seems like, is going to rise and fall on what happens with Ike. If he's great, then it can propel them forward. If he's not, Matt Rule is going to be polishing that resume.
It's a little rough. Brandon Smith is a guy that
I think he should be playing in coverage. He's got a good athletic matrix score. He's number 6 in the class. I think he's got a solid film grade too, but he's not going to turn the tide in the draft. Right. It is about Icky, what he can do up front.
Cornerbacks flying off the board. Jack Jones, cornerback from Arizona State, is the pick for the New England Patriots. The Raiders up next, the Chargers after that, the Browns back up. They're in the hole, so to speak, if we're going to do baseball here. This is sort of what we were talking about earlier with let's get some athletes. These are punt gunners. These are kick coverage guys early, right? You have to be able to make your bones there, and then we'll see what you could do. 5'10", 3/4, 171 for Jack Jones. Not a guy who's probably going to play outside in the NFL, although he did play some outside at Arizona State, Croc.
Yeah, I like Jack Jones, and this wasn't his original school. This is a guy that went to USC first, transferred over to Arizona State. See, he's kind of slightly built, but I like a lot of what they did. You see a ton of off coverage. He can play press as well. Good feet, anticipation, change of direction. Again, I think it's just some of the build. Maybe not the best measurables that has him kind of slipping down a little bit going this late, but Jack Jones is a big-time coverage guy. And anytime the Patriots like someone at the cornerback position, they do a terrific job, maybe better than anyone, at identifying cornerbacks, their strengths, their weaknesses, and putting them in position to succeed.
Do you think this signals a change in how they're going to play coverage? Because they took a player yesterday that you were like, well, not really the man cover style that we're used to seeing in New England with Marcus Jones out of Houston. Could this signal a change in the way that they want to play coverage?
No, I think Marcus Jones has terrific man coverage skills. And again, he's another guy who, it doesn't matter where you line him up. You can play on the outside, you can play him on the inside. I think that's going to be the same thing with Jack Jones. They do a terrific job of matching guys up based on the personnel that they're playing against. So, if you have this huge receiver out there, they're going to have a big corner that they can have go play coverage against him. If you have a smaller, shiftier guy, then they have multiple guys that they can go stick on those. But I think nobody understands where this league has gone more than the Patriots. It is a wide open spread game where guys are running free. You want guys that have good change of direction. So while everybody else is getting big at the quarterback position, looks like the Patriots are doing the opposite, going smaller.
And Jack Jones, number 2 in missed tackle rate, so he will bring your guy down.
Despite the fact that he's only $170. Take me inside a New England Patriots week of preparation, because no team is better at changing what they do. 1 week, they're gonna play 21 personnel the whole game and come downhill and hit you. And the next week they're 4 wide receiver sets. They're playing up tempo. How are they able to do this week in and week out where they're just an amoeba?
Intelligent, very intelligent players. If you're in New England, you're very intelligent, you're very humble, and you're willing to put the work in, and you have to put the hours in. When I first got to New England, I thought I had what I consider to be, good work ethic. And I got there, I was like, okay, I'm gonna show up at like 6 o'clock. I'm gonna be the first one in the building. These guys were already in their second meetings. I'm already meeting with the special teams coach. The captains were already meeting. You have about 3 walkthroughs per day. You have early morning meetings. I'll give you guys an example of our team meetings, okay? So you have special teams meetings that go in the morning. And then right after that, you have a team meeting. Well, team meeting comes in, Wednesday's the first day of practice, quote unquote practice, because Monday you come in after the game, and then Tuesdays you're supposedly day off. Well, you're supposed to come in and get your playbooks on Tuesday, otherwise you're in trouble. So you walk into the team meeting room, Coach Belichick walks in, guys are going through their playbooks. Going through their books for the week, right? Their pre-games. And I'm like, what's going on? Why is everybody kind of shuffling through their stuff? And then Coach Belichick walks in, everybody throws their books under their seats. And I'm sitting there like my first week there, like, what the heck's going on? Coach Belichick starts going down the line and asking guys questions. He's like, hey, Crack, tell me who the second string receiver is. And he'll ask you straight up, and you better know the answer. And he'll be like, okay, if they go, 11 personnel, who goes in and who comes out, right? And he starts asking you all these very detailed questions, and you better know the answer. Otherwise, he's going to put you on blast. And he did this with everybody, Wes Welker, TB12. It didn't matter who you were. So everybody is held to this standard of just hard work, doing your homework, making sure that you're prepared, and he makes sure that you're ready for every situation. So these are the type of players that he brings into that program.
So to your point, if the Patriots like him, there's got to be something there because they don't care what we say about these players. They don't care what ESPN or NFL Network says about these players. They care about what they can do in the building.
And when you look at, guys coming out of Arizona State, they have what they call the pro model, where Herman Edwards is teaching these guys how to be professionals at the collegiate level, and hopefully that carries over to the NFL. So they've had several players over the last few years drafted, even though they haven't had the most success in the Pac-12.
And this is something that matters to prep players when they're coming out of high school. How can I get to the NFL?
Right.
Herm Edwards can sell that to guys. Hey, you come here, we'll get you ready to play in the NFL, even if we're not competing for a national title. So if you are a non-blue blood school, that has to be the way that you run your program. We're going to set you up for NFL success. All right, we are set up for success here with our guys on the couch and our network of experts. Day 3 of the NFL Draft pushes forward after this. Locked On NFL fans, we've got some exciting news. Prize Picks is the new official daily fantasy partner of Locked On NFL for the upcoming season. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. If you've not checked it out yet, you're missing out. I'm telling you, you're going to love this app for NFL and mixed sports pick'ems. Prize Picks has the best NFL prop game on the market. Prize Picks offers more NFL props than any other operator and is currently offering future props for all your favorite players, from Patrick Mahomes passing yards to Stephon Diggs receiving yards. Locked On listeners that make a deposit and use promo code LOCKEDNFL will receive a 100% instant deposit match up to $100. Just be sure to use promo code LOCKEDNFL. Prize Picks also has every player prop you can think of when it comes to NBA playoffs, Major League Baseball, golf, and more. Use the award-winning app on both the App Store and Google Play. Entries can be made in 60 seconds or less. It's that easy. Prize Picks is safe and offers fast withdrawals. Go to prizepicks.com today and use promo code LOCKEDNFL, or go to your App Store and download the app. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. The NFL Draft Live 2022 show is powered by Built Bar. By now, you know Locked On's obsession with Built Bar. Have you tried the Puffs? If you haven't, you're missing out on one of the best Built Bars. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallow. They're fluffy, they're marshmallowy. They're not just a protein bar, they're a treat. And they're covered in 100% real chocolate. Puffs are a fan favorite with some incredible flavors: cinnamony churro, coconut marshmallow, banana cream pie. These are going to be your new favorites. All Built Bars covered in 100% chocolate. That's including the Puffs, 100% real chocolate, and yet they're still low calorie, high protein. Replace candy bars with these. And in a lot of cases, they're better than a typical candy bar would be anyway from a taste perspective. Plus, they're half the calories. Go to Built.com and scroll down through the macro charts. You will be blown away. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Compare that to a candy bar, which usually has 240 calories, 30 grams of sugar, and dozens of net carbs. At Built Bar, they're all about the taste. They make it taste delicious first, then figure out how to make it healthy. I don't know how they do it, but they pull it off every time. Go to Built.com, use promo code LOCKED15 and get 15% off your order. That's promo code LOCKED15 for 15% off at Built.com.
If it happens in the NFL, it happens on Locked On NFL.
Everybody involved in football deserves a 30 for 30 on what happened this offseason, because it's just very intriguing stories going around. And you know as well as I do, Luke, there's got to be, like, I'm not saying it's all true. I'm not saying that it was all like, a hair away from Tom Brady playing for the Miami Dolphins.
Is he worth it? Is Derek Carr a good enough quarterback to be worth that type of contract with those type of names?
You know, I think it doesn't even matter at this point. You know what I mean? I think it's one of those situations where that's just the nature of the beast.
Local experts breaking down every trade, every draft pick, every big game, every day. Follow the Locked On NFL podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
Back with the Locked On NFL Draft 2022, brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. Peter Bukowski here with you. NFL Draft hosts Ryan Tracy and Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback. Throw up the ice, Isaiah. And Kai Stevens over on the board with our network of hosts. We have Zamir White, the running back from Georgia, off the board. Isaiah Spiller, running back from Texas A&M, off the board. Back-to-back picks with the Vegas Raiders and the LA Chargers. Browns and Dolphins up next. So that means it's a perfect time to talk some SEC football with our guy Chris Gordy over at Locked On SEC. And Kai has Chris.
I mean, it's always a good time to talk SEC, right? Because there's a million players from the SEC that end up going to the NFL. We just saw two. Let's talk about Zamir White, Isaiah Spiller. What kind of impact can they have? We're seeing some running backs kind of go off the board now.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about Zamir White from Georgia, I mean, he was a guy who's a hard runner. He was Georgia's leading rusher last year, almost 900 rush yards, 11 rushing touchdowns. You know, with that big loaded backfield that Georgia had, you know, I thought Zamir White was the most consistent. Now, James Cook, a lot of people like because, you know, obviously the bloodline there, and a lot of people think maybe he could look more like his brother. But I like Zamir White. I mean, he was such a force in running the football for Georgia last year. And then on the flip side, Isaiah Spiller. I mean, I really thought the Texans liked Isaiah Spiller. He, played at A&M just an hour up the road from the Houston Texans. I thought they were going to take him, but they ended up taking Damien Pierce from Florida, another SEC guy, just a few picks ago. So, but a great pick for the Chargers. Isaiah Spiller, really hard-nosed runner. And then when he gets out in space, he can go. So really, I like these two picks. I thought these guys were going to be, gone before this. I thought Isaiah Spiller had a chance to go in the second round. And so seeing these guys fall to the fourth round and kind of having a run on SEC running backs here in the fourth round, I think Isaiah Spiller is a great fit for the Chargers. And again, Zamir White with the Raiders, them not picking up the fifth-year option on Josh Jacobs. I think maybe they see Zamir White as a guy who can fill that role down the road.
The SEC has so much talent. That's nothing new. Normally it's, Alabama players we're seeing a ton of. This year, Georgia is dominant. Obviously, there's a lot on that defense, almost the entire defense that's been drafted at this point. I want to touch on a little bit. We talked about Nakobe Dean yesterday. Obviously, he had a long fall. How serious are those injury concerns maybe? And then do you feel like this could be a steal where people are going to look back and be like, he was a great get?
Yeah, I mean, this happens all the time. There's some kind of medicals that start to, rumors and stuff start to come out. And, I heard there was a little concern for that shoulder. I didn't think it was that big of a deal from what I'd heard, but obviously the teams speak for themselves when you see him start falling. And, he lasts all the way as far as he did yesterday, to the Eagles. I think it's a great fit for Nakobe Dean. But, yeah, time will tell. I mean, if he ends up hitting the road and there's nothing really to the shoulder and he's a tackling machine for the Eagles, it's the rest of the league's losses. So, it's just always interesting. We saw it with Malik Willis from Liberty. It's like, wait a minute, this is a guy that, my buddy Thor Nystrom at NBC Sports had him as the number one best player in this draft. Yet he lasts all the way to, to day two. It's just interesting how some of these guys, the medicals, there's maybe more to it than we're told. Right. And also I think some teams maybe, they value the medical opinions. Maybe they do their own, investigation and look into it and poke and prod, and they come away with their own takeaways.
Well, we'll see how that pans out. The SEC so dominant. Their kicker from LSU already just drafted, going off the board now. So
it's a good one.
Is it? Okay. SEC is. I don't know how I feel about kickers getting drafted, but I understand it.
Well,
I understand it.
Look at Cincinnati last year. I mean, they
True.
took a kicker in the middle rounds, and we were all like, what are they doing? And that kid ends up winning them every playoff game, gets them all the way to the Super Bowl. So, doubt the Cade York pick all you want, but I guarantee you Cade York is going to be a stud for the Cleveland Browns.
Another guarantee. I like it. A good point, too. I mean, if you have a great kicker, it can make the difference for your team, of course. What do you guys think on the couches?
Can I doubt it? Can I be the one that doubts it? I just think it's funny because the Browns are supposed to be this analytically forward-thinking team, and we just see time and time again the difference in kicker is not that big. And the last time a kicker was taken in the top 124 was Roberto Aguayo. You remember Roberto Aguayo? You might not. You know why you might not? He was out of the NFL after one season. And so there is just such variance here. I know it's hard to find a kicker that you can feel comfortable in. There's like 6 teams that have a guy where like, yeah, we get inside the 40, we can do it. But it's the 4th round.
It's a high-pressure position, but was there a run on kickers coming we don't know about?
I mean, this is like the guy in your fantasy league that takes the kicker in round 4, and it's like they're so, I got to get my defense and special teams too. Like, it feels like they could have gotten this guy later, but I guess shoot your shot, Croc.
Is there value in that position? What about the guy that can do both? The kicker out of San Diego State. He's a punter. He's a kicker. He does it all.
There was some speculation he would go that he would go early because he's like this ultra elite punter, flip the fields, that kind of thing. But like,
I think
you're the analytics guy, Tracy.
Matt Ariza.
I will take analytics out of this because at the end of the day, the value in the position is not there because of the chances you're taking, put it that way. But I will say this, I like the idea of the future of the position being a combination punter kicker where you reduce your specialist to 2. That's a valuable 53-man roster spot that I think a lot of teams are going to start to look for those guys.
You were asking me about the Dolphins because they take Eric Ekuzanma from Texas Tech, and you go, well, they've got a lot of receivers, but this is a bigger body guy who's got a different kind of skill set than the receivers that they already have. They traded Devontae Parker, so they could use a big body guy here.
They had Preston Williams too, so that was a big body guy that kind of moving away from that style of guy. You have these smaller, shiftier, quicker receivers, which are actually much harder to defend.
Yeah, to defend, absolutely.
out there. But having a big body like this, I think it is good to have kind of that basketball lineup. And I remember that was kind of the philosophy of the Atlanta Falcons, where they wanted 5 receivers that do 5 different things. Now, it also helps if you have one receiver that does 5 different things with Julio Jones during that time, and everyone else can play off of him. But I do like the thoughts of having guys that excel at different things and kind of putting those guys in positions to win.
We do have a pick to update you on. The Raiders grab Neil Farrell Jr., the defensive tackle from LSU. The Patriots, Ravens, and Cowboys are next. And then the Ravens pick again because that's how this 4th round is working with the Ravens. What did you think of what Miami did this offseason? They bring in Mike McDaniel. They're gonna install a different kind of offense. They're all in on trying to help Tua Tagovailoa take that next step. They bring in Tyreek Hill.
I think the Dolphins were very aggressive in terms of trying to solidify what their new culture on offense is going to be. They obviously want to surround Tua with a bunch of talent. They brought in Tyreek Hill. They brought in Wilson. They brought in who else they bring in on the offensive line? Connor Williams. They got Armstead. These guys, they shored up their offense now. And these guys literally have the fastest offense in the NFL right now. Yeah. No question about it. So now you start talking about the pick that they just picked up. You got a big boy in there. It makes sense. It makes sense, you guys convince me. 6'2", 225. You got to have somebody in there that wants to go in there and throw their body around because these other guys are just track stars.
The Dolphins, though, the Bills are the class of that division. The Patriots probably, certainly were ahead of them last year. Are they still ahead of them this year, do you think, Croc?
I'd say, yeah. I think what we saw from the Patriots is kind of like the low point, and they still were one of the better teams in that division. So I'd assume that they're only going to get better. Again, continue to build around Mac Jones. They gave him a speedster on the outside. Now the offense has an opportunity to be more explosive. They do lose J.C. Jackson, who that's a pivotal change right there because he's a guy who consistently took the ball away from opposing teams, giving your offense more opportunities. You lose that. That could be the one thing that kind of changes the dynamics of what they have going on over there. But I do expect the offense to take a step forward.
I'll say this, too. Losing Josh McDaniels is a big change. That's been a steady influence since the last time he said he was going to go to a head coaching job and didn't, and back and forth.
Right.
Nothing against Josh, but that also, for Mac Jones, being in that second year, that is a change. And I'm really interested to see what they carry through and what they choose to move up in terms of their philosophy.
Isaiah, can you speak to that a little bit about what the change in, okay, now I'm going to a new spot, new verbiage, new playbook, new chemistry, all this stuff that you have to now acclimatize yourself to?
It's a lot, especially in the NFL, and that's why you see some of these quarterbacks really struggle when they have, a lot of turnover every single year. You're having to learn all these systems, and it's really difficult because I know specifically when I left Dallas and went to New England, a lot of the same terminology that I heard was totally different in New England. We talk about a X receiver or F receiver. Like, for instance, a F receiver in New England was an outside receiver. So when you start thinking about formations and things like that, I was all the way thrown off, because I'm thinking, okay, that's a slot guy. He's like, no, that's not a slot guy, that's an outside guy. So you have little intricacies like that are in these systems that really throw you for a loop. West Coast systems, right, versus a run and shoot type system. So it's a lot of terms, man, and it's not the easiest thing in the world. But these guys are professionals, and this is what they're paid to do.
When we talk about, for these rookie quarterbacks, simplifying the offense, you still can't simplify the verbiage, the terminology, all that stuff. So there's still, in college, we've got one-word play calls, we've got wristbands.
I'll give you an example.
Pictures.
So, for instance, in college, I think we had 5 spread formations. In personnel groups, probably about 5 personnel groups, which means, hey, I played an X on this one, okay, this guy's the F, whatever it may be. And then you had 5 spread formations. When I got to New England, there were 60. 60 spread formation, empty sets. No running back in the backfield. guys are moving around. The X is on the inside on this one. It's called something totally different. It wasn't. That's not even talking about emotion. That's not talking about personnel groupings. That's not talking about any of these things. So when you start talking about how complex some of these offenses are, I think teams are starting to try to dumb it down, and you're starting to see a lot more personnel groupings, a lot more motions, and a lot more condensed sets and things of that nature to really add a different element, different release points, and then different angles, and to make things more complex for the defense to understand, but more simplified for the offense. Because back in the day, it was just, hey, the more the merrier, right? And New England, we were putting in 150 plays a week, different plays, not plays that you already knew, new plays, 150 per week. Learn it, apply it. You're going to walk through about 50 of them in practice. The other 100 of them, you just better know how to do it when we run it in the game.
That's unbelievable. And when Matt LaFleur came to Green Bay, he said he had to get used to the Shanahan tree verbiage because it's longer than what Mike McCarthy was running, and they were having issues getting out. We're talking about Aaron Rodgers, a future Hall of Famer, and he's like, just to have the play in my headset and then relay it to the guys, and then if I have to repeat it, now there's 3 on the play clock.
Some coaches want to. We could talk about this all day long. Some systems you talked
about
earlier.
all day, Isaiah.
You talked about earlier how, like somebody was going to be running a lot of 9 routes, okay?
Yeah.
Or the 9 route, there used to be a system back in the day where it was like 979, okay? That told the left receiver ran a go route, the inside receiver ran a post, this guy ran a go route, okay? Whatever it was. So it was a number system. Every route, 1 through 9, had a number affiliated with it.
That was my high school.
Exactly, right? So
Yeah.
that was a way to condense the play call. Right, so 979, and then you give a protection call, boom, you're out the huddle. Cool, that's easy. Some coaches want to ensure that everybody knows exactly what they're doing, so they have concepts. So on the left side, if it's a 2-man concept, it might be whatever the name of the concept is. Okay, that's a 2-man concept. Okay, then I'm going to give the 3-man side, they get a concept as well. That's only for 3-man sets. And then I'm going to give the offensive line a protection, and then I'm also going to tell the running back what to do as well, and then I'm going to tell everybody what the cadence is. So you have these long plays, to your point, and that's why the quarterbacks have to have these headsets in to help them out with that. But every system is different. Everybody does it differently. There are a lot of copycats, right? But again, you could take some of those things. Some of these coaches leave these systems and they're like, okay, I want to take the foundation of what it is that I came up in and what I learned, but I want to put my own twist on it. So I'm going to take that, I'm going to attach a different name to it. And if you're coming from a system that had that same terminology as a player, now I'm all kinds of screwed up because I'm thinking about what I learned a long time ago, but I need to delete it out of my head so that I can digest this new system.
Similar at that point, right?
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, and because like what Aaron Rodgers was saying is it's the same play. Kyle Shanahan and the old, they're both West Coast, by the way, too. They all come from the Bill Walsh tree. It's the same play, but you call it something else. So, like, Rodgers, I called plays that were a different name, and now I have to reset it in my brain. Let's go out to the man hosting the party in Las Vegas. It's your boy, Q. We have not had a lot of chances to go to him because they didn't have a lot of picks. I'm sure they are very happy with the reason that they don't have a lot of picks, and that is my guy, Devontae Adams, who is in the silver and black now. Kai Stevens is with Q.
Your girl Kai, your boy Q here. Obviously, the Raiders are finally getting a little bit more involved now that we're getting into the later rounds. We're seeing a running back go off the clock in Zamir White from Georgia. What is that kind of signal in terms of Josh Jacobs? They didn't pick up his option, so is this kind of a backup plan or at least like a tandem situation?
I think it's at the very least a tandem situation. They have Kenyon Drake coming off of an injury that he had last season, and unfortunately for Drake, he's had that a lot throughout the course of his career. But I do think it's a nice little 1-2 punch for Jacobs, and then see what happens after that. As you mentioned, they did not pick up the 5th-year option on Josh, and so you know that the running back position is not valued as high as it, in my opinion, should be, Right. So I just think that this is kind of a contingency plan. I think it may be a little look ahead to the future, but for now, I think it's a guy in Zeus that they like to call him, is a guy that can get that ball into the end zone. The Raiders really struggled in the red zone a lot throughout the course of the last couple seasons, so I think he helps there as well. So just another running back to add to the stable for the silver and black, and we know that Josh McDaniels does love to have a bunch of different running backs that he could choose from.
Loves to have the options. On terms of the defensive side of the ball, Neil Farrell from LSU, big guy, kind of shore up that defense. Do you like the pick there at that value?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think he's another Jonathan Hankins type guy, a guy that the Raiders are very familiar with. Have had him in the mix for a little while. Patrick Graham likes to have the big beef up in the middle of that defensive line. He wants to be able to penetrate that offensive line, get to the quarterback, but also be able to do it from a big size. And as the graphics on the board, 330, you know, every guy that they've signed at that defensive tackle position has been over 3 bills. So he's a guy that's going to fit into the mix and be, you know, like I said, Jonathan Hankins type guy. I think it's a really good pick, especially where they were able to get him. Very aggressive so far on day 3, having 2 picks so far in round 4.
Another big boy for sure. Going into the 5th round, what's an area of need where you'd really like to see them go in the 5th?
I've been screaming DBs win games all day. I'm waiting for that
All
DB
right.
to fall off the board. I've been looking at a Tariq Woolen out of UTSA. I've been looking at a Zion McCollum. There's a couple cats out there that I think they should get. They need that depth. I mean, it's a league that they throw the ball around the yard. You can never have too many DBs. DBs win games.
Absolutely. We've been talking about that all day. Your Raiders are next up at 164 in the 5th round, so we'll keep an eye on some of those names. Q, thank you for joining us.
Appreciate you guys.
Q's got to go back to planning that party the rest of the weekend. He is the host with the most out in Las Vegas. Just to catch you up on a couple picks here, the New England Patriots grabbed South Dakota State running back, Pierre Strong Jr., and then the Baltimore Ravens. They are absolutely killing. Yeah, we got to run on specialists. Charlie Kohler, the tight end from Iowa State. The Cowboys grabbed Jake Ferguson, the tight end from Wisconsin, and now we have a punter in the mix. The Ravens grabbed punter Jordan Stout, not even the guy that we thought would be the first punter off the board.
That's a Harbaugh pick, though. What is he known for?
Special teams.
Special teams. So when you have your guy, to your point, when your guy's sitting there, you go get him.
Yep.
Right? And there's probably no other head coach in this league that is more adamant about specialists than Jim Harbaugh.
Well, when you have 18 picks in the 4th round, I guess you can mess around a little bit. Ryan, I want to ask you about Charlie Kohler because this is a guy who set single-season records for yards and catches at Iowa State. He was high school teammates on the basketball team with Trae Young in Oklahoma. What did you like about Charlie Kohler?
He is the most productive tight end in this class. When you look at all the metrics that we follow, he is it. One of my top 5s, backed up just after by Jake Ferguson, another one of my top 5s. These guys will walk in and be able to give something to your offense right now. They'll also play teams. They have to contribute that way at this level, but I like everything that they do. Kohler is, I think, maybe the sneaky pick to be the best tight end in this class 4 years from now.
I have a question. Analytics, Ryan Tracy. The Browns are supposed to be an analytics team. The Ravens, if anyone is just as analytically forward as them, it's those two teams, and we've had specialists in the 4th round from those two guys. Is there math we don't know about? What is happening?
The math, I think, in this equation comes down to field position and how are you going to help your quarterbacks, especially the transition for Watson and Lamar that has to retool his offense too. You got rid of his primary receiver. There's a lot of change there. I think solidifying the teams is probably what the coaching staff is pushing for as well. Give you that position that's consistent that you can then build on from there.
Eric, isn't the best way to worry about field position is get some guys for Lamar Jackson to throw the ball to so you can get some touchdowns and not worry about having to flip the field? I'd rather just not punt. That would be my preference.
That would be, but if you ask the Chargers, that's probably not the best way to make the playoffs. All right. We all know that football is a game of 3 phases, offense, defense, and special teams. So I know we want to forget about special teams, but you do have to make it a priority because it has a big hand in losses, even in the playoffs.
Do we have to do that every time? Come on. He didn't even mean to that time.
No, I did.
Okay.
Well, I mean, but it is very important, and it's not a sexy conversation, right? But you look at the punter for the Dallas Cowboys, all right? The punter for the Dallas Cowboys, Brian Anger, was one of the few all-pro players that they had on their roster this year. And the reason being is because when they found themselves in a bind and found themselves in a situation, they literally flipped the field because this dude was booting this thing 60-plus yards. Oh, and then guess what? Then teams have to deal with Micah Parsons backed up on their own, 15-yard line, 10-yard line. That's not something that teams want to have to deal with. So it's a very important part of playing defense is making sure that you have a specialist that can get the ball down there.
And solid special teams units make sure that you can win ball games and let your offense do its thing. Bad special teams unit costs you games.
The running back run continues, guys. We'll check in with the Titans when we come back. Our next partner has a product I use literally every day. I started taking AG1 because I'm really bad at taking my vitamins. It's for people who want better gut health, more energy, optimized immune systems, and something that tastes great. It doesn't taste like it's super healthy. It has a kind of mild, tropical taste that I actually look forward to each morning. So what is it? Well, with one scoop of AG1, you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, adaptogens, all to help you start your day right. This special blend of ingredients support your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging. All the things. It's also lifestyle friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, or gluten-free. Plus, it contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything. While still tasting good, AG1 supports better sleep quality and recovery. Athletic Greens uses the best of the best products based on the latest science, with the constant product iterations and third-party testing. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills to support your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/NFL network. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/NFL network to take ownership of your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
So you're saying 4 of the top 5 picks are defense and 4 of the top 10 are offensive tackles? Ooh, that's a lot of tackles coming off the board.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
It is encouraging that you have seen a quarterback in Desmond Ridder who has continued to kind of ascend throughout the draft process. He was kind of characterized by many, including myself, as kind of a winner, but more of a thrower than a passer.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
You are back with the Locked On NFL Draft 2022. I am Peter Bukowski with the NFL Draft guys, Ryan Tracy, Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and at the board, Kai Stevens is here with us to get everything. We're running around here today on day 3. And one of the reasons I'm running around, I was running around during break because the Green Bay Packers took Romeo Doubs, the receiver from Nevada, who I absolutely love. I think he's a perfect fit for what Green Bay wants to do. And they are adding speed. Quay Walker, speed. Devontae Wyatt, speed. Christian Watson, speed. Sean Ryan, okay, he's an offensive lineman. And then now Romeo Doubs, 4'4" guy. He had a private workout because he was not medically ready to go at the combine. But you see the speed on tape. I love this pick for Green Bay.
I love Romeo Doubs too, and I think I'm higher on Christian Watson as a prospect, but I think I'm higher on this fit with Romeo Doubs to the Green Bay Packers. And I think he has kind of a similar skill set for Green Bay Packers fans that kind of understand what he does. Remember James Jones, how he was that guy that kind of bigger body, run those intermediate routes, but also can win at the catch point. Doubs does a lot of those things very well as well. I think his initial quickness and twitch off the line of scrimmage is really good. It frees him up underneath. I think he has the ability to win over top. I think there are a lot of good things to like about his game. I think it's going to translate well. There were 2 guys that came to mind when I was watching him. All right, one was Quentin Cephas out of Wisconsin. And it was solid prospect. The other one was Chris Godwin. Which one he's going to be?
The other thing is he can return punts, which is something that the Packers struggled mightily with. I mean, they put Randall Cobb at one point back there, and it was just like, then the first punt he took, he fumbled. So like special teams, you want to talk about day 3 special teams, this is a team that needs to get that fixed. But this is a guy who I think can come into the league. I think he's pro ready, which is rare for a day 3 guy. What does the analytic matrix say? Oh, he didn't test, right?
So he didn't test, so we don't have that. But in terms of production, one of the top 5 in terms of TDs to drop percentage. So he's steady at the catch point. He'll make those grabs. That's what you got to have if you're going to be a guy in day 3. It's got to play teams and make an impact.
Isaiah, we talked yesterday about the kinds of receivers that you thought would help Aaron Rodgers. You were saying, just get a guy that can be reliable. They've sort of gone the other way and say, let's get some guys that are just going to fly down the field. I think he can, like Croc said, win underneath.
Yeah.
But these are guys who can win over top too.
Yeah, it's a different theology, that's for sure. It's not what I thought that they would be trying to do, but ultimately, as long as these guys can catch the ball, and as long as that dude Aaron has time to throw the ball, he'll find a way to get you the ball. We're talking about somebody who's so dynamic at the quarterback position that you can really throw all different strategies out the window. Whatever style of football that they want to play, they can play with him at the helm.
All right, let's go to our guy in Tennessee, Tyler Rowland, he's been put through the ringer the last couple days. Kai is with him now.
We've had all the emotions with Tyler, pure joy, anger, confusion. Right now we've got Hassan Haskins, running back from Michigan, being added to the Titans roster. Obviously, you want to have an eye towards the future as this team moves forward, kind of in that soft rebuild mode. Do you like this pick here?
Yeah, I love the pick, and I think it's smart, too, because the Titans brought back Dontrell Hilliard from last year at running back, and they brought in Trenton Cannon at running back as well, can give you some special teams value. But both those guys are more scat backs, more receiving backs with speed. I think what the Titans truly needed is a power back, a bruiser who could go downhill and kind of take some carries from Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry with the Jones fracture last year, obviously a load-bearing thing, so they have to find a way to spell Derrick Henry more, give about 5 to 8 carries to Haskins. And I think Haskins is a very physical, hard-nosed, downhill runner with a nose for the end zone, good contact balance. Yeah, he doesn't have elite athleticism. He's not a take-it-to-the-house home run threat at all times, but he's a guy who's going to get the yards presented to him. He's going to run physically, and he's played over 250 career snaps on special teams coverage units. So he's a guy who can add value on special teams, which gives him more roster versatility and can help the Titans in multiple ways late in the draft. I really like the pick for the Titans at this moment in time.
And we've been talking about, as we get to these later rounds, you want a guy that can do multiple things. Mm-hmm. And obviously spelling, for Tennessee being able to fill those different roles. You're on the clock again at 1:43. What's the kind of go-to at that point as we look towards this kind of rebuilding for the future part?
Well, I think for the Titans, the next pick, and it continues, the offensive retooling set for 2023 with that in mind. I think right now it's time to go tight end. The Titans have Austin Hooper. They also have Jeff Swaim as that third tight end and that secondary tight end when they go in their 12 personnel with 2 tight ends. Hooper is your tight end 1, but I think now you get an athletic tight end who can fill a different role. Obviously, there are more picks rolling off the board since I jumped on to talk about what the pick for was the Titans, but a Chigokonkwo, which is like a Jonnu Smith 2.0 type guy out of Maryland, I think would be great at tight end and give the Titans a little bit different flavor in the tight end room. A guy like Isaiah Likely out of Coastal Carolina could play a little bit in the slot for the Titans and maybe replace some of Anthony Ferkser. I think all of those make a ton of sense. Tight end would be where I would go next. And if not tight end, Amari Barno, the edge rusher out of Virginia Tech, I think he would be a great guy to take a chance on with a lot of athletic traits.
Couple of names for us as we move forward. Locked On Titans will have your full draft coverage and recaps throughout the day. And tonight, of course, as we keep an eye on things, again, they're on the clock again at 1:43.
This draft class.
Oh, yeah.
So we have another punter. Another punter, guys, has come off the board. Jake Camarda from Georgia, and it's still not the guy that we thought could be an early day 3 pick. Matt Araiza, like this is crazy. Spencer Burford, the offensive tackle from UTSA, goes to San Francisco, and Joshua Williams, the cornerback from Fayetteville State. We've got San Francisco and Kansas City represented on the couch here. Any thoughts, guys?
Yeah, I like what 49ers did. I don't know about Kansas City drafting a punter, but I do like the Joshua Williams pick. As far as the 49ers go at the offensive tackle position, that's an area they need to improve on. You do have Mike McGlinchey there, but he had this really bad injury to his quad where it like tore off the hamstring or the bone or something like that, something crazy. So you have to see how he's going to recover. Outside of that, they have guys that I think they want to play at guard, but had to play them at tackle. This is a guy who has experience playing 2 years at guard as well as a year at tackle. I think that's the versatility the 49ers are looking for on that offensive line.
I like the pick for the Chiefs. They're looking for length. They're looking for size at their cornerback spot and production
yes, it is at a lower level, but number 1 yards allowed per comp, and number 6 in the Eagle rate in terms of turnover production, PBU production. That's what they're looking for. Attack the ball, give us the size and the length that we can bring you up. This is another developmental pick that they like.
And what did Brian Peacock say?
He said that's the Eric Crocker of this NFL draft in Williams.
Well, we have the real Eric Crocker, which is the better of the Eric Crockers. But for your sake, we hope that he
has a little bit better career than
Well,
Eric
what I was
Crocker.
going to say is if he has this Eric Crocker as an NFL draft analyst, and then he's that as a cornerback, then the Chiefs are in good shape there.
All right.
For Kansas City, Isaiah.
Yeah.
They move on from Tyreek Hill, but they bring in Marquez Valdes-Scantling. They bring in Juju Smith-Schuster. This was a team that really, we're talking about fringes. We're talking about edges in terms of making this team better. This was not a team coming in where you're going, they have to get X, Y, Z.
Not offensively.
Okay.
Offensively, not so much, right? And he can speak to it a lot more than I can. However, I think offensively they just needed a couple pieces. They just need to plug a couple little holes because they did lose some. They lost some contributors, obviously, at the receiver position. I think what they're doing with majority of their picks, I think they've had 6 picks, maybe 6. All right, I think
it's 5 to this point.
5, okay. So of that, right, 90% of their picks have went towards defense, and I think that's exactly where their attention needs to be. They're in a division that they have to be able to stop people from scoring, and they haven't been able to do that. They have not. They've struggled in that regard. So it doesn't matter how many points you can score. If you can't stop the opposing team from scoring, you're going to run into some troubles. And I think that they need to find a way to continue to get Patrick Mahomes the ball back in his hands because teams started playing keep away. And when teams start playing keep away, obviously as long as you can keep Andy Reid's boys off the field, you're going to be in a good position to win the ball games.
How would you grade? Draft grades is everyone's favorite thing, I know.
Oh yeah.
But how would you assess the Chiefs and their ability to get a defender or defenders to help them get the ball back to Patrick Mahomes?
I think they're making a concerted effort. 3 players in the secondary, and we know they needed pass rush. They addressed that up in the first round with Karlaftis. This is something where we saw them completely rebuild their offensive line last year, and now they realize where's the weak point. It's on the defensive side. Their starters at corner before this draft began was L'Jarius Sneed, a 4th-round pick, and Rashad Fenton, a 6th-round pick. So they are making this effort considerably to build up that core and let them fight it out. There's some other players, DeAndre Baker, a fallen 1st-round pick that they're going to bring in. They're going to let them compete, and I like that for this defense. They need some scrap to them.
So the Eric Crocker of this draft, Joshua Williams, the first HBCU player taken in the draft last year. There was not an HBCU player taken. So we've already got one, and then there was Ross Jackson's favorite player. So we could see him come off the board a little bit later.
Yeah, Bill.
Let's have this same discussion with the 49ers because they're a team that you look at their roster, it's pretty good across the board. We just have this big question at quarterback, right? I mean, regardless of what happens, their season is gonna hinge on what happens with Trey Lance.
Yeah, you want to try to make this transition as simple as possible, but it's tough when you are the 49ers and the expectations are so high. Typically teams that are drafting number 3 overall, you have an opportunity to throw the quarterback in there, let him take his lumps, and live with whatever happens and just use that as experience. Well, Trey Lance, who maybe needed the most experience, playing time, guy with limited snaps at North Dakota State, goes to a 49er team that, goes to the NFC Championship game with this guy that everyone loves, Jimmy Garoppolo. So how do you follow that up? And there's a ton of pressure on this kid to come in and be good immediately. So the best way to kind of handle that, they drafted a running back to go with Elijah Mitchell and other guys. They refused to trade Deebo Samuel. They said, no, you're going to stay here so we can help this young kid. They also have plenty of other weapons with Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, and a stout defense. They went and got a guy like Drake Jackson to rush opposite Nick Bosa. So I think overall they're filling little holes. It's not the sexiest of drafts that I think most fans would probably like to see, but I think in the sense of what they're doing to build around Trey Lance and take as much off of his shoulders as possible, they're doing a good job of that.
I was going to say, how do you see the Deebo Samuel situation kind of panning out?
That's a tough one. He said, I don't want to play for the 49ers anymore.
I saw a social media post the other day where I think he was in the club or something like that, and they had a sign up. Somebody was getting a bottle, and they had a sign up that said, Deebo's coming back, and you could see him in the background. He was just like, yeah, no, I'm not coming back.
It's tough. I don't know if they're trying to call his bluff. They had an opportunity to trade him. They didn't like the value of what they were getting for someone that was so important to their team, so they decided to say, hey, we're going to keep him, and we're going to fix this. And I think when you look at Kyle Shanahan and what he's been to Deebo Samuel, they are buddies. Like they talk about any and everything, and they have open conversations. So I'd assume the Kyle Shanahan is going to be the one to kind of mend this relationship and bring him back on board, put his arm around him, and tell him, hey, man, everything's going to be okay. You're going to get your money.
Who's more important, Debo or Trey Lance?
I think at this point, you would have to say Debo Samuel, just because you know more of what he can do, and if he can give you some of that consistently.
Right.
Hold on. Is he lining up under center now? And I don't know.
He might. It's Kyle Shanahan.
He
might.
He threw a touchdown pass week 18 that helped the 49ers get to the playoffs. He did everything that. Nothing against Jimmy Garoppolo. He's a solid quarterback, good starter, but he didn't have to do a whole lot. It was hand the ball off. Throw a slant to Debo, let him take it 80 yards. The 49ers had 3rd and 20 against the Chicago Bears. They said, you know what, let's throw a screen to Debo. Threw a screen, 83-yard touchdown. Like, that's the type of ability Debo has. And then when all else fails and your offense is kind of fluttering, what do? Hey, Debo, playing against the Packers in the freezing cold, go back and return the kickoff. He returns it to midfield. He just has that type of impact. So I think when you have Trey Lance, obviously a quarterback is the most important player, but for him to be good and at least serviceable as a rookie, you need a guy like Debo Samuel. Sorry, Pete.
No. I have to just own it at this point with what happened. But they still have to figure out what's going on with Jimmy Garoppolo, too. Suddenly, that is a team with a lot of balls in the air, a lot of irons in the fire. Pick a metaphor, but they've got a lot of stuff to try and figure out between now and August, because they can't go into next season with him still on the roster, can they? Because the closer you get to training camp, the closer you're saying, okay, Jimmy's our guy. How do you just say, Jimmy, just sit and watch?
It puts Trey Lance in a very bad position. Yeah. I mean, Trey, I think you've already, not only just from draft status, but also just, politically and publicly, you've already said that's who we're going with, Jimmy G. Thank you for all you've done. Hit him with the Jason Garrett. Thanks for all you've done. And going about your business. But obviously this injury, this situation is really preventing him from being moved around a little bit. So it's very intriguing. You would have thought that he maybe goes to a New England type situation to be a backup. I don't know, man. I don't know where he goes. Carolina got their guy. The Texans seem pretty content with their guy. Jordan Love still has to get moved around. I don't know how many positions there really are in terms for starting opportunities at the quarterback position in the league.
And I think that's the issue. They tried to move on from him. The injury set everything back. Now they're in a situation where it's like, well, do we cut him just to cut him? Like, no, he's won too many games. So we'll just have to see how it plays out.
The New England Patriots, speaking of quarterbacks, they took a quarterback, Bailey Zappi from Western Kentucky, which means not Sam Howell from North Carolina. Jeez. And that means Candace Cooper is going, when is my guy going to go? Kai Stevens is with Candace.
Try not to play favorites with our Locked On host, but Candace Cooper is definitely one of my favorites, so I'm so happy you're joining us. I know we were trying to wait until Sam Howell went, but we're that's not happening right now. So
it's okay.
What is going on? Why is he dropped this far? Is it just the senior year that people are worried about?
I think it's a thing about height, right? Everyone wants a tall quarterback. We're not trying to deal with the whole Russell Wilson thing. I don't know. Maybe it's the small hands. Cueing Kenny Pickett, cueing, Kyler Murray.
Right.
I don't know what the issue is about Sam, but it's really sad that my guy is still on the board. I'm like, is Mac Brown not making any calls? What do we got going on here? We know politics always plays a part.
Yeah.
So I'm just confused.
I know. We got to call in the favor soon, or at least keep an eye on things. Hopefully he ends up somewhere. Ike Ekwonu is someone I want to talk about. He's our top talent on our board. Obviously, he was going to be a top pick, but how much of a perfect fit is it that he gets to go home and then also, join this Panthers team?
Is that not just a great story, right? You just have someone who's grown up in the system and been around, having a lot of guys, especially in the Raleigh area, get drafted and see them go off do big things in other cities. But you get to stay right in the 704, and he's just a good kid who really just wants to play well and protect his quarterback, which clearly the Panthers need. They just need someone who's hungry and, uses the words like violence and wants to do whatever it takes to really kind of bring that guard position and guard play, up to snuff, which is what they desperately need over there in Charlotte.
A lot of picks off the board already. Sam Howell, we don't know what's going on with that. Is there anyone else you're kind of looking at here in these later rounds that will kind of be able to get picked and make a difference?
Yeah, I think Sam is going to, when eventually he does go, going to be a great asset to any team that he gets picked up by. When I look at who I wanted from the ACC. A lot of guys have already got the opportunity. Kyle Hamilton, Notre Dame adjacent, right? We had Jermaine Johnson go. So I'm pretty much just looking for guys who are going to be hungry and they're going to feel slighted. I think the ACC right now feels slighted in all football, right? Because we haven't seen usually the top conversations from Clemson guys. You haven't seen a lot of guys go who are typically, one or two, day one, day two, and now you're just saying, all right, who's hungry enough? Who wants it, right? So I think it's just been like a slight ACC snub for me. So I'm really looking for anybody,
Yes.
please.
Of the players that did get picked, though, we will say they ended up in good spots, right? So Kenny Pickett is going to Pitt, and that's another spot where you're like, okay, he's just going across town, and he's really going to be able to kind of hopefully develop and flourish in that role.
Yeah, I think Kenny Pickett is kind of just like Icky, going to a hometown favorite, hometown energy, and just someone who the city truly loves and can get behind. It's going to be hard, of course, to try and top what Ben Roethlisberger did for them, but ultimately you get to have your new name, new energy, and you get to play with a great coach in Mike Tomlin. I think that's one of the most fun parts for him, and I think he can just really enjoy a new city that's going to really rally behind him.
The lovely Candace Cooper, thank you for joining us. Locked On ACC will have your full coverage throughout today and whenever Sam Howell gets to go somewhere and play professional football.
Can I also just say that I never got to talk to you because I never get to talk to women.
We're
so
Twitter
I'm
friends.
super pumped.
This is very exciting for us. Thank you.
Yes, shout out to Pete Bukowski over there. He's holding it down. I see the slick back.
Yeah,
that's my guy.
He's doing something. We're doing Casual Saturday here.
We don't play favorites on the Locked On Podcast Network, but Candace Cooper, also one of my favorites. Shout out to Candace. We just had a pick that made all of us involuntarily make a noise. Calvin Austin to the Pittsburgh Steelers finally comes off the board. Interesting thing about Calvin is at Memphis, did not get offered a football scholarship. So he goes to the track team where he's on track scholarship. So all he does as a freshman, he's all AAC in 4 track events. The 200 meter, the 4x400, the 4x1, and the 4x400. Talk about a track star athlete, but he fell because he's 5'7", $170, soaking wet, holding his luggage.
He is, but I'll give him credit, though, and you see in some of the clips that will be aired on every network, he actually plays bigger than that. I like him at the catch point. He does better than you would expect for a guy with that kind of stature. And if you give him just a hair's breadth, he will be gone. So this is a nice addition to play underneath in that offense. I think that will help out.
Croc, a really nice balance here. George Pickens, who's the big, he can get down the field but can win underneath, and now you've got the gadget player Calvin Austin who can play a little bit of everywhere.
I'm surprised with how much resources they put into the receiver position, and maybe that's just their way of just taking swings and seeing what works and what sticks. But, they do have Deontay Johnson. They do have the big kid out of Notre Dame, Chase Claypool. So then you add these 2 receivers. I like that room for sure. With Calvin Austin, though, y'all got to start putting a little bit more respect on his name. He's closer to 5'8" than he is 5'7". All right, got to put that out there.
Did his mom get in your DMs, Croc?
But, man, I didn't know much about him heading into the Senior Bowl week, but I went there to specifically watch him because his name kept coming up. People kept saying, you have to watch this guy. I saw him on the Senior Bowl list, went and watched. I didn't know how tall he was, how fast he was, nothing. I see he's out there. He's a tiny guy. When you talk about explosive and guys really trying to figure out, I'm looking at the corners as if I'm them, and they're figuring out, how do I guard this guy? They play him on the outside. They played off. It didn't work. He ran right by him. They played press, ran right by him. They played him in the slot, didn't work. They tried to get hands-on, didn't work. They tried to be aggressive. He's spinning them around. This is a guy that I think most people are going to say is a gadget guy or just a slot, but he can play outside, inside, and he also has value as a return specialist.
He tracks the ball so well, it's impressive.
We went to Candace to talk Sam Howell. We did not get a chance to talk about Bailey Zappi, the cornerback from who went to the New England Patriots. This is one of your guys in this class.
Yeah, y'all called me crazy when I said he was QB5. Well, guess what? He's QB5. His processing allows him to get the ball out quickly. Not a monster cannon, but I like the way he's going. He came from Houston Baptist just a season ago to get to Western Kentucky. That was his come up. Now he's jumping into the NFL. I think he's got more upside ahead of him. I think he's got the brain to adapt to what he's got to do. And he fits into an offense. I know you had concerns about the Mac Jones aspect there. This could either be a little push for Mac Jones or it could be a complete replacement. If Mac gets hurt, he can do a lot of the same things with Zappi.
The Green Bay Packers made a pick. Zach Tom. They've now taken 2 guys with 2 first names, Sean Ryan and Zach Tom. But Zach Tom is another one of those guys that going through the process, I watched him and I went, this is a Green Bay Packer because he can play tackle. Some people think his best position is center. They announced him as a guard. I really like the athletic traits are there. He can pass protect. I really like Zach Tom, and I think he is a perfect fit for a guy who can. The Packers love to cross train. Oh, we're going to play you at tackle in mini camps. You're going to play guard in training camp, and we're going to play you in both in the preseason just to see what you can do. What did you see on tape there?
The athleticism stands out. He is the most explosive guy in this class, and in terms of the athletic matrix overall, he's number 3 in this entire offensive line group. He's a little bit undersized if you're looking for that tackle, so I'd like to move into guard at just a shade under 6'4" at that point. He's got some girth, but he can move around really well. I'm intrigued by the center aspect to him. I didn't see him take any snaps at center, but if he can do that, then he is truly all the tools are there. He can be that plug and play forever. Good 8-year career that he can do anything that they need up there.
So now, after the first round, Isaiah, when they went defense, 4 picks for Green Bay: receiver, offensive line. They're trying to help Aaron.
Yeah, I think they watched our show yesterday. I think we sparked a little itch in them. But yeah, that's something that they needed to do. And I didn't care when it was going to take place. I didn't care if it was first round, second round, third round. They just need to surround him with some talent. Give him something to work with. I think obviously it doesn't matter if you come in as a first rounder or right now we're in the 4th round. Guys are going to develop. This is not the pinnacle of guys. Hopefully, it's not the pinnacle of these athletes. They're going to get underneath a good coaching regime. They're going to be taught, and they're going to learn. Well, there's not many other quarterbacks in the history of sports that are better to learn from than Aaron Rodgers. So just get some guys around him that are willing to listen to him and are willing to put in some work, and they will be better and be contributors now.
As we go through some of these picks here, as we're coming to the end of the 4th round, we're going, a lot of this is like, ooh, good pick. Ooh, good pick. Sometime soon, we're going to run out of guys where we're going to say that about, just because we're going to start to get into the dregs. What surprised you about what you saw in the 4th round?
Well, I think we have to start with the Patriots selecting Bailey Zappi. And I like what he is, and they probably identified it as someone that fits their scheme, but you just spent the number 15 overall pick on a quarterback just last season. So did they identify him as a guy who can come in and be a cheap backup but still do a lot of things that they like? Or is this some kind of weird Belichick way to push Mac Jones? I don't think it's that part. I think it's the first one. But that was something that kind of caught my eye, made me raise my eyebrow just a little bit.
What about for you, Ryan? What stood out to you in round 4?
It's that Khalil Shakir is still there. I actually had him slightly above Calvin Austin. I do think he's going to help a team. And I'm surprised, and kudos to what the Ravens are doing here, as, of course, they're on the clock again. But are they changing their offense? Back-to-back tight ends, one that can line up in line, one that can catch out in the field, but another that's kind of an H, kind of a do-it-all. I love that. With a 300-pound fullback, you can do a lot of crazy things, and I like this offense.
We saw 2 punters go. We saw a kicker go.
Yeah, man.
To me, that's the surprise of round 4. Most teams were like, we'll just do UDFAs. Are we looking at a paradigm shift in the league where they're saying special teams? Everyone saw what happened to the Packers and went, okay, if that team
you said it.
Look, this is true, man. Like the Packers special teams, they went out and got Rich Bisaccia and prioritized him and paid him a lot of money.
Yeah, Young Ho Koo too, down there in Atlanta.
Right.
He just made some good money.
And we've seen the Baltimore Ravens, Justin Tucker won them a game because he kicked a 63-yard field goal, 65-yard field goal to win the game. This stuff matters. It seems like teams are reprioritizing this.
The specialists are saying, put some respect on our name. That's exactly what's happening right now. But no, teams are really starting to identify that this position that hasn't been that kind of considered an outskirt of the players on the team. These guys are part of your squad, and these guys are helping you win games or they're contributing to you losing games. So if you want to make sure that third of the game, which is highly touted on 2 guys, a punter and a kicker, right? That's really what it comes down to. Everybody else is positional players that are just helping out on special teams. You better make sure that third of the game is solidified with somebody of value, and don't wait until the 7th round or wait until undrafted free agency to try to make sure that you have somebody that's going to play such a huge integral part of that third of your game.
We are almost to the 5th round here, and we're having way too much fun. I don't know about you guys, but we are having a lot of fun. The Baltimore Ravens, they just to follow up on all this, we missed 136. Cordell Volson, offensive tackle, North Dakota State, is a pick that I like. Baltimore Ravens, Isaiah Likely, Coastal Carolina. the tight end there. That was a guy that I think impressed a lot of people that didn't get a chance to watch him. Even college football fans. Coastal Carolina not on a lot on ESPN.
He didn't run well. That was his thing. He ran very, very poorly, but that didn't match what was on film. On film, he looks like a legit move tight end. Could be like an H-back, put him in motion, do those things with him. Really good pass catcher. Run after catch was solid, but the testing, I think that knocked him down here. If he would have just ran even in the 4.6s, he would have been fine, but he ran very poor.
Team selected because he performed well at the Senior Bowl, so he showed what he can do. Again, back on film, not a tester evidently. That's all right. He'll get in here. He'll find his role.
We have plenty more to get to on our Locked On NFL Draft Show. We will finish our recap of Round 4 and get into Round 5 when we come back. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. The NFL Draft Live 2022 show is powered by Built Bar. By now, you know Locked On's obsession with Built Bar. Have you tried the Puffs? If you haven't, you're missing out on one of the best Built Bars. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallow. They're fluffy, they're marshmallowy. They're not just a protein bar, they're a treat. And they're covered in 100% real chocolate. Puffs are a fan favorite with some incredible flavors: cinnamony churro, coconut marshmallow, banana cream pie. These are going to be your new favorites. All Built Bars covered in 100% chocolate. That's including the Puffs, 100% real chocolate, and yet they're still low calorie, high protein. Replace candy bars with these. And in a lot of cases, they're better than a typical candy bar would be anyway from a taste perspective. Plus, they're half the calories. Go to Built.com and scroll down through the macro charts. You will be blown away. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Compare that to a candy bar, which usually has 240 calories, 30 grams of sugar, and dozens of net carbs. At Built Bar, they're all about the taste. They make it taste delicious first, then figure out how to make it healthy. I don't know how they do it, but they pull it off every time. Go to Built.com, use promo code LOCKED15 and get 15% off your order. That's promo code LOCKED15 for 15% off at Built.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Analytics expert Brian Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
So you're saying 4 of the top 5 picks are defense and 4 of the top 10 are offensive tackles? Ooh, that's a lot of tackles coming off the board.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
We roll on the Locked On NFL Draft 2022, presented by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski with the Locked On NFL Draft crew. Ryan Tracy, former NFL cornerback Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback. May the force be with you, Isaiah. And over at the board, Kainani Stevens with our NFL Draft crew, our Locked On College hosts, our Locked On NFL hosts. We have everybody, which means we have the drafts covered from every angle through every pick. And for continuing coverage, Locked On NFL Draft, Locked On NFL, and of course, all of your local Locked On podcasts. Round 4 is coming to a close here. What was your favorite pick from round 4, Ryan?
Oh, it has to be Zappy. I mean, to see all the hype over, particularly Howell, we've been talking about him for what?
Nonstop.
A round at least, right? Carson Strong had a good following as well. And to see a kid, again, from such a small school take one step forward with his coordinator at Western Kentucky and just seize that opportunity, I'm really happy for him. I like the kid, but I think it's also a good fit for the league. That hard work pays off, and you can get there and just keep on driving.
Croc, favorite pick?
Jalen Lamar Davis, cornerback out of Alabama, going to the Baltimore Ravens. I think that's another position there or a team there where we talk about the New England Patriots and how they do well with cornerbacks. Baltimore does just as good, being able to put guys in winning situations. I watch him, technician, has the speed, has all the ability, coached up well and hard at Alabama under Nick Saban. I think that's going to be a really good fit. He's probably one of my favorite picks in this entire draft.
Anything stand out to you from round 4, Isaiah?
I like the pick for Baltimore. I can't pronounce his last name, but Daniel
Faalele.
I like him. The reason being because he's just a massive human being. And when you have somebody like that that's at the bookend position, right, at your tackle position, and a quarterback that's as athletic as Lamar Jackson, you force them to come through you, right? You force that defensive end to now come through you. If you want to run the hoop and run around our big man, have fun because you're never going to get to Lamar Jackson. So they ensure that somebody's now going to have to be a kind of a bull rush type of defensive end to try to get through this 384 pounds.
As we head into round 5, best available is one of those things that we love to do. Ryan, where are we with best available? There's still some guys that we thought could have gone, maybe top 100 still on the board.
Yeah, Khalil Shakur, Tyler Algier is a possibility. Darren Kennard is tumbling down. I think it is part of that Senior Bowl performance out there. You have the 2 corners in McCollum and Woolen who have the 2 best scorers, athletic matrix, the best athletes in this class are right out there. Austin was 3rd, by the way. And then you have some depth on the offensive line. Both the guys from Georgia are there. Braxton Jones is out there. There's some quality still left here.
I also want to shout out, we had Tyler Rowland on during that 4th round, and he mentioned a player by name that he wanted to see the Tennessee Titans go get, Chigo Okonkwo. They just drafted him at the end of the 4th round. So shout out Ty, absolutely nailed the pick, Nostradamus, good for him. In the 5th round, we had Baltimore in the 4th, Denver in the 4th. In the 5th, it is all about the Dallas Cowboys. They have a bunch of picks. Marcus Mosher from Locked On Cowboys is over with Kai Stevens at the board.
Locked On Cowboys and Locked On Dynasty, so we're going to double dip a little bit here. 5th round picks for Dallas. They have a bunch of them. Where could they possibly go? They went 3 out of 4 were offense so far. So could they start addressing the D at this point, or do you think they're still going to go offense side of the ball?
Yeah, I think the Cowboys are going to stick on that side of the ball. I would look for a running back. There's still some really talented players there. Wouldn't be surprised if they double dip at receiver and then maybe back to the offensive line. But yeah, expect the Cowboys to continue to load up on that offense.
In terms of fantasy, obviously we're a little far out from the season, but with these rookies coming in, is there anybody that you've kind of pinpointed and said, hey, maybe that might be a good pick looking forward?
I love the Breece Hall fit with the Jets, right? He's the guy that could be an every down running back. You can get him 18, 20 touches a game. That offensive line, pretty improved with the Jets as well. I think Breece Hall could sneak into the 2nd, 3rd round of your fantasy drafts this year.
And we haven't seen a ton of running backs go until, today a little bit are going. So that could definitely be a play there. Going forward, obviously these are a little bit later rounds. So with the Cowboys kind of doing what they do, is there anyone that is maybe a name that you have on that you want to look out for?
Yeah, keep an eye on Khalil Shakir. I know he's the top receiver available. The Cowboys have a connection with Boise State. He can play in the slot. He can play on the outside. Would not be surprised at all if the Cowboys maybe make a play for him here in the 5th round.
In terms of fantasy, we'll jump back to that. Who are the quarterbacks that you're kind of looking at? Obviously, quarterbacks weren't huge with the draft here today, but for you, where's the play?
Yeah, this is a rough quarterback class. I'm still interested in Sam Howell. I know we're getting to the later part of the 4th round into the 5th round now. Does he go early? Is Washington maybe somebody that drafts him? I still think he has value here later in the draft.
And I think you have a crystal ball because Sam Howell just got picked. He's heading to Washington, the Commanders.
Really? That's great.
Yeah. There you go. Look at this. Live breaking news. We're going to toss it back to the couches. You guys want to talk this one out and see, is that a good fit for him? Or is he just happy to be on a team?
I'm sure he's like the people that are nominated at the Academy Awards. Just happy to be here. Just happy to hear his name called at this point. But, I mean, you almost forgot Carson Wentz was on Washington because we think he's kind of such an afterthought there. He's going to have an opportunity in maybe a year or two to really compete for that job.
It's a great situation for him. It's a great situation regardless of how far you fall. It's all about the team and the organization that believes in you and the situation that you're walking into. Well, I don't think there's of the quarterbacks that we've seen go off the board so far, I think this might be the best situation that his quarterback is actually walking into. You're going into a team, the Washington Commanders, that are trying to figure out who the heck they are. They haven't had a quarterback for some time now. They've had some unfortunate situations with the quarterbacks. Now they go out there and they have a big reach on Carson Wentz. They're paying him way too much money. They know he's not the be-all for them. And now you know that, hey, I can come in here, I can compete. I already know they don't want this guy long term. So, hey, I'm the first man up. I get first dibs on this situation before next year's draft shows up.
We talked about his situation needing to be good around him, too. In Washington, they just added Jahan Dotson. They have Terry McLaurin, assuming he stays there. No, we don't know. They have to pay him and all of that. They brought in Curtis Samuel. They've invested in the offensive line. This is actually a place where if in a year he has to step in there, he's going to have guys to throw the ball to, and he's going to have some guys who can protect him up front.
And also, they have his former teammate, Dami Brown. He's there, and we're waiting to see him kind of take that next step in the offense this year. But plenty of weapons, plenty of guys in the backfield. As long as the offensive line holds up, that's a perfect situation to be in. And a team that has prided themselves on building that defense as well. And they're playing in one of the worst divisions in football.
It always helps. Go meet Brian Robinson. He's your new best friend. The two of you can work together. I think that there's an opportunity there that it is about Wentz and when it's time to pull the cord.
The problem is they gave up multiple picks to get Carson Wentz. So how short is that leash? It's probably all predicated on how well Sam Howell plays in mini camps, in training camps, and the preseason, don't you think?
I think it has everything to do with how well he does in the preseason, but mostly it has everything to do with what goes on in NFC East. If Carson Wentz goes out there and has an first half of the season, but the NFC East is highly competitive, then they might be more apt to make a move. If they're out there and they're just doing like crap, then they'll probably just ride Carson Wentz out and let Howell go in and take it over next year.
We just had a pick, the Kansas City Chiefs at 145. They stopped Darian Kinnard's fall. He was the Jacobs Blocking Trophy winner, best SEC lineman. Did you know what the Jacobs Blocking Trophy was? I didn't. No. I had never heard of that. Maybe our guy Chris Gordy, Locked on SEC, knew what that was. You mentioned his Senior Bowl performance. Yeah. This is really good value, though, for Kansas City based on the tape that he put on the field.
It definitely is. And when you have injuries to the offensive tackle spot on the right-hand side, he's a guy that can do a little bit of both for you. I like him better at guard. I think that's probably his long-term future. But for now, he's a guy that can step in. If the injury to Lucas Niang does not come around quickly enough, you have a little bit of insurance there. I like this, and I think he'll redeem himself against Jermaine Johnson in the future.
Yeah, I definitely think he's better suited to be a guard. You see him on the outside at tackle. I think he just lacks a little bit with the athleticism. He is a big, powerful guy, but even then, somehow guys were able to kind of bull rush him back. I think you put him inside that guard where he doesn't have to worry so much about space and gets to play with more power. I think that's where he'll be better suited.
For these teams where there's not a lot of holes, like the Kansas City Chiefs, what do you want to see from these guys early on in camp when you bring them into your building?
It's what Isaiah said earlier. Be humble. This is a team, and the bulk of it is still a roster that won a Super Bowl a couple of years ago. Walk in, do your part, learn the system. It's not about you. It's about you being a piece of this machine that has already proven to work. So get after it.
When you're a player that comes into a winning situation, you were lucky to play on some teams that had winning cultures, they're winning organizations. Do you feel that when you walk in the building, when you go to meetings, when you go to camp? Like, can you tell, okay, they do things differently here, and it shows?
Yeah, it's like WWE, where they say, you roll and you shut your mouth. That's pretty much it, right? You step into those situations and you just try to fit in, right? Where can I plug in? Why did they bring me here? That's one of the questions you have to ask. Why did they bring me? What asset am I bringing that they feel that I need to contribute to this organization? And once you're able to identify that, then you can start really focusing on that element. Okay, hey, guess what? I was a big blocking, wide receiver. You know what I'm saying? That can run past people. Okay, cool. That's what you need me here for. But I know my core element is going to be special teams. That's what's going to keep me here. That's what's going to get me on the roster. And then all the other things that they like for me to do and like for me to work on, I'll start working on those things as well. So it's a matter of identifying exactly why you're there and making sure that you highlight that.
We want to talk about this Sam Howell thing a little bit more. His fall finally ends. He goes to the Washington Commanders. Chris Russell from Locked On Commanders is with our Kainani Stevens.
Yes, we have to talk about this. Sam Howell finally off the board. Chris Russell here from Locked On Commanders. Now, with Heineke and Wentz in that room, is this just another key piece in your mind, or do you think Howell could kind of fight it out for possibly some playing time?
Well, this is a developmental draft pick. The fifth round selection would tell you that, but also because you have Carson Wentz, but you also have Taylor Heineke, who started 15 games last year, and he's under contract for one more year. So to me, this is about Sam being in the pipeline, in Scott Turner's system, getting a year of meetings, practice, development, scout team, all of that, and only playing this year if everything falls off and goes off the rails and it's a complete disaster.
Which we know can happen in Washington from time to time. So it is a good thing that they're actually planning ahead, right? So this is something where Sam Howell kind of has fallen off. But if he does develop, this is a high upside for them if it does work out.
Oh, there's no doubt. If you look at Sam Howell in his junior season or, 2 seasons ago, so I guess 2020, he was outstanding. And oh, by the way, he's reunited with one of his running mates, one of his deep ball threats, Dyami Brown, who last year was a third-round pick of the then Washington football team, and of course is still now with the Commanders. So they already have that chemistry between he and Dyami, and you have a couple of other deep ball threats. Again, whenever Sam Howell takes over, and again, I wouldn't expect that to be this year, again, unless everything falls apart, which, we just kind of discussed. But he's already got that pre-connection with Dyami, and then you have Terry McLaurin, who can very much stretch the field. And then in the first round, of course, the other night, they drafted Jahan Dotson, who absolutely can do that, especially from the slot, I think, in the NFL. And don't forget about Curtis Samuel, who, while injured a lot last year, still has some dynamic speed explosion to get over the top. So plenty of potential future options for Sam Howell.
You mentioned Terry McLaurin. There are some rumors he might be headed out of town. Do we see a lot of credence to that, or is that just a talk at this point?
Well, got one more year left on the contract, and Ron Rivera and Martin Mayhew told us, the media on Thursday night when we met with them the first time after the first round, hey, we're working on it. We got this. Like, they're pretty confident that they're going to get Terry McLaurin under contract. I have no doubt they want Terry McLaurin long-term. I have no doubt that they will try their best. The question becomes is, with all of these receiver contracts, as we've all talked about, are they willing to meet what it seems like maybe $24 to $25 million per year price tag if you can what A.J. Brown got now in the trade from the Eagles to the Titans? And maybe it won't be that high depending on how hard Terry wants to press this, but it's going to be between 23 and 25 per year, in my opinion, on a 4-year deal. What I would love to see is a 4-year extension to the one current year he still has left. I think Terry, I've been covering him since the day he walked in the building. I think he genuinely wants to be here, as crazy as this place is. I think Terry's a good dude. I think he wants his money, but I think he's going to do everything to stay.
Okay, well, that's good to hear, right? From that perspective that he wants to stay and, they're willing to work with him on that. So we'll have to keep an eye, hopefully get an extension or a new contract done for him. Locked On Commanders, thank you for joining us, Chris. Finally, Sam Howell's off the board, so he's got a home.
This is particularly wild because, guys, back in July, you could get Sam Howell to be the number 1 pick in this draft. This is last July at plus 225. 2-1, he was going to be the number 1 pick. And now here he is going in the middle of day 3. That's a pretty significant fall. If you're just going to bet on talent, it's not like he doesn't have talent. This is a situation where he's going to get the chance, as Chris said, developmental, to come in and compete. Croc, you were saying something before we went to Chris, before the madness started with Sam Howell, about coming into an organization and taking advantage of those little reps that you do have.
Yeah, when you are a 5th-round pick, your leash is very short. You have to show every single time that you step on the field why they should try to keep you or why they should look forward to having you around. When you're a 1st-round pick at the quarterback position, you can throw some terrible passes. You can show up late to a meeting. They'll ding you for it, but they won't just completely want you out of the building for those things. So when you're a 5th-round pick, you have to do everything right. And I know, especially when you start getting lower than that, you don't get very many reps. I remember going in and having, you go every drill, every period that you go to, whether it was 7-on-7, team, whatever. First string, they're going to get about 5-6 reps. Second string, they get about 5-6 reps. Then they repeat that. First string, 5 or 6 reps. Second string, 5 or 6 reps. Third string, get about 3, and you better not mess up. All right, and that's going to be the situation that he might find himself in.
Do you have remember when you were early on and you had a rep and you screwed up, and the coaches let you hear about it?
Absolutely. Or they don't let you hear about it.
And
that's the worst.
Is that worse? Yeah.
That's the worst, right? And so, I mean, to his point, the lower you are, the lower you're drafted, the less tolerance they have for your mistakes. And it's almost backwards. It's opposite of what the way it should be. If you're a first rounder or second rounder, they should have zero tolerance for your mistakes because the expectation is so high. But there's not. It's like, oh, you're good. You're all right. Go try it again. Huh?
I had a coach tell me, Croc, if you let that boy block you again, we will cut you right now. In the middle of practice. That's how it is when you're undrafted or one of these lower round guys. They don't invest a whole lot in you. You're not going to get as much opportunity as other guys. Whereas, let's say D. Milliner, who showed up, had the labrum surgery, so he didn't participate in mini camps, OTAs, anything like that. Held out to start training camp. He got a guaranteed contract, fully guaranteed. The first day he signed that name on the dotted line, first group. No doubt about it, no questions asked. And he has the opportunity to mess up. He's going to get a lot of reps, and they're just going to put him up to speed as quickly as possible. Not the case for guys when you're drafted lower or undrafted.
And by the way, D. Milner messed up a lot. Did not last very long in the league.
Yeah.
No offense to him, but he just didn't end up being a very good player.
Good dude. Shout out to my guy D.
Something to watch here for the New England Patriots. Age. This is a COVID draft where the class is a little bit older. Jack Jones, 24. He's as old as N'Keal Harry. Cole Strange turns 24 in July. Marcus Jones turns 24 in October. Pierre Strong turns 24 in December. Bailey Zappe's already 23. And Tyquan Thornton is the youngest. He turns 22 in August. That's from Andrew Callahan, who covers the Patriots from the Boston Herald.
Zappe.
An older draft class. This is not usually what we see with these guys. Usually teams like younger prospects. This is the Patriots going the other way. They love to zig when everyone's zagging.
Mature. I mean, if nothing else, you're asking for mature players. When you're in a quote-unquote rebuild, but you're still the New England Patriots, you need to win now. Like Bill Belichick's not looking to teach a bunch of young cats. Right. Now, you can sprinkle them in there, but I need some young cats that are veterans at the same time, that really age-wise should be on their second contract in the NFL or coming up on their second contract. So he's getting some guys that are a lot more mature that can handle the environment and the culture that he has there.
It's a rare case. Take advantage of it. You have guys that are super seniors. They've got all that extra experience. Trey Williams is still on the board as well, edge rusher from Arkansas. Another guy that somebody's going to take and say, he's played in all these systems. We might as well take advantage of that experience and bring him and see what he can do.
Let's just get up to speed on the latest picks here. Micah McFadden, the linebacker from Indiana, he goes to the New York Giants. DJ Davidson, the defensive tackle from Arizona State, he goes to the New York Giants. And then your guy, Ryan, Khalil Shakir, Buffalo Bills. Ooh. They lose Cole Beasley. Mm-hmm. Maybe this is a guy who slides right in the slot there.
That's a nice match. Underneath Diggs, he's going to be able to get all kinds of loose. That's dangerous.
What did you see from Khalil Shakir on tape, Croc?
Yeah, I mean, just again,
besides his short arms.
He's the guy that you want to work to get the ball in his hands, and he can affect all levels of the field. And I think more importantly, there's nothing more important than on the field, but off the field, he's equally as sharp. I've listened to him on different podcasts, listened to him speak. You listen to how people talk about him when they don't have to say good things about him, and everybody raves about the person that he is.
Two-time All-Conference, led the conference in all-purpose yards per game the last 2 seasons. I'm pretty surprised that he lasted this long, but this is a Buffalo team. They are loaded for bear in the AFC. Are they your favorite right now in the conference?
I like Buffalo a lot. I've been liking Buffalo the last few years with that doggone quarterback they have out there. These guys are solid. They're solid. They know who they are. There's no identity. They're not trying to figure out what their identity is. They know exactly what they are. They want to come. They want to bust you in the mouth. They want to play fast, play hard. And any team that has to face them knows that it's going to be a long freaking night.
And they're bolstering themselves. They're making themselves stronger. 13 seconds is a hard one to swallow, so they're going to be back. I'll just say it's going to be a good battle for a few years.
I was just going to say, are they the team in the AFC that from a Chiefs perspective, you're going, Yeah, those are the boys that we're most concerned about.
Yeah, they're building to come gunning for Kansas City. I mean, that's the whole point. If you get out of the division, as we talked about earlier, it is the Buffalo Bills you got to be nervous about. But I think it's going to be a great battle. All these young quarterbacks, and they're building around them and helping them out. I like the way the league's going with this.
And you probably could have said before some of the trades, okay, well, you're going to get beat up in the AFC West. Well, now Miami, they're getting better. The New England Patriots have added talent. Now Buffalo is adding talent in the draft as well. So the AFC, man, this is going to be a bloodbath, Croc.
Yeah, but I mean that's what makes for good TV, and that's why the football is the greatest sport in America. A lot of different storylines, and I mean I'm curious to see how it all shakes out in the AFC because it is a bloodbath. There are a lot of talented quarterbacks I think going to drive this thing. You know, you see a young guy like Joe Burrow, and he goes to the Super Bowl in his second year, right? First full year starting. Super Bowl appearance, and you just assume, oh, he's going to get back. But when you look at everyone else that's in that conference as well, it's like, will he get back to the Super Bowl ever for the rest of his career? And it can be one of those situations because he's just so talented, and there are so many young, good quarterbacks there.
What about the NFC as we look at the hierarchy there? Because all of a sudden you're in the AFC, you're like, okay, let's just do the West with those teams, plus Buffalo, plus Baltimore, we've been talking about it all week. They're killing this draft. In the NFC, it's a little bit tougher because the Rams, they lose Von Miller, they lose Odell Beckham, the Packers, Devontae Adams is out the building. San Francisco, who knows what's going on with the quarterback. It's much harder to figure out who's at the top of the NFC.
Yeah, I feel like everybody who free agent-wise in the NFC just left. They just jumped ship. They said, we're just going to AFC. Normally, you want to see the guys typically stay in their conference, but not this offseason. And seemingly, everybody's jumping ship and going the opposite direction. So, and to your point, it is intriguing. The NFC East is going to be a highly competitive. I think a lot more competitive than it's been over the past few years. Obviously, what Philadelphia doing with what they've done here recently. You straight go to the NFC North. You got Green Bay, and Minnesota are really the two top dogs there. I think Minnesota, if they can find a way to get their ground game going again and they can stay healthy, they're always going to be a problem and cause Green Bay some issues. When you hop down to the NFC West, that's probably the most competitive, right? The NFC West is really competitive. Los Angeles Rams, the Cardinals, San Fran, Seattle, I don't know what the heck they're still doing. But, the NFC West is always competitive. And I think the South is the one where the Buccaneers really just run away with it because the Saints at this point in time still don't have an identity. We have to wait and see.
They're going to hold Ross Jackson back because I know that he'll think the Saints are in the mix there, the playoff team. Let's have some more Sam Howell discussions. We have Carolina Blue all over that screen. Kanani Stevens has our crew.
Candace Cooper, Locked On ACC, is back with us, and Isaac Shade from Locked On Tar Heels. We had this conversation planned for yesterday, I think, but, obviously things didn't go the way we thought, so we'll talk about it now. Sam Howell's finally off the board, going to Washington. What kind of fit do you see there, Isaac? We talked about this slide for him, but is he going to do okay there?
Yeah, absolutely. Man, you're not even kidding. After the fourth round ended, I went and got in a kayak in my backyard. That's why my hair's wet right now. I was like, Sam Howell's going to be forever. What are we doing? But listen, I think this is a great spot for Sam Howell. He could come in under Carson Wentz, a seasoned veteran himself, somebody who's going to be willing to work with him. He gets to be reunited with one of his wide receivers from Carolina in De'Ami Brown. That's a great win. Here's the other thing. Sam Howell came in and he won the job at Carolina his freshman year precisely because of his preparation and what a consummate professional he is. And I'm not saying he's going to take over for Carson Wentz day one, but you think about Carson Wentz's injury history, you got to be ready at any moment to step onto that field and be ready to lead this team. And because Sam Howell is a professional, because he has had these years in a system of doing things and showing that he is a leader, he can be ready to step in and go whenever called upon.
Candace, we talked a little bit about that slide earlier. Obviously, if he had gone out maybe last year, he's talking, maybe the first quarterback off the board, right? So what kind of mentality does he have to be able to come back and then, get drafted maybe later than we expected, but come in there and kind of fight for a job?
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think this is where Sam Howell's villain origin story begins. I think he is someone who loves to be doubted, right? I think he's someone who loves for people to just talk all that noise, and then he comes up and delivers. And being in a place like North Carolina where it's not football heavy school, right? But you still have some really great players and a lot of good talent. And like Isaac mentioned, De'Ami Brown is definitely one that he connected with plenty of times. And so I think we're going to see a lot of that again. And Carson Wentz is someone who is not Mr. Reliable. So you can have Sam really fighting for an opportunity there first couple weeks in. And I think he will absolutely be prepared to go. And it might be one of those situations where he comes in and takes over and he never loses that spot.
We love a good story, so maybe this is the motivation he needs. Isaac, will let you get back to the kayaking in the backyard. The rest of us are going to roll through the rest of these picks, every single one. We're here on Locked On Podcast. Check out Locked On ACC, Locked On Tar Heels for more on Sam Howell later today.
No doubt.
Why don't we have a kayak on the set? I would love to go for a kayak right now. That would be great. Guys, this discussion about the quarterbacks, we got to give Ryan Tracy some props because he went 5 for 5 with his quarterbacks. Now that Bailey Zappi went ahead of Sam Howell, what did you like about Bailey Zappi over someone like Sam Howell?
It's speed and processing. He can read quickly. He gets the ball out quickly. They did a lot of screens down at Western Kentucky. That makes perfect sense. But it's decisiveness, and he gets that done. I didn't see that from Howell in particular. That was one of the drawbacks. Without the weapons, it slowed down his processing. He didn't execute the offense as quickly as he had the season before. Now, maybe he can get back to that, and it's perfectly good. But what you get in Zappi is a guy that will make that decision, get the ball out, move on to the next play, whether it is a 4-yard screen or a 40-yard out, he's going to get it done, and he's got just enough arm strength to keep you interested.
Isaiah, as a quarterback, when you have all of these talented receivers, we talked about how things changed when the circumstances changed for Sam Howell. Can it be a crutch? You don't have to maybe process as quickly. When you know Diami Brown is going to go win you a route, you can just get to your top of the drop. And what was the Joe Burrow? F it, Jamar Chase is down there, or F it, Tyreek Hill is down there. Like you can just play that way.
I think it's kind of twofold. I think on one end of it, when you have a lot of talent around you at the receiver position and you are the quarterback, that you don't have to be as accurate and your timing doesn't have to be as perfect. When you lose that talent, now all of a sudden you have to be more accurate, right? And then also you're going to sit back and wait for guys to ensure that they're open before releasing the ball because you just don't have that continuity with them, right? You don't have that symmetry. So that's kind of the two-headed monster that you deal with as a quarterback when you lose so much talent around you. And you're now making sure, okay, get out of your break. Okay, I see you're open, and now you're starting to force balls into holes that aren't as big as they once were. And then also you're trying to be as precise as you possibly can with the ball because these guys just don't have the playmaking ability.
Before we go to break, Tariq Woolen was a guy we were wondering when was he going to come off the board, an absolute alien freak show athlete. He's a Seattle Seahawk. Isaiah Stanback perks up a little bit. What did you see from Tariq Woolen on tape, Croc?
I hate using this word because I feel like it's kind of a cop-out, but he's just raw.
Mm-hmm.
He's very raw. Now, here's the tough thing. When you are as tall and long as he is, 6'4" and some change, 205 pounds, your movement skills at the cornerback position are just longer. And it's a little bit harder to be fluid or match the movement skills of a smaller, twitchier receiver. So what he's going to have to really learn how to do is play with anticipation. I think a lot of that's going to come over time. He's a guy who used to play receiver, converted over to the cornerback position. He'll get it eventually, but he's going to have to really work hard at it. Oh, and I know this, right, me being kind of a taller corner, not as tall as this guy, but at the Senior Bowl, I spoke to him at the Senior Bowl, and I told him, I said, listen, you remind me a lot of Antonio Cromartie. Get with Cromartie. He's in Texas. I promise he'll work with you. I'll set it up if need be, and he's going to help you really perfect your craft and get you to learn the mindset of what you need to play the cornerback position. So I messaged Cromartie. Cromartie said, set it up. Whenever he's in Texas, I'll work with him. I'm not sure if they've done that yet, but if he hasn't, he definitely needs to.
Do you see Seattle trying to go after him to kind of reframe what Brandon Browner was to them years back?
Well, with a guy like that, you kind of have to, right, be a little bit more physical at the line of scrimmage. I think they did a terrific job, especially in that scheme, and I'm curious to see if they continue to kind of stick with that. Teams have started going away from the Seattle scheme that they made very popular, but now teams going a little bit more too high, doing a little bit more things with off coverage. When they get back to that where it's like, look, your strength is at the line of scrimmage. We're going to play you there. And you can either play man, you can press Bell out like you saw Browner and Richard Sherman do a lot, and then read concepts from there. And that'll make it a little bit easier to where you don't have to have the stress of trying to match a guy's movement skills every single time you line up against him.
That makes a lot of sense.
I was just going to say the Packers play that too high, but they played a fair amount of press last year just because that's what Eric Stokes was really good at. They had Russell Douglas. When you have the guys to do it, it allows you to be a little bit more creative with how you mix those coverages.
If you can get pressure up front. If you can get pressure, the reason why those guys are successful is because they play what you call a trap corner.
So you got these big, long 6'4" type corners that can come up there and get hands on you, and then they try to bait the quarterback to throwing it into a zone where these guys now drop back and they can use their length, right? The doggone Dawson arms of theirs from Street Fighter, okay? Go out there and grab these balls and make plays on them that 5'8", 5'9" corner wouldn't be able to make. So that's what allows for these guys to do that if they can get the pressure up front, because if the pressure's not up front, now you got guys that are not as mobile, not as agile as some of these smaller corners. They can't cover as much ground.
That's got to be the plan for Woolen, because he's a great inline, straight line athlete. He doesn't corner that well. That's the one thing. He's number 2 in the athletic matrix behind Zion McCollum, who can do it all. So he's got that he can lean. I think that's a great plan for him.
And he has a lot of experience trying to cover the smaller guys. They had him guarding Calvin Austin when they played against Memphis. And I thought he could have did a little bit better job of moving his feet. But one thing you notice, even if he was beat off the line of scrimmage, he had that acceleration and that ability to catch right back up, to where if the quarterback does throw it, it's going to be a tight window throw, and you risk the chance of this big 6-foot corner making the play on the ball.
The fastest corner, or the fastest player ever at the Senior Bowl by Zebra Technologies, who measures all of those guys in the GPS tracking data. So an absolute freak show athlete. And if you want to get pressure, find you a Georgia Bulldog. We will talk to the host of Locked On Dogs when we get back. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. Whether she prefers a statement piece or everyday subtle elegance, BlueNile.com has fine jewelry options for every mom. Shop high-quality classics like diamond earrings, elegant tennis bracelets, or gemstone pendant necklaces. Mark Mother's Day with something enduring at BlueNile.com, the largest online retailer of certified diamonds and fine jewelry. The company offers a superior experience for purchasing engagement rings, wedding rings, and fine jewelry by providing expert guidance, in-depth educational materials, and unique online tools that place consumers in control of the jewelry shopping process. Blue Nile has some of the highest quality standards in the industry and offers thousands of independently certified diamonds and fine jewelry at prices significantly below traditional retail. Blue Nile can be found online at BlueNile.com, and in most cases, Blue Nile can deliver overnight. Every order is insured and arrives in discreet packaging that won't give away what's inside. This Mother's Day, give mom something she'll treasure forever with fine jewelry from BlueNile.com. And Locked On Sports listeners get $50 off $500 purchases. This podcast exclusive is only good through Mother's Day. Use code Locked On. That's code Locked On. Plus, every order is insured and ships free. Shop stress-free and find your forever peace. Go to BlueNile.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day, just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
That's what made me think that if they're going to take a risk on him, it'll be all right because they think they can get production out of it at multiple positions.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
The marathon continues. We're through round 4 at this point on Saturday. We got the board up here. We're taking a look at all of these picks, and throughout today, yesterday, and the day before, a lot of Georgia Bulldogs were coming off that board and going to the pros. So we're going to check in once again with Clint Shamblin from Locked On Bulldogs because, I mean, why not? You're practically every player going off the team is going to the pros, right? So most recently we saw James Cook, a couple other people. Who can you talk about that's gone off the board today and what their impact might be at the next level?
Look, I don't know who lied about Nakobe Dean to get him to drop so
Okay.
much on these medical things. I have to talk about Nakobe.
I know.
He's one of
I
my
should have started.
all-time. Yeah, you should have started there. That's right.
Yeah.
He's one of my all-time favorite dogs. I love this guy. I think he has a chance day one, looking at the Eagles roster, to start and make an impact. Talk about a guy not only in coverage, but blitzing. If you want pressure on the quarterback, Nakobe's there. So I don't know who lied to get him to drop, but congrats on doing so. It worked beautifully, and he's going to be instant impact right away. And I also love James Cook to Buffalo. Look, that offense with Allen and trying to figure out who to contain on a run with maybe a little option on the pass and see James getting matched up. That is a ideal fit. And then lastly, Zeus to the Raiders. They declined, I think the Raiders just declined fifth-year option on Jacobs. And so now Zeus is the heir apparent to that, very similar running styles. And so it looks like he's going to be the guy plug and play going forward for the Raiders in the next couple of years. That's a great fit for him as well.
We've talked a ton about the defense. Obviously, that's kind of their namesake, right, at Georgia. But today, some of the running backs have been going. And we've seen in the past the SEC obviously has a presence with Alabama players getting drafted. But this year is definitely, and years past as well, but this year specifically, Georgia has been dominating. What is it about the coaching there that just makes them ready to, make that jump and immediately have an impact?
Once you hear from coaches and general managers at the Combine, Senior Bowl, everywhere they go, one, it is translatable coaching-wise. Kirby Smart and the whole entire defensive staff, as well as offense with Todd Monken, talks like NFL. If you go look at Todd Monken's offense, it's not a college-only air raid offense. It is a ready-made NFL offense. And then with the defense, Kirby Smart has these guys coming in. Their peak physicality. Every single one of these guys is tough, fast, big, and strong. I mean, look at the Combine. And then secondly, they're able to translate the nomenclature. The language is just so easily relatable. So GMs go there because they know these guys are going to be groomed for the NFL so well. The coaching staff's done an amazing job. Scott Sinclair at the strength and conditioning just keeps on churning out these guys that look like freaks and test like freaks. And so those combinations make them ready to go straight into the NFL and make an impact.
And not that you guys need help with recruiting, obviously, as the champs, but I mean, that has to help as well, right? To know that you're going to be ready to make that jump when you're done with your time at Georgia. So are there any players left on the roster that can be drafted at this point? I feel like we've gotten almost all of them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's two more that should come off the board. Okay. One that I think is going to make camp after the draft. I don't anticipate Schaefer to be drafted. If he does, good on him. He should be. Okay. But Jamari Sawyer is going to be a stud. He played tackle for the whole entire year at Georgia. He is best suited as guard, it looks like, in the NFL. And this cat is smart. He can play center. He's a 5 kind of position guy, and he holds up extremely well. Look at the tape against Alabama and Will Anderson in pass pro, but also is a grader. So I think Jamari is going to be the next one. Heck, we got a punter going in round 5 or something. My gosh, it's just record upon record for Georgia right now.
I feel like next year we should just let you do the whole show because at this point I'm checking with you about every single person in every round. So Clint, thank you so much. Locked on Bulldogs, obviously many, many people to talk about. So check them out, their podcast for all of the Georgia Bulldogs that are making the jump.
How do they have anyone left to field a football team next year? That's what I'm saying. This is whole new team, and guess what? They're going to compete for a national title next year too, because that's just what they do. It's 5-star after 5-star. Let's get you updated on what has happened. We talked about the Khalil Shakir pick. The Washington Commanders, they take Nevada tight end Cole Turner. Then it's Thomas Booker, the Stanford defensive tackle, going to Houston. Just a lot of big nasties, Isaiah, going down to Houston. Tyler Algier, the running back from BYU, goes to the Atlanta Falcons. Delaren Turner-Yell, the safety from Oklahoma, he is a Denver Bronco. We mentioned the Tariq Woolen, who is just a 6'4" cornerback. Of course, he had to go to Seattle. That's just how that works. One of the best names in the draft, Snoop Connor, is the running back from Ole Miss. He's going to Jacksonville. And then the Dallas Cowboys. We are in Dallas for the show at WFAA. Matt Waletzko, the offensive tackle from North Dakota, not North Dakota State, is a Dallas Cowboy. And then we just had the Cleveland Browns take running back Jerome Ford from Cincinnati. Anything else stand out there to you, Ryan?
The big one for me is Thomas Booker, a guy that tested well, number 4 in the interior defensive line group in terms of athleticism, a guy that's an academic-oriented guy, can be a leader. I really like the fact that he came on late in the pre-draft process. He's got some upside. Bear rate, he makes plays behind the line of scrimmage and forces fumbles. I do like him there. And I think maybe the back pick of the day,
so far is Jerome Ford. I think he can be a really good addition to that group that has Nick Chubb as a leader, has Kareem Hunt as a change of pace. Now Ford can come in and do a lot of those same things, pass catching, et cetera. I really like that fit.
You mentioned him earlier when we talked about Tariq Woolen. Zion McCollum, who by relative athletic score, we heard Cody Ford mention Roz, the most athletic cornerback ever tested by RAS, the number one corner in this class by your athletic matrix as well.
Absolutely.
He goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at pick 157.
I think it's a great fit as well. I mean, let's get athletic, right? At this point in the draft, that's what we're looking for, make a difference.
I think for him, it's understanding the type of ability you have and then trusting that when it comes to your technique. I think he bails on his technique a little too often. It's like, dude, I would have loved to have your athleticism, your speed. Trust that. You can be a little bit more patient at the line of scrimmage. Work with your feet and stay in phase. And I think from there, he continued to improve. But a lot of good traits. Like you said, one of the best testers ever, or the best tester ever at that position. I'm not sure if the agility scores that he got matches exactly what I've seen on film, but I know he has it in him to be able to have it. Just got to trust a little bit more.
When you say trust your technique and trust your athleticism, what do you mean?
Well, a lot of guys, me for example, I was a mid 4-5 guy, right? So when I'm at the line of scrimmage and I'm going against this receiver, I'm like, man, I know if he gets by me, it's good night. I can't keep up with him. So I'm more likely to bail on my technique, right? I want to work it as long as possible, but at some point, if he goes, like, man, I have to go. Well, with Zion, he can trust, man, I'm going to be very comfortable here at the line of scrimmage. I don't have to just run and get out of there because if he takes off, okay, I have the acceleration. I have the ability to just turn around with him and effortlessly get in phase. I didn't have that top end speed like that.
All right,
you want to show him?
I was just going to say, can we do it? Because we have a receiver, we have a corner. So I want to do it from both sides.
Yeah, we have a fullback.
Get limber up. So let's start with you, Croc.
Yeah.
So you've got Isaiah, and you think he can run by you.
Right, 4-3 guy, right? So he's blazing. So I know in the back of my head, I can't let this guy get on top of me. So I'm going to be more likely to kind of try to stay upfield shoulder. Now that opens me up to some things underneath that can happen. So in the press, I want to line up here. I try to split this inside leg right here down the middle of my legs. Oh, the quarterback's over there? Okay, so we got to fit here. All right, so now I want to be here. Now, as he gets ready, he's going to give me something, and then he goes. If I know that this guy is really fast, I'm more likely to bail on trying to kick step and stay here in phase, and I'm probably just going to turn and run. Now, that gives me upfield shoulder, so if he comes underneath, I might have to speed turn out. You'll see guys do that. We saw a lot of guys doing that at the Senior Bowl week with Calvin Austin. But if you trust your speed, now as he's doing that stuff, I can be more patient and I can stay more square because I don't have to be in a position where I have to turn and run with this receiver.
So, all right, but so Isaiah, you have a cornerback in front of you. Yep. You know if you get by him.
Yeah, so that was my thing, right? So I was a larger receiver, but I ran 4.3. So my thing is I want to spend the least amount of time I can here because the longer I stay here, the more advantage he has, right? So I want to get by him. So to his point, right, we're thinking opposite of each other, right? Yeah. He wants to get up out of there, and I also want to get by him, right? So we're kind of sometimes we might end up doing the same thing. But what happens is when he opens up his gate, right? When he opens up and he says his bail, right? So boom, I set him. As soon as that hip drops, now I can get into him, and now I can keep him pinned inside, which gives me the whole sideline to work with once I'm either even with him or I can stack him at the receiver position.
You don't want to get stacked.
You don't want to get stacked. Right?
Because now you're at the receiver's will. If he gives you something at the top of the route, you're more likely to react to that, especially if you have just a single high safety.
Yep. So when you're talking about Zion McCollum, trust that.
Oh, he does this right away. As soon as it snap, he's opening up and turning already like this. Dude, just stay square. Because once you stay square, now, if I'm square, I can break in evenly in any direction. I can go move this way, I can move that way, I can turn and run. But once you open up, you make your life a whole lot harder if a guy does anything in breaking. Now you got to flip your hips. Now you have to work your feet. Now you might be a step behind.
You want to make these guys take the longest route down the field as possible. So, right, so the moment that he turns his body sideways, right, he opens up that hip, now he just got skinny. Right, by him getting skinny, now I can run all day. All he's gonna do is put his hand on my hip, and I'm gonna lean against him the whole time. I still have my sideline. The moment he stays square, right? So the thing that the guys like Sherman, like Richard Sherman, those guys,
the receiver to the
sideline. That's an extra defender.
right? So if he stays square, now I have to be great. We talked about short arms and all that jazz and receivers. The reason why some of these smaller receivers are so good at the line of scrimmage because they're shifty, right? So the bigger the receiver you are, the harder it is to get off the line of scrimmage a lot of times. So if he stays square, he's not moving. He's like, crap, he trusts his technique. Now if I go in here, he's going to take that hand, he's going to wash me and then to his help. Or if I try to go outside, he's going to wash me all the way to the sideline, which is his extra defender, because as soon as I go outside, go out of bounds, I can't be the first one to touch the ball.
So we talk about with receivers attacking the cornerback blind spot. Can you? Can you just show me? Now that I have you, now we might not. We might not sit down the whole day.
I'll say this about that. I'm so glad that trainers and guys haven't made this a big point of emphasis because it's so hard, and it doesn't take a whole lot of speed. It just has to do with the receiver kind of understanding his leverage. So at some point, as a corner, I have to open up. And when I do, if a receiver sees me here and he starts going here, you'll see corners have to speed turn. Now, you've seen some guys get in a really bad position. I've seen Michael Thomas be really good with this, where once he gets the guy here and the corner, and he comes underneath and the corner goes to speed turn, then he goes back out. And then you see the corner looking around like, well, where is he?
Where'd who
and he
go?
went back this way because he worked that blind spot.
And a lot of times also, if these cornerbacks don't trust their speed, right, with what he's talking about, instead of keeping to the sideline, keeping his chest to the sideline and keeping me everything here, right, staying on this hip so that if I break down, he breaks down, so I can't cut back here, he can force me to the sideline. If these guys don't trust their speed, these guys will get their shoulders turned. Now his shoulders are to the end zone, and I can throw him by, I can come underneath, I can go back outside, and he has no way to defend it. So now these guys are going to be trying to hit the ABSs and try to hit these breaks just to get out of it.
Taking a lot of steps.
And from the play standpoint, for the quarterback, the longer you're there engaged, shadowing, instead of on that route where you got somebody's back turned to him in man coverage, that's the quarterback's cue to either put it where he wants it, put it on the outside shoulder, try to get something done.
Well, it's been a big day for HBCU prospects. It will continue to be. We have Locked On HBCU host Darian Gray. He is with Kai.
Happy to have him because last year, obviously, HBCU didn't get any picks, right? So this year, it's great to see at least two off the board at this point, Joshua Williams and Nakobe Dean, both cornerbacks. What can you tell us about them, obviously, if they haven't gotten a ton of mainstream play, what they can bring to the next level?
Yes, their in the fourth round really does showcase the depth in this HBCU class as far as defensive backs. I think that would be the best position. And looking at Joshua Williams specifically to begin with, he's really long. So he's 6'3", nearly 200 pounds, but he doesn't have those stiff, stereotypes that come with a long corner. He is lengthy, but he's also fast. During his first day at the Senior Bowl, he was actually one of the top 5 fastest players there. It wasn't shown in his 40-yard dash, but as we all know, we need to prioritize the game film, the actual 40-yard dashes, because that can be hit or miss. And what he does right now to me is show two things. One, if you're good, they'll find you because he's a defensive 2 guy. He's a Division II guy from Fayetteville State. And then also shows you that the Senior Bowl means a lot. He was able to close the questions about a talent gap when it comes to what is this guy going to be able to do, because he played against some of the best players at the Senior Bowl. And with Nakobe Dean, I think he provides something that's really interesting to me is he played outside corner, but his size says he'll probably play nickel in the league, and that's okay. But Jalen Ramsey slides in a lot when it comes to covering the best guy because he's going to follow the guy. And one of the best things about Ramsey is that he can slide into the slot, so it's going to be hard to avoid him. Now, when Ramsey does have to slide in the slot to go against one of the best receivers in the league, you have a guy who could be your nickel corner who has played outside, who can slide outside in Nakobe Dean because he does have that inside to outside versatility.
Now, going forward, we've got 2 off the board already. So what are some other names you might want to pinpoint we can keep an eye on?
Well, I'm going for Marquise Bell. I love Marquise Bell out of FAMU. I think that he should be one of, if not the next 2 up. I'm looking at him, Ja'Tyre Carter out of Southern. James Houston is another guy who has a lot of versatility that I think brings him in us at about 5, or would put us at 5. And then I think maybe a Quill Glass, and if there was one shocker, I think it would be Will Adams, who has generated a lot of buzz after having a really good HBCU combine.
All right, Dorian, thank you for joining us. I like what you said about if you have the talent, they'll find you, and we've been seeing that in some of this HBCU talent. So check out Locked On HBCU for more details on those guys that were drafted and maybe a couple more that could be heading to the pros very soon.
I just watched him.
And for continuing coverage of all of the picks and the teams, Of course, Locked On NFL Draft, Locked On NFL, and your local NFL podcast, wherever you get podcasts, and of course, subscribe on YouTube. I want to ask you guys about the HBCU explosion in this draft relative to last year, because this is something that we've started to talk about in the NBA draft and the college programs, that because now they can find you, YouTube is out there to help get your name out there, that it's balanced the playing fields for some of these schools in college basketball. And guys have said, I'm going to go to an HBCU to raise the profile of those kinds of schools. Could we start seeing that in the NFL draft a little bit more?
I hope so, man. I really hope so. And Deion Sanders, kudos to Deion.
Yep.
I think he has just highlighted it, right? Just elevated that platform. And he called out some teams, right? He had some players on his team that had their pro day, and he called out the teams. And you talk about the GOAT, right, at that position. So he said up there, he said, how dare you? I don't remember the teams, right? He said, how dare you guys not come and see our players go? These guys can ball out just like the other schools that you guys go to. He said, all right, I remember who you guys are. So when you have somebody that has that status, that can speak on your behalf when you're in such a small school that hasn't historically had respect, it's absolutely huge for these guys.
Yeah, you see a lot of those guys, and I was down there for the HBCU Combine. And I would like to see things kind of continue to get better. I like that they are trying to shine light on those prospects. The unfortunate thing for them was some of these guys, when I was asking them, man, how long have you had to prepare for this? They're like, man, I had about 3 weeks, to prepare for this. And that's just not as ideal. So I hope as, people continue to shine more light on the HBCU programs, that they can do a little bit more to put them in situations where they can be the best version of them when the scouts come along, because the scouts were there for the Senior Bowl. And it just happened to be, this is a good opportunity to, at the very least, see some guys, but I don't think that was the best that those guys could have done.
Yeah. And it's great to have someone like Darian Gray, who has Locked On HBCU, has a platform to highlight these guys as well, because sometimes all it takes is a little bit of attention to bring attention to these guys, to say, hey, maybe we should go down to Jackson State and we should go see some of these guys. I think that would be a really good cultural change in college football.
Yeah, there was a kid there, from Virginia State, Will Adams. I remember watching him. He played a lot of safety, somebody that has the movement skills to play corner as well. Great fluid athlete, getting in and out of his breaks very well, ran well, was very explosive in the broad jump and his vertical jump. But, there's no real mention of him throughout most of, draft Twitter and really any kind of media that you put on.
There's so much that goes into this, man. We start talking about the HBCUs and smaller schools. It doesn't have to just be an HBCU, but just smaller schools in general. These guys don't get the exposure, right? And one of the main reasons why I think Deion Sanders went, and is taking a position that he's taking as a head coach there, is that it's elevating the platform. It's bringing attention to and highlighting these guys that would never be noticed before. And there's a couple things that are knocks against them. They're a small school, the competition level that they're playing against, the resources that they have. Even if they go out there and they ball out, now guess what? They don't have the sponsorships. They're not getting the scouts that are coming down there. They're not getting the agents that these guys are having access to. I know when I was going through, when I got hurt in my senior season, I immediately turned and started interviewing agents. Well, guess what? All these agents were all throwing at me, hey, we'll get you with the best surgeon, we'll get you with the best doctors, we'll get you the best rehab facility. You don't have to pay for this, you don't have to pay for that. Like, it's all taken care of. Well, you think these smaller school guys are getting those same opportunities? Right. They're not getting the same access to go out there and train at these elite places, sports performance institutes that are allowing them to get these big times. They're allowing them to run these 4.2s, and it might be a 4.4 guy, but if you had you been with a better training facility, you might have ran a 4.2. You have the capability, but you don't have those resources. So there's a lot that goes into these HBCUs that people are overlooking.
And it's not just the players. Right? It's the coaches as well that are going through this.
Yes.
Where, I was sitting there at Senior Bowl week, having a drink, talking to one of the coaches, and he says, we don't get the same opportunities as other programs. He's like talking about how much he had won at his program, but you don't see anyone ever go from being an HBCU head coach to a Power 5 head coach, or really any other Division I school. It just does not happen. So I think from there, hopefully Deion Sanders can help shine a little bit more light on what's going on there so people can be aware.
And Deion might get that opportunity, and if he gets that opportunity and turns it down, he's going to let people know about it. Yeah. And I think that too could help, because it's going to be like, these maybe these major college ADs are going to see what's going on. Maybe the transfer portal, you start getting some of these players. It's all part of this ecosystem.
It's like you're building a fire, and Deion's provided the spark. You need to kindle it now. You get a little bit more exposure. You turn some of these guys that'll go in this draft, you change them from sleeper to true prospect. Now, next cycle, you move the pro day so that it's more of a true event. That builds on, you get more guys drafted, more coaches come there, and they get more recognition. It all builds on top of itself.
Let's get everyone caught up on the latest couple of picks here, because we've had a bunch as we were having this discussion. After Zion McCollum went, Tyreek Smith, defensive end from Ohio State, goes to Seattle. I want to circle back on that one. Eric Johnson, defensive tackle from Missouri State, goes to the Indianapolis Colts. Otito Ogbonnia from UCLA, the defensive tackle, goes to the LA Chargers. Linebacker DeMarco Jackson out of Appalachian State is going to be a New Orleans Saint. Shout out Ross Jackson. Montrell Washington, a receiver from Samford, not Stanford, Samford, is a Denver Bronco. And then Kyle Phillips, a receiver that I really liked out of UCLA, a slot guy who has got a lot of different. He's got a nice athletic profile for a slot receiver. He goes to Tennessee. I want to come back to Tyreek Smith for Isaiah. What did you see from Tyreek Smith on tape, Ryan?
I like him. He wins more than he gets credit for. Unfortunately, for this pre-draft cycle, the big thing is watching him go against Trevor Penning and losing some of those reps. Unfortunately, TV didn't show the reps that he won against him, too, though, because it was a good battle back and forth. And Tyreek is top 10 in terms of his pass rush win rate across the nation in this class. He plays in the Big Ten. He's overshadowed, obviously, by Aiden Hutchinson, but that's the way that it goes. I do think he's raw in his hand usage. He does have some things he can work on, but he has the physical tools, I think, to not only make a roster, but grow into one.
Kyle Phillips, did you like him at UCLA? Did you get a chance to study him closely?
Did not get a chance to study him closely.
That's all right. I liked him, so I think he's a really good fit in Tennessee. I thought he was someone that the Packers might like later in the draft. This is the exact spot where I think he makes sense, and I think he's a really nice compliment to Treylon Burks, who they drafted when they move on from A.J. Brown. Unfortunately, that situation they handled extremely poorly, and that is something that I think makes sense for them. We've got the Minnesota Vikings coming up with a bunch of picks. The Bears have a bunch of picks coming up as well. The NFC North. They're all trying to catch the Green Bay Packers, guys. More on that when we come back on the Locked On NFL Draft 2020, brought to you by BetOnline. Locked On NFL fans, we've got some exciting news. Prize Picks is the new official daily fantasy partner of Locked On NFL for the upcoming season. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. If you've not checked it out yet, you're missing out. I'm telling you, you're going to love this app for NFL and mixed sports pick'ems. Prize Picks has the best NFL prop game on the market. Prize Picks offers more NFL props than any other operator and is currently offering future props for all your favorite players, from Patrick Mahomes passing yards to Stephon Diggs receiving yards. Locked On listeners that make a deposit and use promo code LOCKEDNFL will receive a 100% instant deposit match up to $100. Just be sure to use promo code LOCKEDNFL. Prize Picks also has every player prop you can think of when it comes to NBA playoffs, Major League Baseball, golf, and more. Use the award-winning app on both the App Store and Google Play. Entries can be made in 60 seconds or less. It's that easy. Prize Picks is safe and offers fast withdrawals. Go to prizepicks.com today and use promo code LOCKEDNFL, or go to your App Store and download the app. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. Our next partner has a product I use literally every day. I started taking AG1 because I'm really bad at taking my vitamins. It's for people who want better gut health, more energy, optimized immune systems, and something that tastes great. It doesn't taste like it's super healthy. It has a kind of mild, tropical taste that I actually look forward to each morning. So what is it? Well, with one scoop of AG1, you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, adaptogens, all to help you start your day right. This special blend of ingredients support your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging. All the things. It's also lifestyle friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, or gluten-free. Plus, it contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything. While still tasting good, AG1 supports better sleep quality and recovery. Athletic Greens uses the best of the best products based on the latest science, with the constant product iterations and third-party testing. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills to support your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/NFL network. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/NFL network to take ownership of your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance.
If it happens in the NFL, it happens on Locked On NFL.
Kyler took that organization from where they were when they drafted him to where they are right now. Is it where they want to be? No, but you've seen the steady growth. So I think that he's got a really good argument.
Everybody involved in football deserves a 30 for 30 on what happened this offseason, because it's just very intriguing stories going around. And you know as well as I do, Luke, there's got to be, like, I'm not saying it's all true. I'm not saying that it was all like, a hair away from Tom Brady playing for the Miami Dolphins.
Local experts breaking down every trade, every draft pick, every big game, every day. Follow the Locked On NFL podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
Locked On NFL Draft 2022, deep in day 3 now, brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski, joined by the Locked On NFL Draft guys, Ryan Tracy, Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and over at the board, our girl Kainani Stevens has our hosts from around the network. I hope neither Isaiah or Croc pulled a hamstring in that demonstration. I hope everyone's got limber. We're all good, having fun here as we roll through. NFC North about to make a lot of picks. As we look back on the draft, I think we're in a position now where we're through 4.5 rounds. We can think about what teams we feel like, okay, I see the vision here. Is there a team where you're going, I like what this team did?
I think you got to start with his favorite, Philadelphia, and what they've done in the trenches, getting big there, adding some talent a little bit at every level. I like a lot of what Philly's done, as well as acquiring A.J. Brown. I think you have to include that into their draft class.
Jesus, yes. Yeah, Philadelphia obviously is the first one that comes to my mind, but then there's a couple others also. I think about the Houston Texans and the game plan that they're really executing down there with Nick Caserio. I think they're getting a bunch of just nasty, hard-nosed football players. I don't think they're looking for glitz and glamour. They're looking for guys that are going to come in and be effective right now. So I think they've done a great job with their draft. I think you look at the Baltimore Ravens and their utilization of all of their picks that they've had, they are literally plugging a lot of holes. And you take that into account with all the 17 IR players that they had last year, and you bring all those guys back, that's going to be a roster that you have to deal with. And then last, right here in Dallas, I think Dallas has done a good job of checking the boxes of the areas of concern that they've had. Mostly it was on the offensive line. That's an area that they need to fix because Freaky Zeke hasn't been so freaky lately. And they want to keep Dak Prescott upright. And I think once they solidify the offensive line, they're going to get back to being a dangerous team here in this league.
How about Indianapolis? Because they didn't have a first-round pick in the Carson Wentz deal, but then in the second, they get Croc's guy, Alec Pierce. They get Jelani Woods, the freak tight end. They get Bernard Ryman. That was a great value, I thought, on day 3. They had Nick Cross, the safety, another one of your guys, Croc, and then they just got Eric Johnson, the defensive tackle. I really like, we know Chris Ballard can find some guys in the draft. It's about, okay, the quarterback position. Maybe Matt Ryan can help them get over the hump here. What about you in terms of winners?
I don't have the bat line to the organization like Croc does, but I like what Tampa Bay's doing. I think that they decided to pick their spots, and they're getting more athletic there with Gadecki, with Hall. I definitely like the Cade Otton selection. Rashad White's a nice back pickup, and then they went with Zion McCollum. Give themselves, as they lose a couple of corners here in the near future, possibly. I like that pick. The only thing that stands out to me is they found their punter, and they went and got him. So kudos to them. I wouldn't have done it, but they did.
I got a text from my father-in-law, who's a big Browns fan. We dragged the kicker pick. He said Browns Nation is happy about the kicker. Kicker was a big problem for them. So, hey, look, if you're a fan, you're going, we have an issue. My team solved it. Sometimes if you're a team, it's that simple. We have a problem. Let's solve it.
Yeah, that's it. This is pretty simple. I mean, it doesn't matter what the fans think. It doesn't matter what's the glitz and glamour, what's the sparkly pick. It's a matter of taking care of something. And we talk about, the third of the game. It's very important. If you don't have a punter, if you don't have a kicker, you're screwed. I'm sorry, you're screwed. Your punter is an extension of your defense, and your kicker is an extension of your offense. And if both of those areas aren't solidified, then you're out there just playing with them. I don't know.
This is a part of the game that the Patriots are famous for putting a lot of emphasis on. What made them so locked in on that?
Who's that?
The Patriots.
Oh, the Patriots? I don't know, man. I mean, I talked to my buddy. I was at a gala last week and with my guy Nick Folk, and he's been around the league since we came in together. So I mean, I'm sitting here on the couch. He's still kicking balls for a living. So I mean, that's an area of importance for them. You go back to other history of Gostkowski and then guys like that. That's always been very important to them, and I think they've won doggone championships because of their special teams.
Adam Vinatieri,
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big part of the emphasis of their game. It's
Yeah.
something they spend a lot of time practicing, repping, and
oh gosh, yes.
it has to be from you talked about the mental side.
Yeah.
You need guys, if you're going to take smart football players, that's what special teams is all about too.
Absolutely. Guys have to be willing to do it, and they have to be, cerebral type players, because you're not just going to play one position. Unless you're a kicker or a punter, you're going to play multiple positions. Punter, kicker, long snapper, you usually get away with just playing one position. Those are usually the three positions that you're good with. Other than that, you're going to be playing at least two positions on the team. So you better be able to figure out how to contribute in all those different aspects.
We talked about this earlier, and Croc, we were talking about this with Jimmy Garoppolo. We're running out of starting spots for these guys to go. Baker Mayfield is another guy. Cleveland can't have Baker Mayfield on that roster. San Francisco can't have Jimmy Garoppolo on that roster. How does this carousel keep turning?
I think if you probably ask both those teams, there's a scenario where they can keep them. I think Deshaun Watson only counts for $1 million against the Cleveland Browns cap this season, and you don't even know if he's going to play an entire season. So from that standpoint, you can keep a guy like Baker around. Now, is it fair to Baker? Is it fair to Jimmy Garoppolo to be in a situation where he's looking in that quarterback meeting room and seeing a guy who is taking his spot? They want this guy to play over you, but we all know it's a business, and you have to use it as an opportunity to really audition yourself for the other 31 teams in the NFL.
Come on. Baker's not the guy on his commercials, right? He's not going to stand outside the stadium and show you where the key code is, right? Like, something's going to get set on fire if he's in that room. You cannot let him back in the facility.
Yeah.
He can't be on that roster.
No, I don't foresee him being on that roster. Now, I don't know him personally, but just from the outside looking in, I don't foresee that being a positive environment, especially they have enough stressors around that team right now. Deshaun Watson, they understood what they were walking into when they signed him. They understand the severity of those accusations. And that is, like you mentioned yesterday, that's going to hover over their entire organization, or at least for this next year, until that all just kind of goes away, if it goes away. But Baker Mayfield needs to find a new home, and I just don't know where that new home is.
And it's really unfair to Baker Mayfield, because all he did was give his blood and guts to that team.
Yeah,
from the beginning, played hurt. And
sometimes your best isn't enough, though.
It's true.
You know what I'm saying? Like, the NFL is not for feelings. I'm sorry. NFL, not for feelings. I don't know. They need to change it to NFL. But it's just they don't care. They really don't. And it's a what have you done for me lately type league. It always has been. That's why you're starting to see these players really start to take that same approach when it comes to their salaries and their contracts. They're like, give me the bread. Give me the bread, because you have proven that you're not loyal to me or anybody else that has done great things for your organization. Give me my money right now.
I think he might have done himself a disservice playing as injured as he was.
Yeah.
So the last memory we have of him is he's trying to, really kind of work through these injuries and shoulder surgeries that he's needing and all this, that, and the other. But everybody else just focus what's on the field. And that's the business of the NFL. If you're on the field, you're healthy. So you got to figure it out. But I think he should have just maybe sat for a little while.
At this point in the fifth round, Ryan, are you letting coaches say, this is my guy, let's go get him? Or like the special teams coach, if you're the Packers, Rich Bisaccia, I like this guy, let's go get him? Have we reached that point in the draft, do you think?
Absolutely, and I think some of these athletic picks are part of that option. I know Dave Tope has influence in Kansas City. They're doing that now as well. The pick just a couple of minutes ago, the Bengals took Tyson Anderson, a backup safety now that will be a significant role in special teams. So you're starting to see that come into some of these choices. Now, there are a lot of good picks still out there. Like some of these teams are starting to really narrow that down.
Yeah, just to catch you up, the LA Rams took Kyron Williams, the running back from Notre Dame. Azezi Odomewo, the defensive end from Minnesota, is staying in Minnesota. He's going to be a Viking. You mentioned Tyson Anderson to the Bengals. And then Deron Bland, the corner from Fresno State, is going to be a Dallas Cowboy. The Cowboys have invested a lot in that secondary over the last few years. And that's a spot where you saw Trayvon Diggs break out last season. Is that sustainable with those interception numbers, though? You'd like to have some better depth in that group.
Yeah, I think that they need to add depth at that position, particularly through the draft, seemingly because they have Jordan Lewis and Anthony Brown. Both of those guys are really just kind of on a year-to-year basis, especially with the amount of money those guys are bringing down. Both of those guys were bringing in $5 million a year. So you need to be able to get some guys that can really replace them because you can't financially afford them going forward. You need some guys that you know are going to be around.
Do you think that one of those guys could be a cap casualty?
I think as productive as they both have been, it's going to be very difficult for them to be a cap casualty. I think if you're going to have a cap casualty, it's going to be somewhere on that defensive line. That is a crowded room on that defensive front, and they cycle guys through, and Dan Quinn utilizes all of them. But if you're going to make some moves there, I think it has to be somewhere along there because you're paying D. Law, you just extended Dorrance Armstrong. I mean, you got a lot of moving parts out there, and then you have to start freeing up some money. You do have to start freeing up some money because are you going to sign back Zeke? You got to start preparing for Diggs' extension. You got to start preparing for CeeDee Lamb's extension. There's a lot of guys that have to get paid coming up, so you might be on something.
How hot is the seat for Mike McCarthy?
It's boiling. It's boiling. Bubbling brown sugar because if there's a number of guys that want his spot. There's a number of guys that and Double J told him that. And that was the craziest thing this offseason. He said, hey, Mike knows that he's not going to be here forever. Like, golly, how do you come out and just say that publicly? He knows he's not going to be here forever. AKA, there's Dan Quinn right there that could take your spot any given day. Oh, and there's a dude by the name of Sean Payton who just happens to live probably about 15 minutes away from the facility that will gladly come in here and take your spot too after he has a year of sabbatical. So, yes, it's very hot.
The thing is like if you know when you're in that position, why not just make the move?
Too much change as of late. Too much change. The organization has had a lot of change here recently. Between COVID, between the head coaching change, between they've lost a number of coaches unexpectedly to death over the past year. So there's been just a lot of too much just stress within the organization. I think they want to let the dust kind of settle for a little bit, especially with this tremendous offseason that they've had.
Is there a team in the NFC you think is under more pressure this season to win than Dallas?
Ooh, I mean, yeah, just because of who they are, how polarizing that organization is, the fan base, they're clamoring for some victories, and they haven't really had the postseason success, right? I mean, look at a 49ers team who I cover and root for, and they have had some terrible moments over the past 10 years, but they've also been to 5 NFC championships and 2 Super Bowls. And the Cowboys haven't had that same type of success since 1996.
Yeah.
So, I think they've won like maybe 2 or 3 playoff games since then. You had a home playoff game last season. You lost that, where you kind of really were getting beat down for most of that game until the very end. Mm-hmm. So something has to change. I don't know what it is, but I'm pretty sure Jerry Jones, he seems to be very impatient. My brother thinks it's because, well, he's kind of old now. So he needs something to happen now. Yeah. And he's put a lot of resources into that organization. He gives them everything that they need to be successful. Thanks. Now it's time to take advantage of that. Look at their facilities. Beautiful.
Amazing. The only other team that I would offer in the NFC is the team that I cover, because they know that the clock is ticking on Aaron Rodgers, and they need to win those Super Bowls now. So it's not the same where you're talking about a coach on the hot seat, but you're talking about fan pressure, internal pressure, and you know that the powerful hands of time are bearing down on Aaron Rodgers, not just from a tool standpoint, but just from a 1 year, 2 years, maybe.
Do you think that there needs to be a major move, like a earth-shattering move that needs to take place in Green Bay in order to push them over the edge? Because they have been leaning on the success and the greatness of Aaron Rodgers to continually take them to the NFC Championship game. They have been pushing them every time. Hey, get us there, get us there, get us there. And I don't feel as if they have done enough to give him that extra little boost he needs to push this organization over the edge. Do you think that needs to take place this year in order for them to be in a position to win?
I don't, but I think if you go back to 2019 when Brian Gutekunst had his first full offseason as the general manager, they sign Zadarius Smith, they sign Adrian Amos, they sign Billy Turner, and those moves were, and Preston Smith, excuse me, they were foundational pieces. Correct. And they won that first game against the Bears, week 1. And Aaron Rodgers, after that game, it was a national TV game, is being interviewed by Michelle Tafoya, and the first thing he says is, "We have a defense." He was so happy that they had a defense, because if you give Aaron Rodgers a defense, they go to the NFC Championship game at minimum, and the last time they had a really good defense, they won the Super Bowl. Yeah. So I think that's why you see Quay Walker, Devontae Wyatt last year was Eric Stokes.
First 2 picks this year.
And to bring in those kinds of guys so that they see what San Francisco does with a limited quarterback, because that defense is so stout. And I think they feel like if they can do that, now they have the chance to go win a Super Bowl. Speaking of the Chicago Bears, they just made a pick. Braxton Jones, offensive tackle from Southern Utah, the venerable football powerhouse, Southern Utah. Let's go to Kai Stevens. She is with Lauren Cox from Locked On Bears.
Pete, we've gotten to pick 170. I broke at the chair, so I'm going to check in with Lauren here from Locked On Bears. Braxton Jones, big guy, Southern Utah State powerhouse, according to Pete. Offensive lineman, how important is this to protect Justin Fields and keep the product shiny and hopefully not get tackled too much?
Yeah, I had to verify 2 or 3 times to make sure they were actually using this pick and not trading down for the 5th time today. But yeah, it's kind of about time that they add something here for that group up front for Justin Fields. Like, yes, they got the wide receiver in Velus Jones in 3rd round there to try and kind of give him something to work with in the pass catching game. But if he's not going to have time to throw, he's not going to be able to really, establish himself in this pocket and be that sort of, big play quarterback that they think he can be. He's not the quick release type of 3-step drop quarterback. They want him to be able to fire downfield. And a guy like Braxton can kind of step in and be that, a little bit more of a project small school guy, long arms, great athlete, and seems to be able to move really well. But, there's going to be that level of competition jump. And I think technique-wise, too, a few things need to be shored up. But they had good luck with a 5th-round rookie in the offensive tackle position last year in Larry Borum. So different regime, but hoping to find some of that late-round success again.
Yeah, high upside. Maybe you can coach him into what you want to see there, right? So as you mentioned, the team's been trading down a ton. Obviously, this is a bit of a weird draft, not a ton of talent maybe compared to other years. But were you surprised that they've been making that many moves backwards without any additions?
I was more surprised they didn't trade down on day 2. I thought that'd be the premium spot to get maybe a 4th-round pick where they didn't have anything. But now clearly it's compiling 7th and 6th-round picks. The general manager, Ryan Poles, said before the draft that they really felt like there were a lot of guys on the tail end of this, plus undrafted free agents that they liked. And that they said they really had to put like a bigger draft board together than they thought they would need to. So I think from his perspective, they're all kind of like lottery tickets and swing for the fence and get as many of them as you can and hope that maybe a couple of them hit. And all of a sudden you can find a couple of gems, hit 2 out of 5, and it's not a bad swing.
Absolutely. I love that analogy. You got to get some Powerball tickets so you can win big, right? Some projects there. We're going to keep an eye on things. Locked On Bears will obviously break down whatever picks we get when this is all said and done. So thank you for joining us, Lauren. Keep an eye on things going forward.
I want to reset a little bit because we're getting down into the nitty-gritty of it. We're talking about offensive tackles at Southern Utah. These are a lot of these are not players that we're gonna see on the field in week 1. So I'm gonna go up to the board.
Uh-oh.
All these names are in red now, right? But we spent a lot of time day 1, day 2 crossing these names out. As we go back to the top of the draft, we had these names with some time to sleep on it, with some time to think about fit, what they've done since then. Do we feel any differently about how some of these names came off the board and some of the teams that they went to? Like, how do we feel about how the top played out, Ryan?
For me, I think it's very indicative of what we're seeing in terms of the pendulum moving. We have this young core, especially in the AFC, of young quarterbacks. Now you have to go get the quarterback hunters, and they came off very early and in varied spots that really need to shore something up there, not necessarily as a compliment to what they have, but in order to combat the rest of the league. And I think that's kind of where we're at with this one. It helps that the quarterback class was a little light.
Isaiah, when we saw Derek Stingley go 3, that was the first sign that this was going to be kind of a weird draft. But then we saw that the offensive tackles come off the board. We've seen a lot of corners have come off the board. This is a class that was loaded at the cornerback position. This seems like this is teams saying, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, we have to find ways, if we're going to live in nickel, we got to have guys on the field who can cover.
Well, you have to be competitive at that position. And also, I think cornerback, I mentioned it yesterday, is one of the hardest positions around the league to find solid talent. And when you start looking at the 3rd pick there, Derek Stingley, I think that was very instrumental in terms of telling you exactly who the Houston Texans are trying to be. And Nick Caserio, I think he's going out there trying to find his Gilmore. Right? He's trying to find his Gilmore. He's trying to find that guy that can turn into a shutdown corner. He's been around the AFC where he grew up with Darrelle Revis and saw how he could shut things down. So if you can find your guy, there aren't that many of those walking around. There aren't many Pat P's. There aren't many Ramseys running around the league. So when you have an opportunity to go grab one of those guys, you definitely find him and grab him.
Was there a pick at the top that stood out to you?
Yeah, I think Detroit Lions, just that move, trading all the way up from pick 32 to draft Jamison Williams at pick 12, I believe. I mean, that was a big-time move for a prospect who I think, again, if it's not for the ACL injury, he's probably the first receiver taken in this class. I mean, so to put that type of weapon, to go with what you have already with St. Brown, I like it. Swift out of the backfield. Jared Goff, who definitely can be serviceable. He won a ton of games with the Rams. And then DJ Chark they have on the outside and continue to kind of add pieces to that defense. I think what they did early on really set the tone for where they're trying to go with their team.
Ryan, when you take some of these high-profile players, if you're a bad team, it can't change how much you do here, right? Like this is if you take Ike Ekwonu, you're not like, well, we can't take a tackle later if we're Carolina because our team is just not very good. We have to get the best players that we could get.
Yeah, it comes down to, yes, you have to fill your immediate needs, what you need on the starting line, whether it's the line or any position. But you do have to backfill as well because whatever you have isn't good enough, so you have to get so that the churn is moving forward and not staying stagnant.
Does the quarterback part of this, that we've had to wait so long for all of this, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around this because in the NFL, we don't see this.
Yeah.
Teams reach for quarterbacks all the time. Why did we not see that this year, do you think?
It just lets you know what the NFL actually thought about them. And they thought the same thing as everyone else. Now, I think we just said, you know what, they're going to disregard that and do what they typically do, and that is maybe draft guys a little higher than where we expect them to get drafted. But this time, that just did not happen. And I don't think that this class, as far as the prospects goes, has been not even close to as good of some of the prospects that you've seen come out in recent years. Like most quarterbacks from the previous classes, they probably would have been either the number 1 overall pick in this draft. Pretty sure Jacksonville would have traded out. You talked about Jordan Love. If he were in this draft class, where would he be? He probably would have been the first quarterback taken. So I think that the NFL just told you what they feel about these guys. And some guys with some potential, but maybe too much of prospects, and maybe I think the media saw it just a little different.
Is it possible teams are actually getting smarter when it comes to quarterbacks? Like if we don't love them, we're not going to press the same way, or is this just one of those aberrational kind of classes?
I believe it's a combination of both. I think teams are getting smarter. I think they're becoming more strategic in terms of what they're giving up and what they're committing to. Money's getting up there. Money is getting up there. So when you start drafting quarterbacks in the first round, you better make sure that you hit on them, right? You can't be swinging and missing. There's no mulligans there. And you look at this year, I would say that there's more teams this year that are committed and locked into their existing quarterbacks than there has been in a while, whether it be in the form of their draft commitments or whether it be in the form of some crazy trades that we've seen over the last year. I think that there's more teams that are committed to their already existing guys that they weren't going to go up and draft their quote-unquote replacements.
We have Luke Braun from Locked On Vikings because the Vikings made a couple picks here in the last few. They just took Ty Chandler, the running back from North Carolina, and Kainani Stevens is with Luke.
And Luke, you could probably weigh in because we've got an in-state player staying. Seizi Odumewu is going to stay in Minnesota, from Minnesota go to the Vikings. Do you like what they did there in keeping him around? And obviously a lot of the running backs are going today, so that's an addition as well.
Yeah, Minnesotans will always love when they take a gopher, right?
Yep.
Ojabo is probably more of a defensive tackle than a defensive end. In a 3-4, the line gets blurred, but he'll play more inside. He's 280. That's kind of big for like one of these lanky, souped-up, bendy edge rushers. That's not his game. He's very toolsy, very traitsy, really good athlete. The problem is he's 23 years old, 5 years of experience. I don't know if he's going to put it all together, but that's the bet that they're making. So this is a guy that might have to spend a year on the practice squad, and then maybe he turns into something better than a 5th-round pick. That's sort of the bet you're making, but there's just as good a chance the dude just kind of never makes a team, flames out.
Right. I mean, we're at that point in the draft, right, where you're just kind of like, okay, maybe this will work, maybe it won't. You guys have 3 more, or the Vikings have 3 more picks. So where would you like to see them take a flyer? Who would you like to see them kind of go after at this point? Worth the risk?
I would love to see a tight end Most of my tight ends are gone. There's one guy I really like, Austin Allen out of Nebraska. He's more of a blocking tight end. I haven't given up on Jalen Wiedermeyer out of Texas A&M, even though he totally bombed the combine. But what I'm looking for in tight end is more balance. They have a guy like Ben Ellefson, who's a pure blocking tight end. They have Irv Smith, who's more of a pass-catching tight end, okay blocker. They need another guy that can do both things so that when you line up with two tight ends, it isn't a tell. I don't want a specialized tight end group. I want everybody to kind of be able to do a little bit of everything. I would love to see a flyer there, maybe a little more defensive line, maybe a wide receiver, a pass catcher, something like that. But down here, you're just kind of trying to find anybody who will make the team.
All right, a couple of different options there. We've been talking quarterbacks a lot just because it was such a weird year. Obviously, going forward next year and the next couple of years, there's some good quarterback prospects that are going to be coming up. Do you feel like the Vikings could be in play there? Obviously, it's early to tell, but maybe, trying to get their next guy.
2023 would be the year. This
Right.
is not the year. If you needed a quarterback this year, this is not the year to need a quarterback. They just stink. Sorry. They just aren't good. That's why they're all going in the third round,
Exactly.
right? That next year is supposed to be a much better class with much more players. If the Vikings did want to move on from Kirk Cousins, they have set themselves up to kind of have a clean path out where he'll be in the last year of a contract. You just don't extend him. You let him play that out. You take a $12 million dead cap hit in 2024, kind of awkward, but not detrimental.
Okay.
And then you let Kirk Cousins walk, and then you have a quarterback that's been sitting for a year ready to take over. That would be the plan. Or I don't know. I mean, the Vikings like Kirk Cousins. They're not stuck in this guy that they hate. They extended him. They like him. Kevin O'Connell has worked with him. He likes Kirk Cousins. They think Kirk Cousins can win them a Super Bowl. I have a different opinion. But the Vikings are going to act as though Kirk Cousins is their franchise quarterback until something changes about that dynamic. As much as a lot of the fans don't want that.
Right. I think I'll definitely see where they end up in the draft next year, or if they're going to try to be aggressive. And we'll see how this season goes, right? We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Luke, we appreciate it.
Yeah.
Got a couple more picks, so we'll keep an eye on things. Locked On Vikings, of course, for all of your draft coverage.
Luke mentioned Kirk Cousins there, and I there was some speculation that maybe they would get some more skilled players in there to help support Kirk Cousins. If you're going to pay him all this money, why not maximize this opportunity? But they've gone heavy on defense in this draft. Has that been surprising to you, Eric?
I think that's the best way to help him. The offense is able to put up points, and they're able to be explosive, and they got the run game. They have multiple receivers. They have a tight end. What they need is that defense to hold up their end of the bargain, and that's what Minnesota had hung their hat on for a few years there with Zimmer, where it's like, hey, the defense, that's our identity. The offense, whatever they give us, that's a bonus. I remember watching 49ers versus Vikings in the divisional round playoffs a couple years ago. It was almost a mirror image of the teams. They wanted to win the same way. And along the lines, the couple years that have passed now, the Vikings have kind of fallen off and lost their identity.
They also have quarterbacks that the two teams have taken very different tracks on. Both guys that you feel like you can win with, but not because of. The Vikings have said, we think Kirk Cousins is better than Jimmy Garoppolo, or at least good enough to get paid, whereas San Francisco has said, we needed to get someone who can be in that upper tier.
Well, I think the bigger thing there is Kirk Cousins, he doesn't miss any games. Jimmy
Sure.
Garoppolo along the way, he has missed multiple years now. So, you look at the 49ers record since Jimmy Garoppolo showed up, it's not good. But that's only because half the games he missed. When he's on the field, he does well. So if he were to be Kirk Cousins and not miss a game, I don't know if you'd see a Trey Lance on this roster. Not saying they wouldn't want to improve on, from him. I'm pretty sure the Vikings are like, man, I wish we could do a little bit better than Kirk Cousins. But it's not that simple. They drafted a guy, Kellen Mond, last year, 3rd round pick. Zimmer basically told us he stinks. He doesn't want this guy out there. So, it's hard to improve from guys like that. But I think if Jimmy had the same level of health as Kirk Cousins, there might not be a Trey Lance on the 49ers roster.
This is one of the most difficult positions for a team to be in, where you have a quarterback that would be hard to upgrade from, but you would like to upgrade from. And if we've seen sort of both sides of the equation, right? We've seen Minnesota say, we're going to ride this guy, and we see San Francisco. To your point, it said that he can't stay on the field, so that's part of why they justified doing it. But if you're one of these teams, these are tough decisions that you have to make organizationally.
And they did it to themselves.
That's true.
They did it to themselves. I have no sympathy for the 49ers, not because I'm a Seahawks fan, but because of the fact that these guys paid Jimmy Garoppolo a boat load of money. I mean, back the Brinks truck up at that period of time, he got paid like nobody other quarterback had at the moment. All right, but then obviously he starts having some issues, okay, with his health. All right, so what do? You're like, let's go grab somebody out of the first round. What? Let's go out here and grab. You're gonna grab somebody that you think is gonna be his immediate replacement, and then guess what? He starts balling again. Oh crap! Hold on. Just chill out now. I know we just drafted you high, but we need you to sit and let him do his thing real quick. Okay, we're gonna go all the way as far as we can go. Now we're gonna tell you to go on about your business. It's not working out for them. Trey Lance is not ready. I don't think he's ready at all. I think they really want to keep Garoppolo, and I think they want to use him for another year, but they've already kind of given him his parting papers. Like, hey, we got this dude. We can't let him sit because we're paying him too much money. We've invested too much into him, but you're still being productive for us. So they've done this to themselves, and it's really unfortunate. And now I don't know what the market is for Garoppolo. I think he'll find a home. I think he just has to be healthy. To your point, if he's healthy, he's productive. He's not flashy. He's not the flashy quarterback. He's not, we hear so much about the Jalen Hurts, the Lamar Jacksons, the Russell Wilsons, all these guys that can maneuver and do a bunch of other things. He's not that guy, but he's a hell of a game manager. And that's exactly the type of organization he needs to be with.
There's something sadly fitting about Jimmy Garoppolo, the 49ers wanting to move on from him in part because he can't stay on the field. And one of the reasons they can't move on from him is because he can't stay on the field. He's hurt right now. Brian Peacock from Locked On 49ers, and of course the Peacock and Williamson show is the only 49ers host we haven't heard from on the topic. He is with Kainani over at the board.
We've had enough of Croc, right? No, at this point we got to check in with his counterpart. Yeah. All right, Brian. So we got Sam Womack, Spencer Buford here. Are these guys that, might be able to make the roster? Are they practice squad guys? Where do you kind of see them landing at on this roster?
Yeah, I think they're both probably competitive backups as rookies. I envision Burford as sort of like a swing tackle. And I think with his arm length, even though he's a little undersized, didn't work out great. The 49ers like his physicality, envision him as potentially a swing tackle and hoping that maybe they can develop into a future starting offensive tackle with Mike McGlinchey becoming a free agent after this season, going into his 5th year option year. And Burford, after being drafted, said he plays balls to the wall. So if you're looking for a John Lynch type of mentality, that's it. And I think the undersized Womack, sort of a nickel corner that they just drafted in the 5th round, fits that as well. He'll stick his nose in, but he does have good athleticism and tested really well, even though he's undersized. So I like his production in college, former walk-on at Toledo, and meets that physicality and mentality. And really, when you hear him explained that way, sounds a lot like the guy he might be competing to replace in K'Wan Williams at nickel.
Very good. We've been talking a little bit of Jimmy G here. Obviously, you're very well versed in this by now. What is the resolution to this at this point, do you think it might end up being?
I don't know. Maybe you find a home for him. I think the 49ers will probably hold on to him until at least July if a team doesn't come calling. And once he can pass a physical because of injury guarantees, maybe at that point he could be released, or maybe hold on to him into training camp. And who knows, if there's an injury at another for another team at quarterback, maybe they can find a trade partner there. But when you see some other free agents, do they need to replace Alex Mack if he retires? Do they need to go sign J.C. Treader? Do they say, you know what, we didn't draft a safety yet, let's go and sign Tyrann Mathieu? And there's a really quick way the 49ers could free up a whole lot of cap space if they were to release Jimmy Garoppolo, but I think they will hold on to him into the summer.
All right, Peacock and Williamson hat. What are some of the picks today? Obviously, a lot of names maybe we haven't heard of. Who have you liked that you've seen go off the board today?
I'm looking at the Steelers, and I love the pairing of Pickens on day 2 with Calvin Austin on day 3. And the Steelers are so good at selecting and developing wide receivers that's sort of a scary tandem. And I really like both of those guys, and you could really see how they could fit with that team in the NFL. And then another team, Peter Bukowski's Packers, who are really good with their offensive line selections. And I like what they've done there with Sean Ryan, and Zach Tom was one of my favorites too, the versatility there with those guys and great fits in those offenses. So I point to those. I don't know what's going on in Tennessee with what they did in the first round and getting rid of AJ Brown. But since then, Roger McCreary, stealing Malik Willis in round 3 to develop into maybe the future player there. I like Kyle Phillips as well in round 5 as a slot receiver. So outside of day 1, I liked what the Tennessee Titans have done. I just question, are they rebuilding? Are they not? If you have a really cheap quarterback in the future, you can afford to pay A.J. Brown. So we'll see what Treylon Burks turns out there at wide receiver, but they're sort of developing and competing at the same time. And so it's hard to picture exactly what the plan is there in Tennessee.
I think we've been calling it a soft rebuild, try not to piss off the fans too much, but still plan for the future, right? So
I like that.
Yeah. So Peacock and Williamson, obviously you'll have everything for us there, wherever you can get your podcast. And then we got Croc here for our 49ers takes as well. So we always appreciate you, Brian, for checking in with us.
Absolutely. And I appreciate Stand Back not dunking on Croc there when they were doing that in-studio demonstration there. And I was getting a little bit worried about Peter's pocket presence at quarterback, but he actually looked like a natural back there.
He was excited. I can tell you that much. It's the best part of his day.
He wanted to throw it. He wanted to release it.
I did want to throw it. Listen, I don't have NFL bona fides, but I play a little high school. I can play a little high school ball. Honorable mention All State. That's as high as I can go. I played quarterback in high school, so that's the tippy top end of my bona fides. These guys are putting me to shame. Let's talk about the Steelers and the Packers drafts, because these are two teams. We talked about Baltimore and Philadelphia. Like, if we're talking about the who's who of good front offices, these are the organizations that year in and year out, I think you can add San Francisco and Kansas City to that list, that year in and year out do this the right way. Pittsburgh has been a team to me that has also stood out with Pickens, DeMarvin Leal, Calvin Austin. What have you seen from Pittsburgh?
Well, I like what they've done. First of all, adding the quarterback Kenny Pickett. Even if you don't think he has the super high ceiling, he's someone that can go in there, and if you could just play better than Mason Rudolph and Duck Hodges, then you could potentially go to the playoffs, because they have so much stability at the coaching position as there as
and
well
if he
there
can't
with
do
Mike
that.
Tomlin, right? But I like what they're doing with the weapons. One, last year, you drafted Najee Harris, so you have a running back, an every down running back who can bail you out in the passing game, or have the passing game, his ability to catch the ball be an extension of the run game, and then the receivers that they have. We just named off 4 receivers: Chase Claypool, Deontay Johnson, and then the 2 receivers that they drafted today. I think they're doing pretty dang good.
Ryan, say something nice about the Packers draft.
They got a receiver for you.
2.
They got a receiver for you.
Not 1, but 2. Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, my guys. That's a dub for me, but I also really like the offensive lineman. I think Zach Tom is someone who can play anywhere on the offensive line, center, guard, tackle. He played all 5 spots at Wake Forest, so you don't want to talk about versatility. Sean Ryan. I was confused. Isaiah and I were very confused as to what they did on day 1 with Quay Walker and Devontae Wyatt. And then I think when you take it, this is why the draft is more than one day, because they poured a lot of resources here into the offense, and they're gonna make a pick here at the end of the round in a second. But I really like what they did. I wanted to talk about the Raiders, because they just took Matthew Butler, the defensive tackle, and I was starting to think, like, all of their guys are really trench guys. They took Dylan Parham with their first pick, which was in the 3rd round. Then Zamir White, the running back from Georgia, Neil Farrell Jr., the defensive tackle from LSU, and then Matthew Butler, the defensive tackle from Tennessee. This is not a Raiders-y draft. Usually we see skill players, we see 4.240s, we see receivers, we see skill talent, and that's not how they've decided to handle this draft. I have to be honest, I'm surprised.
It's almost a throwback Raiders, right? This is like the Alzado days, right? You get 2 guys that have been counted out and counted down on the defensive line in Farrell and Butler that I think both have a lot more upside than a lot of the guys that went before them. So they're banking on their development plan, and I like that. You get good value where you take them, and you can rotate them in on that D-line and try to get after those quarterbacks that we've been talking about all weekend.
Well, I mean, I think that they did a heck of a job in this last few days grabbing their interior defensive linemen, because they have 2 dogs at defensive end. They have Chandler Jones and they have Max Crosby, 2 guys that play with their hair on fire that is going to cause any team problems. So you need somebody on the interior that obviously fits in with those guys.
I wanted to ask you to expand on that, because we talk about, you said this phrase yesterday, force multipliers.
Yeah.
And a lot of times we talk about defensive tackles doing that for defensive ends. Explain how, if you have some good players on the interior, how it can free up things for your edge rushers.
All right, look at it. There's 4 defensive linemen typically, yes? Okay, 4 defensive linemen. Let's look at Philadelphia, the issues that Philadelphia is going to present. Okay, so you put one guy in the A gap, one guy in the B gap. Okay, so now you have guys between the guards and the center. All right, so you got 2 defensive linemen taking up 3 guys. Okay, well, when you have a defensive line like Jordan Davis and Fletcher Cox, you probably need at least 3 guys, if not 4 guys, to block those 2 guys. Okay, so what does that do? That really squeezes things down. Even if you took those 3 guys, the guard, center, guard, and took up those 2 guys, now you have a defensive end. All right, so now you have a Max Crosby and a Chandler Jones. How many people are sticking them?
Not many.
One.
How many game plans every week are like, let's get one up
One.
on
Right.
the ends?
Max Crosby needs one-on-one to win. Chandler Jones needs one-on-one to win.
Right.
So when we start talking about filling these needs with some big nasties on the inside, put 2 guys to take up those 3 guys on the interior. Now I get to isolate my 2 dogs on the outside, and guess what? One of those guys are going to win all day long.
And this is something that we saw in the Super Bowl, we saw in the playoffs a number of times from the Rams. It's not about scheming guys free. It's about scheming guys one-on-one.
Yep.
And that's something that the 49ers also do DeMeco Ryans is awesome at getting one-on-one matchups.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want as a defensive lineman, especially if you're rushing off the edge. Nick Bosa, he's going to take the brunt of double teams. He's going to take those consistently. He gets double teamed at a higher rate than, I'd say, most defensive ends in the NFL. So how do you counter that? Well, you got to hope that the guys opposite him are being coached up to get productive, to be able to get in there. And that's what you've seen from 49ers. They've had production from guys like Arden Key, Samson Ebiketie, Kerry Hyder, right? Guys that people haven't even heard of, but I think it all starts with being able to get those one-on-one matchups because of what Nick Bosa does.
Do you think when we see now every team has a NASCAR package, right? They're going to slide their interior. We're going to see Aiden Hutchinson. He's going to line up in the B gap and rush the passer a lot for Detroit this year. We're going to see Trayvon Walker do it in Jacksonville. Do you think that the interior offensive line value has changed as we see more and more pass rush packages on the field?
I think it's changing. I don't know that it's there. I think it still feels old school to me, but I think it's on the way, especially when we look at the number of tackles that are sliding inside in the last 2 seasons as well. That brings up your arm length aggregate in there, and that makes the difference against some of these other guys.
I'm snapping my fingers because the Packers just drafted Kingsley Enagbare, who I had as a top 100 player. I can't believe that he's still here. And also one thing I love about Kingsley, he went to South Carolina. What number did Deebo Samuel wear at South Carolina? Number 1. J.C. Horn goes, he becomes a superstar there. He wore 1. Before J.C. Horn graduated, Kingsley was 52. J.C. Horn leaves, he says, I'm 1. I'm the guy now. It was that kind of number. And so he was a highly productive guy in college. I really like what he brings. He's not the most freak athletic guy,
right?
But I think he's someone who can come in right away and be their edge 3 and rush the passer for them situationally.
Yeah, in a rotational role, sure. He does have some ways to go with his hands technique and what he's trying to do. I had him as a 4th, so it's not, it's a bit of a fall, but it's not gargantuan. So
still good value in the 5th.
Good value, and he's got somebody that can bring him along. He doesn't have to be that day 1 starter.
Isaiah, can you shed some light on what it's like to have? I mean, you were in rooms with guys who were longtime veterans. When you come in, someone like Kingsley Enagbare, Preston Smith, who is a veteran in the league, a leader on that team, plus a young, hungry dude like Rashawn Gary, who's making this star turn into a superstar. What does that do when you have an example of what it means to be a pro in that room when you're a rookie?
It's huge if those guys are receptive. If those guys are willing to spend the time to actually teach you. I walked into a situation with the Dallas Cowboys where my coach didn't necessarily spend a lot of time with me, so I had to go outside of him and start trying to find ways to make sure that I'm not falling too far behind, because I was already way behind. I needed to catch up. Never played a position before, so I had guys like Terrell Owens. I had guys like Patrick Creighton, the late Terry Glenn, that were in my receiver room that stayed in their hip pocket all day long. And then I went to the opposite side of the ball, and I said, you know what, I need to find out from the guys that are going to be guarding me, what are they looking for? What are the things that they would try to expose to me? So I was talking to guys like Aaron Glenn and Terrence Newman and guys like that. So when you have those guys at your disposal, go make friends with them, right? Go make friends with them. Like, just tell them, humble yourself. That's one of the main things you can do as a rookie. Just humble. Hey, listen, I don't know what I don't know, so please show me the way. Right? Mandalorian, show me the way. This is the way. I need something because I need whatever edge I can, so that the more you teach me, the more I can become more valuable to this organization.
Kingsley Enagbare, just to go back to that for 1 second, the Packers drafted a couple years ago a guy named Kingsley Kiki. He's no longer on the team. Now they have their Kingsley back. He's on the team, and we have the guy Matt Araiza, who we were waiting for to be drafted. He ends up being, was it the 3rd punter off the board finally?
Yeah.
And the Bills might not punt more than 20 times all season.
And I mean, he is a heck of a punter, and not just that. Again, he can kick as well, so he brings you even more versatility than most guys that are specialists.
Dude, he just flipped the field 95 yards.
Yeah, this takes the pressure off of Josh Allen because he gets the ball back 15, 20 yards deeper than he usually does. Shortens his field, allows him to like kick into gear. This is a really great pickup for this particular team.
It doesn't make sense for everybody, but you look at some of the teams that made these moves. You're looking at Tampa Bay. You're looking at Buffalo. These are teams that don't think they're going to be punting very often. So when they do, they want to maximize it. And this is really more in the range where we're used to seeing specialists go. 6th round, 180. Yeah, okay, now you're getting a kicker, a punter.
Yeah, before those teams, right, like Buffalo, that are going to score a lot of points, whenever you do find yourself in a situation where you have to punt, now you're putting your defense, which Buffalo had one of the best defenses in the freaking league last year, in case everybody forgot, right? Their defense is absolute dogs, so you're giving their guys opportunity to now pin you inside the 10-yard line and send their boys after you. And guess what? Once they get your team to now punt, they're getting the ball now around the 50-yard line, and now they're going to go in there and score more points. It's huge.
Hey, also, look, this punter, I mean, he ran a 4.68 40.
He can go down and cover the punt, too.
So, I mean, we're talking about, like, you know,
couple fakes in there?
A little sneaky here and sneak in some fakes. Is he going to be the holder for kicks?
Usually,
he can
that's
do
how
some
it works,
things
yeah.
and get out of there. Man. So, yeah, I like it.
And he can go down and cover his punts. If you're running 4.68, he might be. The long snapper is usually the first guy down there, but he might be the second one.
As far as he's kicking his ball, he might be able to cover the doggone punts as long as that thing's in the air.
Big leg doesn't make you tougher when you get hit. Let's take it easy.
That's true. That's true. But listen, punters are people too. Pat McAfee, we gotta get the shout out there. But this thing with specialists is really intriguing to me. That this has been something that like. Kind of a low-key story of this draft that we're seeing all these go, and then if you're a Packers fan, the irony is the special teams has been a disaster, and they're not one of the teams that's done this yet. So this is kind of funny to me.
It stands out too that the Bills are in a position to do it because they built their team. There's some other teams that I wonder why you prioritize that today rather than free agency. But
usually UDFA is the way to do it.
All 3 phases. All right, football is a phase of 3.
Yeah, but not 3 equal phases.
Well, you can make it to where he just said it. Isaiah just said it. They had the top defense in the NFL last year. So if you couple that with what they have on offense, we know how explosive they can be. We watched the end of that Kansas City game. And then you add to it, hey, we're actually improving and making our special teams a priority of our winning as well. I think that's a sign of a good organization right there.
You eliminate any weak point. Any weak point of attack, you eliminate that. Offensively, we have the advantage. Defensively, we have the advantage. Okay, we got to attack these guys on special team. Dang, they got better? Oh, you can't attack them there either.
Every week before 49 games, we were talking about the 49 special teams because it was so bad.
Yep.
And you don't want that to be the reason that cost you a playoff game.
The special teams, it's kind of like a toilet. You don't think about it until it doesn't work.
Right.
And then when it doesn't work, now it's an emergency and you need a plumber.
And now you're Dumb and Dumber on the toilet.
And so now these teams, they're going to get their plumber, at least a plunger in this situation. Speaking of the toilet, the Detroit Lions have been in the law for a long time. I'm so sorry, Matt Derry. I'm so sorry, Matt Derry. Matt is my guy.
Gosh.
Matt is my guy.
How about that toss?
You can't toss over here like that.
They just made a pick, James Mitchell from Virginia Tech, and they just traded out of their 6th-round pick. I'm very glad we get to talk to my friend Matt, and Kai is with him right now.
It's day 3. Things have gone downhill quickly, clearly. Matt Derry, a lot of good things for Detroit in this draft so far. We are at that point where, maybe we don't know as many of these names, right? So we've got tight end James Mitchell out of Virginia Tech, and then also the Lions traded back to get more picks, apparently. So is this the tight end that could make the roster that we think at this point, possibly?
Oh, yeah, Kai. No, they need a tight end in the worst way. And despite the fact that Peter Bukowski thinks they're going 0-17 this year, they do need another tight end to go with T.J. Hawkinson.
Mm-hmm.
They tried Daniel Fells last year. They've had some other veterans. Brock Wright, who is a UDFA, is back, but he's more of a blocker. There was a big gap between tight end 1 and tight end 2 on this team. And if you know, Dan Campbell wants to run the football.
Yep.
He wants 12 personnel at times with 2 tight ends on the field. And they needed a second tight end. You get James Mitchell, who in 2020, his yak yards were incredible. Yards after the catch for tight ends in the country. Tore his ACL last year, or else he would have been a day 2 pick. So I like the value here. It's a need. And he can block, too. And that's something very important to a former tight end and the head coach, Dan Campbell.
Are they trading back, trying to get some more bodies in there just to compete for some of these spots, you think?
Yeah, they didn't have a 7th-round pick after the disastrous Trinity Benson trade last year. So now they just go back from 181 to 188, and then they add a 7th-rounder. This is a roster that still needs some help. I would assume a backup tackle, some offensive line help is coming soon. I would assume maybe a linebacker. We know Brad Holmes loves defensive tackles. I also would not rule out here, Kai, a developmental quarterback with one of these last 3 picks that the Lions have here.
Certain possibility. Thank you for joining us, Matt. I'll let you go. You don't have to take any more of this abuse from Pitre. Unfortunately, we do have to toss it back to him, so God knows what he'll say at this point, but hopefully he'll be nice. No?
Sorry. From the toilet bowl to contending for the Super Bowl, we're going to talk to the Ravens and the Steelers when we come back. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including NBA basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and new Stanley Cup odds. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. The Locked On NFL Draft 2022 is brought to you by Rock Auto. With the ever-increasing number of makes and models, it's now impossible for your local chain auto parts store to stock all the parts that you need. So why endure often pointless or seemingly intimidating questions and wait while the person behind the counter orders only the parts that their warehouse happens to carry? You have computers with access to rockauto.com at home and in your pocket. So save time and money when using Rock Auto. Why choose to spend 30%, 50%, even 100% more for the same parts from a chain store or car dealership? RockAuto.com is a family business serving do-it-yourselfers for over 20 years. Rock Auto prices are reliably low for every customer. They have everything you could need, from brake parts to tail lamps, motor oil, and even new carpet. I don't know what a car part is supposed to cost, but I know when I go to Rock Auto, I'm getting the best price. Go explore their easy-to-use website and find the solution to your auto part needs. Go to rockauto.com right now and see all the parts available for your car or truck, and then write Locked On in their How Did You Hear About Us box so they know we sent you. Amazing selection, reliably low prices, all the parts your car will ever need. rockauto.com.
If it happens in the NFL, it happens on Locked On NFL.
Is he worth it? Is Derek Carr a good enough quarterback to be worth that type of contract with those type of names?
I think it doesn't even matter at this point. I think it's one of those situations where that's just the nature of the beast.
If there's a consensus quarterback, you take it. If there's a consensus defensive end, Myles Garrett, you're taking him.
Will Anderson next year.
Will Anderson next year. There is no consensus this year.
Local experts breaking down every trade, every draft pick, every big game, every day. Follow the Locked On NFL podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
Welcome back to the Locked On NFL Draft 2022 presented by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski. Joining me, the guys from Locked On NFL Draft, Ryan Tracy and Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and over at the board, our girl, Kainani Stevens, with everyone from around the Locked On podcast network, continuing coverage on the Locked On NFL YouTube page, Locked On NFL Draft YouTube page, and of course, all of the local hosts giving you the insight and analysis on how these draft classes fit into these teams' plans. This is the most fun time of season because 32 teams feel like they can compete for a Super Bowl next year. That is the beauty of this, and that's why this is so much fun. That's why fans get so hype about it. Who do you think, Croc, fans are going, that was bad last year, that was a non-playoff team, that are saying this draft helped put us in position? I'm springing this on you a little bit.
Probably the Eagles. And they were a playoff team, but I think they have to be even more encouraged by some of the moves that they made. I know I already talked about them being the team that I felt like did good, so far in the draft, but as a fan base, I'm sure they are much more, I think they are much more encouraged by what they've seen them do.
They probably could have traded for A.J. Brown and then drafted Isaiah Stanback, Eric Crocker, Ryan Tracy, and Peter Bukowski, and fans would have thrown a party in the streets. And it wouldn't have been because of us. It would have been because of A.J. Brown. I think when we look back on this draft in 6 months, we're going to be going, I can't believe A.J. Brown is a Philadelphia Eagle.
Yeah, they're thieves. They are thieves of the draft. Somehow, someway, again, the
Did
cojones.
Meek Mill get involved? How did this happen?
I don't know, man. The cojones that asked for him. Right. That's that's what I'm stuck on. Not the fact that he was available, the fact that you even had the nerves to ask for, hey, how about you give me him? Is he available? Not really. I want him anyways. Right? What is it going to take? It's going to take a first and a third. Done.
Right. The question is, was it that call or was it the opposite? Hey, listen, we've reached an impasse here with this player. We got to do something about it. You want an all-pro?
It does seem like what happened, and based on what was reported, is they lowballed his contract.
16, right?
They said 15, 16, and he said, if they'd have given me, then deleted the tweet, if they'd have given me 22, we'd have been Gucci, but that's not what happened, and then it's okay. Let's be honest, I know 15, 16 million, that's a lot of money, right? But that's a disrespectful contract offer for A.J. Brown.
In comparison to who he's.
Absolutely.
And what he ended up getting, he ended up getting $25 million a year. Now, I think the more important number is the $57 million guaranteed. But either way, if he feels like, hey, I'm going to be with this team for a long time, I'm going to be so productive, they're going to have to pay me the money that's owed to me. He put himself in a much better situation for not just him, but for everyone that's around him, his family, his friends, everyone.
So do you think when we then got to the position they were in where they could take Malik Willis, was this, because I don't think this was part of the plan, was to do this soft, the pivot to video, the Tennessee Titans pivoting to video, the soft relaunch or whatever nonsense corporate speak you want to give to it. It seems like once the A.J. Brown trade happened, they were like, okay, well, maybe it's time to just sort of like go for it here. That seems like they did that on the fly.
Yeah, if it's on, it's on. Once you're to that point, you might as well pull out all the stops and go for what you think you need to go for. If it's Malik Willis and Haskins and putting more weapons around there and getting McCreary to take on some of that load, you got to go do it.
I think Peacock made a great point where he said if their plan all along was to get Malik Willis, then why not just pay A.J. Brown more money? Because now eventually in the next year or so, you're going to have a quarterback on a rookie contract.
The flip side of that would be, why are we paying someone $25 million to not catch passes from Malik Willis? Like, he was a 50% completion percentage at Liberty. Like, if your offense is not going to be efficient, why are we paying that? I mean, I think there's two sides to this. I really do. We saw this. We had these discussions when we didn't know what the future was in Green Bay of Aaron Rodgers. Is it worth paying Devontae Adams $25 million a year to catch passes from Jordan Love, when you could be using that money to spread out resources on defense? I mean, this is a philosophical question that I don't think there are easy answers for. What do you think, Isaiah?
I think that's the question in Seattle as well, right? With DK Metcalf and now you have a quarterback.
Is it worth paying him $25 million to catch passes from Drew Lock, and more importantly, for Drew Lock to sail passes over DK Metcalf's head?
There's a lot of discussions that go on. Seattle's a sore spot. Y'all know that from me. I don't know how they're going to figure out a way to pay DK Metcalf and pay my guy. Why am I blanking on
Lockett?
Huh?
Lockett?
Yeah, Lockett. Yeah, they already extended Lockett last year, so they got some issues to figure out. But to your point, those are legitimate questions. Those are very legitimate questions. I know you guys said that Malik Willis was in there. Was on the line for them in terms of them trying to attain him, but blow the whole team up. Blow the whole team up right now, because I don't think that they really know what direction they want to go now. I think A.J. Brown was such an integral part to their organization that they're losing a huge identity. They've been reaching at the receiver position for the last year or 2 years. They've been reaching. They tried to make Julio work. It didn't work. Did not work. Everybody, when they signed Julio, they were like, oh, man, A.J. Brown and Julio, oh, my God, it's about to be fire. It wasn't fire. It wasn't fire at all,
no.
Right? And because it wasn't fire, then you lost Derrick Henry. Crap, now it's really bad, right? And somehow, some way, they still made it into the doggone playoffs. But they're trying to search for their identity right now, and I think they're in the middle of trying to transition that now unexpectedly.
I think they also deserve some credit here, and I know this is a sort of zig on this, but they were not one of the 4 or 5 best teams in the AFC, I didn't think, last year. But they were the number 1 seed. I think they deserve credit for saying, we're not one piece away from being a Super Bowl team. We're not. They watched Buffalo, Kansas City, and went, there was no way we could have hung with this team.
Right.
And understanding, okay, if we can't get A.J. Brown on the number we want, then the best thing for us to do is to hard pivot in this other direction. And they're not every team. You have to have a GM that has the faith of ownership and a coach in a venerable position to make these kinds of choices. Most teams would not have done this.
It still feels to me like it was the impasse with AJ that caused it, though. It was not a planned all offseason, we're going to do this pivot.
No.
It's, oh, what do we do? What's the best plan we can come up with tonight as we let him go?
But it was part of the process of saying, we don't think we're ready to compete right away. So we're not going to pay all this money, whether or not that's the right thing or not. But I think that was born out of this idea that they knew they weren't as close as they wanted to be.
Well, they weren't all on the same page with this. Vrabel just said, as long as I'm coaching Tennessee, A.J. Brown will be a part of this team.
He looked sick yesterday.
He didn't want that, so he's still all in on winning.
He was
whether
shaky.
the GM
The coach is always all in on winning.
Yeah, whether the GM and the owner have a different perspective on how things are going to play out over the next couple of years, that's one thing. But Vrabel, he was all in on continuing to try to push forward with this.
Because the identity of A.J. Brown, it fits directly with who the heck he is as a head coach.
They're glass eaters.
Come on, man, just beat you down, right? Derrick Henry, why do you think he loves Derrick Henry so much? Beat you down. Vrabel is that type of guy. He was that type of player, and he is that type of coach. You know, the identity and the culture of that organization is now Mike Vrabel. So when you lose somebody like that, he was sitting up there trembling. You could tell he was sitting up there, foot just trembling on the ground. He was up there shaking, had that look in his eye. He had the bubble guts. He looked like he was distressed. Yeah. And he knew that was a huge portion. Who's our leader now at the receiver position? Who's the leader?
I mean, Robert Woods, who they brought in from LA, but he's coming off ACL.
Right.
Who's the leader?
You lead from the front. You have to be out there. I don't know that Woods can walk into that role. You tell me.
No. Unfortunately, he's a really good player, but now you have to reprove yourself. That's the thing that sucks about injuries. Regardless of what you did prior to injury, especially when it comes to an ACL and a receiver running routes, planning, accelerating, changing directions, all those things.
He's got to prove it to himself first.
Absolutely. So he can't go into that room trying to lead a bunch of young men now that are going to be looking at him saying, are you the same guy? Oh, and by the way, the identity of our team is Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's coming off a season where he had a bad foot injury, and now all of a sudden, is he still that guy? And even if he is still that guy, can we just line up and bully ball everybody like we've been doing? I think teams are kind of getting hip to that, and teams are finding solutions for stopping Derrick Henry. And now once you find a solution for Derrick Henry in that run game, what are your options?
All right, let's pivot from this conversation like the Titans pivoted off of A.J. Brown. Let's go to our AFC North round table. Kai is with the hosts of three teams that feel like they can compete for a Super Bowl title in 2022.
Yeah, we got a lot of the guys here. No Cleveland, but we've got the Locked on Ravens, Locked on Steelers, Locked on Bengals here. Kevin Ostreicher, Chris Carter, James Rapine. I'm going to kick this off a little bit. You guys have all drafted well, so each of you, I'll give you an opportunity. We're going to start with Kevin. Why did your team have the best draft so far from the division?
Well, the Ravens stuck with what they do, and that's taking those best players available. There was no situation where I saw Kyle Hamilton available at 14. For the Ravens, he fell into their laps, and it was silly for them not to take him. They now have that three safety duo with Kyle Hamilton, Chuck Clark, and Marcus Williams. Then the Ravens get back into the first round with trading Marquise Brown and end up getting Tyler Linderbaum, the center from Iowa. Then at 45 and 76 on day two great value picks, David Ojabo, who might not contribute immediately this season, but was a first-round talent when healthy. Then Travis Jones, a guy who I had in the early second round, followed him at 76. Then the depth pieces throughout the remainder of this draft. Daniel Falele, the tackle from Minnesota, getting a punter, a little bit of an interesting pick there for the Ravens. Jordan Stout, who by many was the best punter, but also others had Matt Araiza as the guy. But I think this team, they've addressed depth, they've addressed needs and best players available. I think this was a home run for the Ravens.
All right, Kevin, good pitch there. Chris, we've talked a ton about Steelers as well. They really hit some needs as well. Why do you feel like they had the best draft out of the division?
Well, you look at their offense right now. They always have said they love decision-making. They love leadership. They love accuracy from their quarterbacks and what they see and they value in quarterbacks right now. And that's who Kenny Pickett has been. That's what he's been. That's why he jumped up their board. He was their QB1. And then all offseason long, I've been saying they need to get two wide receivers. Juju Smith-Schuster's now with the Chiefs. James Washington's now with the Cowboys. They need to re-up, get some younger guys in there. They get George Pickens, who's one of the guys that people think could be the person who ends up being one of the better guys of this class, despite him going in the second round. You also get Calvin Austin, a burner who has great wheels. And in Matt Canada's offense, I could see him playing a very interesting role with the jet sweep / slot guy who gets down the field and scares teams. And DeMarvin Leal, an interesting tweener piece that you can line up inside and outside on the defensive front. It at least gives them a player who could maybe potentially fill multiple spots in the depth chart. You like what they're doing, but the real bottom line here is they have a lot of youth on offense now. Kenny Pickett, Mitch Trubisky, Mason Rudolph, all your quarterbacks. Your receivers are all in their mid to early 20s. Your running back, Najee Harris. You got Pat Freiermuth. This is going to be an interesting skill set of options on the offensive side of the ball for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
All right, now we'll head to James now, who's at the Bengals facility. Obviously not as many picks for the Bengals, but they had such a great year last year. They had less things to address maybe. So why do you feel like they really hit all the good points with their draft picks so far?
Well, their goal was to add speed on defense and really address the secondary. And whether it was a corner in the first round, or in this case, when you're drafting 31st overall and a guy like Dax Hill falls to you, you take him and you're laughing to the bank with it. And I think the Bengals were ecstatic to get him in the first round. They follow that up with getting a true corner in Cam Taylor, right out of Nebraska. Both guys run a 4.38, so extremely speedy, can certainly help in the AFC with the different guys that they're going to have to face. Obviously, the Chiefs added Sky Moore. We heard Chris just talk about what Pittsburgh added weapons-wise with Pickens, who's really talented, and they already have some other weapons. And then, let's be honest here, Tyreek Hill and the Dolphins, they're going to try to run it up with Jalen Waddle as well. So the Bengals added speed on defense. And it's kind of the opposite of what they've done in recent years, where they've addressed everything defensively in free agency. This year, they attacked the offensive line position, got proven linemen to protect Joe Burrow in free agency. And then on the flip side, they added a bunch of help in that back end, in that secondary, drafting 2 safeties, drafting 1 corner. And then you also get a little offensive line help in Cordell Volson out of North Dakota State. And they really like him. They like his intangibles. I think a lot of draft pundits had him going later. But then they circled back and got Tyson Anderson out of the University of Toledo, and he's a speedy, the fastest of all of them at 4.36. I think he's going to contribute on special teams and help them at the safety spot as well. So they clearly wanted to add athleticism, and all of the guys they've drafted outside of maybe Volson are extremely athletic speedsters that should be able to contribute right from the jump on day one.
All right, James, I'm going to stay with you as we look forward a little bit to next season. What is it going to take for the Bengals? Obviously had a great year last year, but if they want to, repeat that success and win the division, what will it take for them to do that this year?
The offense needs to take the next step, and we saw them struggle in the playoffs and obviously struggle in the Super Bowl in the second half when they really needed to put a sustained drive together, and that was mostly to do with the offensive line and how bad it was. Well, you've addressed that for the most part. You've added 3 starters. Center Ted Karras, Alex Kappa at right guard, and La'el Collins at right tackle. But that left guard spot is still up for grabs. And so they need a young lineman to emerge. Maybe it is Volson. And, the 4th rounder emerges and becomes a day one starter. I don't know if that's fair to expect out of him, but maybe it's a Deontay Smith out of ECU as well, who's a 4th rounder, 2nd-year player. That could emerge. But if that happens and this offense takes the next step, clearly they're willing to invest in this defense. They should be able to do a lot of different things with Lou Anarumo's defense. And anytime you have Joe Burrow at quarterback with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd and Joe Mixon in the backfield, I think you have a chance, especially with this offensive line being expected to be at least much better. So if they take a step offensively, I think they're still the team to beat in the AFC North.
Chris, I'll jump back to the Steelers. Obviously, they're reinventing themselves at this point a little bit, but with Pickett and some of their other choices, is this something where we could see them come out and compete and really go for it this year in the division?
I mean, they were competing last year. People forget they were a half game behind the AFC champion Bengals at the end of the season at 9-7-1, and that was with the worst rushing defense in the NFL that was beat up because of all the defensive linemen they lost early in the season. That was with Ben Roethlisberger at the worst that he's been in his career. That was with an offensive line that they didn't really get as much of a chance to invest into. Now they've added James Daniels. They've got in Mason Cole. They're hoping Kendrick Green and Kevin Dotson can be healthy this year. There's a lot of hope that the running game can improve. I just think the biggest thing for the Pittsburgh Steelers is if they can get the run defense back with the addition of Myles Jack. Something also tells me if they knew that Stephon Tuitt wouldn't be back this year, a guy who 2 years ago had 11 sacks, was a huge part of their rushing defense. If they knew he wasn't coming back, they would have went and got an earlier defensive tackle. They waited all the way until round 3 with DeMarvin Leal, who's more of a tweener than a pure DT, the way Stephon Tuitt plays a lot. So I think that this is going to be a team, like I say every year, they're going to be in the hunt for the AFC North crown, if not first, second, and hovering around right there. They've never finished in the AFC North basement in all the years of the division. I don't see that changing this year.
All right, and then lastly with the Ravens, obviously they have been loading up on defense, doing a lot of different things here with all of their many draft picks. Kevin, can we see Lamar turn back the clock, do that MVP kind of season, and get a divisional win and make a playoff run with this squad?
I think we can, and it all starts for this team protecting Lamar Jackson. And they added Morgan Moses during the offseason, a very solid tackle option for them. Then in this draft, trading back in to get Tyler Linderbaum, then adding Dana Vallely from Minnesota. They did trade away Marquise Brown to get back into the first round, though. Now they have Rashad Bateman as their number one, alongside guys with Devin Duvernay and James Prochet and Tylan Wallace. So wouldn't shock me if the Ravens add a veteran receiver, or even with their 6th-round pick here and a couple picks. But I feel like for the Ravens, if they can protect Lamar Jackson, we have seen what Lamar Jackson can do when he is able to stand in that pocket and throw the football. He's a very good thrower of the football, very underrated in that aspect by many. And I feel like if you can add that element, continue to grow the passing game while also continuing to do what they do so well, which is running the football, you get that balanced offense. You're able to get guys like J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards back healthy and on defense, guys like Marcus Peters and even Ronnie Stanley on the offensive side of the ball. That will help them a lot and will help Lamar Jackson continue to ascend.
All right, gentlemen, thank you for joining me. Locked on Ravens, Locked on Steelers, Locked on Bengals, all represented here for your AFC North draft coverage.
This is going to be a really interesting division next season. We've talked a lot about the AFC West and what a deep division that is, but I mean, the AFC North, I feel like we're sleeping on it a little bit. Like, this is 4 teams that all feel like they should not only go to the playoffs, they should make a run in the playoffs. Isaiah, who do you like in this division?
I still like Baltimore to be competitive. I'm not all the way sold on Cincinnati. I know they got all the way to the show, but I feel like that was more of a Cinderella story, more so than a sure thing. We'll see. I'm sure there's a lot of people that will slap me in the back of the head and say you're tripping, but I'm not fully confident in them. But I think Baltimore has a reputation in a history of being successful at that level, not only from their head coach, but also just from the guys that they still have on this roster. And so I'm looking forward to them taking the next step to get back to what we know and what we identify as the Baltimore Ravens.
I think Pittsburgh. I mean, Mike Tomlin has not had a losing season coaching the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I don't think it's going to start now, even with Mitchell Trubisky at the quarterback position. Again, I like a lot of things they did on the offense. I know Trubisky, but Trubisky has been a part of playoff teams.
Yep.
Right?
With good defenses and
with good defense. So if they can do, they got one of the best defensive players in the entire NFL with T.J. Watt. Lean on that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think they have the makings of still being very competitive in this division, if not winning it.
Good.
I think you got a good point about they're not a 500 team. That doesn't mean you're winning the division. I got to go with Isaiah. It seems like, especially when you take everything that you lost in Pittsburgh, Juju's gone. You have questions at the quarterback spot, and I don't think they've done as much as Baltimore to help themselves this draft. So it feels like Baltimore's taken their weaknesses and upgraded them. So I feel like they're probably in the driver's seat at this point. Although Cincinnati didn't draft as well, in my opinion, they didn't have as many holes. So I think those two are going to be what it comes down to.
I'm taking Joe Cool. Okay, I didn't think that Cincinnati Bengals team was great, and then all they did was win football games.
True.
And I think a lot of that has to do with Joe Burrow, that culture. And Jamar Chase was an All-Pro last year. Usually we see guys take a jump to year 2, right? If he's better in year 2, think about how good that team can be. T. Higgins, a secret superstar. He's probably not going to be that much better in year 2, but he still could have room to grow as a route runner. There's a lot. I like Cincinnati. I love what they've done this offseason. So shout out Jake Lisco and James Rapine, our Locked on Bengals hosts. We will wrap up round 6, get to round 7 when we come back. Our next partner has a product I use literally every day. I started taking AG1 because I'm really bad at taking my vitamins. It's for people who want better gut health, more energy, optimized immune systems, and something that tastes great. It doesn't taste like it's super healthy. It has a kind of mild, tropical taste that I actually look forward to each morning. So what is it? Well, with 1 scoop of AG1, you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, adaptogens, all to help you start your day right. This special blend of ingredients support your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging. All the things. It's also lifestyle friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, or gluten-free. Plus, it contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything. While still tasting good, AG1 supports better sleep quality and recovery. Athletic Greens uses the best of the best products based on the latest science, with the constant product iterations and third-party testing. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills to support your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/NFL network. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/NFL network to take ownership of your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. The NFL Draft Live 2022 show is powered by Built Bar. By now, you know Locked On's obsession with Built Bar. Have you tried the Puffs? If you haven't, you're missing out on one of the best Built Bars. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallow. They're fluffy, they're marshmallowy. They're not just a protein bar, they're a treat. And they're covered in 100% real chocolate. Puffs are a fan favorite with some incredible flavors. Cinnamony churro, coconut marshmallow, banana cream pie. These are gonna be your new favorites. All Built Bars covered in 100% chocolate. That's including the Puffs, 100% real chocolate, and yet they're still low calorie, high protein. Replace candy bars with these. And in a lot of cases, they're better than a typical candy bar would be anyway from a taste perspective. Plus, they're half the calories. Go to Built.com and scroll down through the macro charts. You will be blown away. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Compare that to a candy bar, which usually has 240 calories, 30 grams of sugar, and dozens of net carbs. At Built Bar, they're all about the taste. They make it taste delicious first, then figure out how to make it healthy. I don't know how they do it, but they pull it off every time. Go to Built.com, use promo code LOCKED15 and get 15% off your order. That's promo code LOCKED15 for 15% off at Built.com.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. They dream up that sweet team victory at night and chug it down with their morning cup.
This team has one of the brightest futures of any.
They are locked on their team and can't get enough. To all you super fans, we feel you. That's why we give you Locked On podcasts, to give real fans out there just what you like. Locked On, your team every day.
Welcome back. It's day 3 of the NFL Draft 2022. We're going over our talent. We've got a new graphic we want to touch base on because obviously there's different levels of players, right? So you've got, some professional athletes, and we've got some other stuff going on, right? So Isaiah Stanback, 6'3", 215, Super Bowl champion. Of course, we've got our other pro here, Eric Crocker, CB, 6'2", 200 pounds, signed with New York Jets. Peter Bukowski, self-proclaimed second-team All-State high school, taller than you might think.
I said honorable mention.
Honorable mention. Okay.
But I appreciate the second team.
He's trying to walk it back a little bit here, but we have the tape, right? So.
Hey, you run it back. I said honorable mention. Okay.
All right. You're throwing the Heisman out pretty good there.
That was little.
I was calling an audible. On that play.
Okay. What was it? Did it go through or no?
No, he didn't get this. He didn't get the signal.
Oh, okay.
Hot route. Red 7, red 7.
Red 7.
Blame the receiver. They love that, right?
We're just building chemistry. We're still trying to get it down.
Okay. Well, I have faith in you guys. We still got a little bit, maybe an hour or so we'll work this out. We'll adjust the graphic if you can. If you think you can cut it, I can't do it. Oh, Peter, look at how well you blend in with this.
That's a good Photoshop job.
We take what we're given, right?
Is that a glove?
No, that's just my bright hand.
He's doing his best impersonation of Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
Hands.
Look at my hands. Look at my
Small
hand
hands,
size.
small
My
hands.
hands are bigger than Kenny Pickett's. I did measure from the combine. They have a lot better uniform swag than I do, unfortunately, because I need the sleeve.
Yeah,
I don't have the
swag.
armband. Croc had some. That's elite uniform swag, Croc.
Some people are just kind of born with it, and I just put it on the uniform very well.
Isaiah, do you have the sling in that, or is that a long sleeve tee, or what's the?
I don't know what's going on. I had zero swag. I had no swag. I didn't even know how to even stand as a receiver. So that's
looks like you've got the Under Armour long sleeve that you've got rolled up. That's what it looks like.
Is that what it is?
Oh no, I think it's an elbow band.
Is it?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Or elbow cover.
That's right. That's back. I used to sweat a lot, and I didn't want to fumble. So I put some on it for some grip.
That's a smart play. We like that tactical challenge. Peter, we should get your parents on the phone, see if we can get that high school photo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, I probably have it somewhere. Oh no, I don't have Facebook on my phone anymore.
Are you still 200?
Yeah, actually a little bit over 200.
Okay, just over 200. All right.
Isaiah's not 215 anymore.
I am not
But
215
it's
anymore.
not the same 200. That was 207% body fat.
Yeah, exactly.
This 200, this 205 or whatever I am right now.
How come we don't have PB's weight, man? What's up with that?
Being modest?
I'm about the same. 6'3", 200, 205 probably right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Brian Peacock's in the chat right now. He made a good point. I am an Arena Bowl champion. I forgot my ring at home.
All right, well,
I flash it sometimes.
That's what I'm talking
I
about.
flash that big ring. It looks like that. Yeah.
Hey.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's a real one.
Where's sunglasses? Croc, where are your sunglasses?
Yeah. It's getting
getting bright in here.
Getting real bright in here.
All right.
Block out the haters.
We need some 40 times up there.
No, let's not. Let's not do the 40 times.
We don't want anybody pulling a hammy.
No, going too far.
Hey, Kay, if you ran a 40 right now, what are you pulling out?
I'm not trying to pull a hammy. I'm worse than you guys. I had to bring the chair out. I was getting too tired from standing.
My best was 5 flat, so I was a statue QB.
You're slower than Jordan Davis?
Yeah.
That's the new measure now. It's
That's
like
absolutely the new measure. Absolutely.
It's like if you run anything slower than the 4.7, it don't even got to be 4.78, which he ran. We're just gonna say 4.7. If you run anything slower than that, like Jordan Davis at 6'6", 340 pounds is faster than you. It's kind of scary.
All right, let's get away from my high school career because that's embarrassing, and let's talk about what's going on in the 6th round. A player that I really like, Jalen Naylor, wide receiver from Michigan State. He goes to Minnesota. I mentioned earlier I was waiting for them to get some help for Kirk Cousins. This is not exactly going to be a premier talent, but this is a guy who was really productive at Michigan State in the Big Ten.
Yeah, and a guy that had the ability to win over the top. I mean, contested catches, that was one of his fortes. Every time I watched a game from Michigan State, he was making terrific catches at the catch point. I think that's a player when you do look at Kirk Cousins, and they still want to continue to encourage him to throw the ball down the field, but if teams continue to key in on Justin Jefferson, who, I don't know, has over 3,000 yards in only 2 seasons, you're going to need another outlet. Adam Thielen,
I was about to say.
great, awesome, still knows how to get open, but who's going to be that third guy to take the pressure off of the other 2 guys?
Well, KJ Osborne is theoretically going to be that guy, but they could. Adam Thielen, I think, it could be the last year that he's on that team. So they're trying to look to retool there. They're caught in a little bit in between. They've got some nice young talent, some aging pieces, and then Kirk Cousins is the connective glue. They're hoping Kirk Cousins is going to get better with some help around him and with a better defense, right? That's what they need, is for that defense to get back to playing the way it was a couple of years ago, for them to be a playoff team. With what we have going on here in the 6th round, Ryan, names left the top of your board. Anybody left that you think actually could be an impact? The infamous sleeper?
I think a sneaky one is Jojo Doman from Nebraska, a linebacker, nickel kind of safety. I'm waiting for someone to take a chance on Justin Ross and his recovery. I don't know if it's going to happen. We saw Damone Clark go off the board, who has had a similar surgical repair to his neck. This is a lot of medical information that we aren't privy to, so that might be a long shot. Kevin Austin's a really good tester at the wide receiver position that still could come off. Quandre Wright is a back that I really like. And then to complete the trifecta, before we're done here today, I think Jareth Stearns, the short but sweet wide receiver from Western Kentucky, I think he goes and completes the 3-way tie for Western Kentucky.
He's a jitterbug type receiver. We talked about his quarterback, Bailey Zappi, and how efficient he was and what led to him being the most passing yards in the history of college football in a season. Well, Stearns was a big part of that.
Yep.
And the guy that was consistently able to get open and went from the Division II school to Western Kentucky with him.
Croc blocking out the haters with his sunglasses right now.
Oh, yeah, you know.
We have talked a lot about the AFC West and who could win it, who's at the top. Croc and Isaiah do not agree about that.
Nope.
And so let's get Ryan over to the board to join this AFC West roundtable with Kai.
All right, so we've got all of this going on. We got Locked On Chargers, Locked On Chiefs, Locked On Raiders here. And we don't have Broncos right now, but we're going to discuss a little bit just in terms of what we think going forward. Not a ton of picks for these guys, right? So, oh, yes, double chief sub. Thank you. Welcome. So, obviously, not a ton of early picks for them. It's more adding different additions and then trades that have been made. So, do you want to start out with the Chargers, David, and kind of see where we think they're going? Obviously, they haven't had a ton of picks, but what they have been able to address so far.
Yeah, I mean, in the first round, I think you have to really love the position that they were able to take. They get a guard who is one of the more pro-ready guards in this entire draft. I think Zion Johnson was a phenomenal value last year. The right side of the Chargers offensive line was absolutely bullied. They as evidenced by that last game against the Raiders where Max Crosby pretty much ate the right side for lunch. So adding more value to that offensive line and getting another guy that is equally technically proficient as a run blocker and a pass protector to add to, the additions that they already made on the offensive line was fantastic. They're able to grab their running back of the future in this draft. They're able to add some good value here. I think this draft is more about adding depth to this football team. I think this team is on the cusp of seriously competing in the AFC West and in the AFC Conference.
All right, I'm going to bring in Ryan here. You and Chris want to kind of discuss where the Chiefs are at right now in the division and what you feel like they've been able to address so far.
Yeah, I think we fell off what we thought was going to be kind of a small rebuild, and now they've filled some holes. And for the guys on here and Cody, who I think was wise in not being here, it's still chasing the Chiefs, isn't it, fellas?
Yeah, of course it is. And until the Chiefs win the division, it has to be, right? Or until someone else wins the division, it's the Chiefs number one.
Chris, are you as confident, or do you feel like that there is a little more, with Russell and everybody involved, that it's a little more iffy?
I think that there's competition in the AFC West that there hasn't been in several years, and I actually love it. I think it's going to make this team better. I think the Chiefs have really gotten a lot better in this draft. You look at the positions that they've hit, they hit basically 4 or 5 of their biggest needs with all of their picks that they've had so far. So I think they're in a great position. And, you add in the additional developmental corner that can probably be a starter in maybe 23, 24. I think that's a great pickup as well.
All right, Q, the party's in your city right now. Obviously, they made some trades before that we got to the picks, right? So they were doing great then, and then they added a little bit yesterday and today. What are you looking forward to seeing out of the team this year? Is it just Davante Adams kind of joining the mix, or is there something else that you're looking forward to?
I mean, it's really just kind of the whole thing coming together, right? I mean, this is a new regime, so none of us have any idea of what to expect, but we know where they come from. We know they come from New England, and that sometimes that's good, and a lot of times that's bad. There's been a lot of bad when it comes to former New England people, but look, they're taking over a team that went to the playoffs, and what I love about what this new regime has done is they have come in and they signed their homegrown guys. They gave Max Crosby an extension immediately. They got Derek Carr extended. They started to build the roster through free agency. Davante Adams obviously was a big deal. And now through the draft, it's been so funny because Raider fans aren't normally used to being just calm and cool and collective over the draft. Usually it's stressed out, biting the fingernails, and, oh, my gosh, what is going to happen? Is this going to be a reach? Is this going to be a bust? Everyone's been kind of cool and calm and chill and relaxed and just said, okay, they're doing what they're supposed to do. They go and they get an offensive lineman. That was something that they needed, but it was also, you want to have the trenches built. They went out and got another running back a day after, declining the 5th-year option on their running back that they had in Josh Jacobs. Now they've built the trenches on the defensive side with 2 back-to-back picks when it comes to defensive tackles. So a clear sign to me is they want to make sure the trenches are right. They want to have a lot of versatility, and they have a plan in place. And it's just my job to sit back and watch and see how this plan unfolds. It's been fun.
It's a good job to have, right? And I'll voice a little bit because we don't have Cody here, but how big of a role is Russell Wilson alone as a sole human being going to play in this division, right? Because, he changes a lot of things. I'm going to check in with you first because I just feel like that alone kind of resets the division. I know the Chiefs are still great. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying, having that there, that's another game where you're like, oh, shoot.
It is. The competition's real. And now with Derek and Justin and Russ and Patrick all in this division, this is not something that the 4 of us need to talk about. It's what the rest of the league needs to talk about. It's what Aaron Rodgers has to worry about over there, Peter. There's still a whole lot because this is going to be competitive down to the end. And if they end up splitting a lot of games, which is my guess, I think there's probably going to be multiple teams from this division that make the playoffs.
Let's hope so, right? I mean, I'm sure you guys are all hoping that at this point, especially, right? Because there's not a ton of playoff spots to come by. So we appreciate you checking in with us. We got 3 out of the 4, not too bad. And we, of course, Cody always has something to say. So we appreciate you. Locked on Chargers, Locked on Chiefs, Locked on Raiders for all of your draft coverage going forward. And, of course, we have Chiefs ×2 in the studio.
Do you want to take up arms for Cody's Broncos here? I don't have the arms for Cody. Yeah, we can't really, Cody's arms are second to none other than, of course, Isaiah's. But, I mean, the Broncos, you were pretty adamant that this is going to be a playoff team.
I think they are. I think they are a team that's ready to take that next step.
Hey, no worries. Happy to do
They are a team that they've been in the position to take that next step, but didn't have the quarterback to take advantage of it. So when you look at them now, again, adding Russell Wilson and some of the things that they've done so far, even in this draft, like they are primed to go. They're primed to do this.
I would agree that they are on John Legend, ready to go right now status. However, if the other teams in this division didn't get better, if everybody else stayed the same, I would be on board with what you're telling us. However, these other teams that they're playing against in the division have upped their game so much this offseason and in the draft that Denver's just left behind. They're left behind.
Where are they left behind? Like, they added a pass rusher in Randy Gregory. I know the Cowboys wanted to keep him. They got him to go with Chubb.
Okay.
They got secondary. We saw Patrick Surtain, what he did as a rookie. He's only going to get better.
Okay.
They got guys there. Again, on offense, all it was just, can the quarterback take advantage of the weapons that they have with Jerry Jeudy, with Courtland Sutton, and, like I said, one of the best number 3 receivers in the NFL with Tim Patrick. Like, they are, and Javonte Williams at running back. Like, they are ready to go. They just need the quarterback.
They don't have a tight end.
Alberto,
third round.
and they drafted Greg Dulcich. But we'll see. Look, tight end.
He's a terrific pass
tight
catching
end tight end. We know takes time.
Yep.
So I mean, I do think that's one of those things. And the Chargers, I will say, because you mentioned the Chargers and how much better that you think they can be and are. They took your guy Jamari Salyer, who put Aiden Hutchinson in the clamps in the college football playoff. That guy went number 2 to the Lions. Now I know he fell. There's some athletic concerns there, but he can play. And they added Zion Johnson. Like, this is a Chargers team that I think can be scary good this season.
And you're talking about lining up a rookie. I don't care what round he got drafted in. You're talking about lining up a rookie tight end against the defensive ends that he's going to be facing in this league and in this division.
To the tight end. That was like the 5th weapon I got to. Or 6th.
I know, but you know, but what did every other team in this division do? They loaded up at the defensive end position because Russell Wilson's there, because all these other great quarterbacks are in this division. Everybody's trying to go get the quarterback. They're not trying to allow them time to sit back and get to their weapons. So if you have a tight end that can't block,
and that's not where Dulcich thrives. He's a pass catcher.
True.
What I really understand what you're saying and agree with what you're saying is, it would be different if it had been Russell Wilson going to a division, like if he went to the Colts. You go, done.
Yeah.
Right?
Agreed.
But he went to Denver, where they got to deal with the Chargers twice, and the Raiders twice, and the Chiefs twice. So it just, I think, to your point, it blunts the impact. Well, I don't know about 6, but it blunts the impact that he can have because the other teams are so good in that division.
What? All the teams that you talked about he has to play, they got to deal with him too.
That's true. And they got to go to Mile High to do it. That's the other thing. It's a lot easier to go into, a random place and win. You got to go to Mile High and win now.
I hear y'all. I just don't. Again, if the other teams didn't upgrade, I would agree. But I think the only team that hasn't made the upgrades that the Raiders and the Chargers have made is Kansas City. But Kansas City is still Kansas City. So I mean, I don't think that they had to take a huge step up. These other 2 teams have.
But why is Kansas City still Kansas City?
Because they got Patrick Mahomes.
We watched the slow start. No offense. We watched the slow start that they got off to. And what was the conversation then when they were 2-4, whatever it were to start off the season? It was not great,
Did they
right?
find the answer to Patrick?
But why did they have a slow start? They had 5 new offensive linemen. 5. That is the most synchronous position in the league.
Do you feel like they got
they
better?
Had 5, not 1, 2, or 3.
Did Kansas City get better this offseason?
Yes.
By trading Tyreek Hill?
No.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't think they got better this offseason. But like I said, that's the one team in this division that did not. But they still have some instrumental pieces in place.
They were already the best team.
Exactly.
So even if they didn't get better, everyone else is still chasing them.
Yes.
Which I think is the point that Ryan and Chris were trying to make.
And they added to their offensive line tonight.
Their start last year, it was a little okay. They recovered very well, and I thought they would, but I remember that. And if things just go a little bit the other way,
and now Tyrann Mathieu is going to be playing somewhere else.
And if the AFC West gets better, like you're saying, then Kansas City, I get it, but.
I'm just going to say this. As the other half of the Locked On NFL Draft show host, you can come on anytime and have this argument with me. I don't have to.
All right, quarterbacks dominated our discussions over the last couple days. They did not go as high as we thought they would, but the guy who did, Kenny Pickett, a player that until this year, I don't think a lot of people really knew who he was because he did not produce at a high level. Kai Stevens is with someone who can provide us all kinds of insight on that man, Kenny Pickett.
Nick Farabaugh from Locked On Pitt. Now, we need to check in with you because this wasn't a normal year. We didn't see a ton of quarterbacks go off the board, but we did see Kenny Pickett go in the first round. So is he someone, we've talked to, Locked On Steelers, Chris Carter joined us, and is this someone that can start right away and have an impact?
Yeah, I think he's the most pro-ready quarterback in the draft right now. I think that you look at Kenny Pickett and what he brings to the table. He's accurate to all levels of the field, surgically accurate. So very, very smart quarterback, a guy that can read the field really however you want. But the real thing about Kenny is you think that he is a guy that right away he's kind of a pocket manager. No, he's actually a creator. So he creates out of structure. He's athletic. He's a guy that can throw off of different platforms. Now, there are certain issues with Kenny Pickett, but this is a guy that can come in right away. I think even in that Steelers room with Mitch Trubisky, Mason Rudolph, I think we're talking about Kenny Pickett potentially starting year one because he's accurate, he's smart, and he's got all those leadership qualities you look for in a starting NFL quarterback. So this is a guy that's kind of come in right now and be a starter, I think, right away.
And we've talked so much about being like a perfect fit in the sense like you're just walking across town, right, before just to go pro. So there's a lot of similarities there. Hopefully, the connection will help him develop into the next level. We also want to touch on Damari Mathis, who got chosen. We know his mom's not a fan of Croc, but other than that, what can we expect from him on the next level?
Yeah, well, Kenny Pickett is a guy that's going to attack the middle of the field as much as possible. And with the Steelers, that's a nice fit. And the Steelers really beefing up the weapons around him, with Pickens, with Calvin Austin being drafted now, and, still have Najee Harris, Chase Claypool, Deontay Johnson, Pat Freiermuth. He's going to have a nice job there. I think he's going to have a nice fit overall. In Matt Canada's offense, they're going to do a lot of stuff with his mobility, roll him out a little bit, make sure he attacks that middle of the field well, play action stuff. I think that Kenny Pickett's going to be able to step in and be a starter right away. The question's going to be kind of how does he progress? How does he manage it, the pocket? How much does his arm strength hold him back? Because his arm strength isn't elite. And that's going to be the question. Is this going to be a guy that's floor is, say, a Teddy Bridgewater type, or can he reach his ceiling, which might be more of a Derek Carr type of player? And so I think that's going to be what we're going to look at here with kind of Kenny Pickett. I think a guy that could start right away. I think the question is going to be upside, and if he can realize that upside. If he realizes his upside, I think we're talking about a guy that's worth the 20th overall pick. But it's all about the question mark of, does he kind of fit that mold, and how is he going to work in Matt Canada's scheme, and how is he going to work with everything? I like the fit. I just think the upside could be a bit of a question mark, and that's always been Kenny Pickett's question mark. But he's in a good place to potentially realize that upside.
For sure. Is there any other names from Pitt that we could see either go today or maybe sign later that you think have pro potential?
Yeah, I think that there is. And a guy by the name of Lucas Kroll, the tight end from Pitt, a guy that ran a 4.54 at Pitt Pro Day, a really athletic player that you can kind of flex out to the Y spot and let him kind of go to work. He's not much of an inline guy, but he can make stuff happen there. I think, Johnny Patrician's a really athletic linebacker that they have. A good special teamer, I think, could be the UDFA guy that makes a roster in that vein. So I think that Pitt has a few other guys here that could potentially make impact on an NFL roster.
All right, well, if your team drafted a Panther, Locked On Pitt, Nick's going to have you covered in terms of all your draft coverage, what you can expect from that player, as we'll see if anybody else goes off the board in the last round and a half about at this point, I think.
Yeah, we still have plenty of picks to be made here on the last day of the NFL draft as we head toward the end of the sixth round. And there was one guy I wanted to highlight. Gregory Jr. goes 197 to the Jacksonville Jaguars, a cornerback that Croc, you saw it in person at the Senior Bowl, someone whose tape you liked.
Yeah, well, it was hard to find tape on him because he goes to OBU, which is a Division II school, and I'm very familiar with it because I actually played against that university. But only one career college interception. It happened to be against my alma mater, UAF, and I was like, how did this guy get to Senior Bowl? So I went and watched him, and I thought it was a little bit of a rough outing for him. Guys were able to beat him vertically. Thought they were able to beat him at the catch point. They were really physical with him at the top of routes. So maybe not his best showing. Maybe there's some nerves because you're going really up in the type of caliber of prospects that you're playing against, going from Division II to the Senior Bowl where you had Alec Pierce at his practice. He went up against Christian Watson a ton, and I don't think that necessarily helped. And that might have contributed to Christian Watson being the best receiver at the Senior Bowl.
We love to hear that.
The collective we.
Yes, the royal we. Me and Aaron Rodgers love to hear that about Christian Watson. This is a Jacksonville Jaguars team that is in search of something. And we talked about them trying to find an identity with Doug Peterson yesterday. Their identity in the spring was to just sign everyone to monster deals with Christian Kirk, resetting the receiver market and setting off a trickle-down effect. What do you guys want to see from Trevor Lawrence in year 2?
I think just really, I think the cliche thing to say is take that next step, right? But can he look a little bit more comfortable? Now, again, that's probably going to...
That's literally my word was comfort.
Yeah. Can he get more comfortable? Yeah. Probably a lot of it has to do with the protection. We talked about him having to run for his life, even though it didn't result in a lot of sacks. If you just put on a highlight clip of what he did as a rookie, you'd be impressed with a lot of the throws and upside that he showed. But the consistency wasn't quite there, and a lot of it had to do with just the overall terrible situation around Jacksonville. Now, he's going to get the benefit of the doubt for his rookie year not going the way that most people would have liked. But moving forward, they're not going to give him that leeway anymore. So now it's up to him to, whatever it is, he's going to have to figure it out and take those next steps.
I think his big thing is he can take that reset now and just do it. All he has to worry about is his job now. All this other smoke with the coaching staff and Tebow being in camp and all these crazy.
I forgot about Tebow.
Right?
Oh my God.
Like you're a rookie quarterback, and they bring back the guy's favorite quarterback from years ago. Yeah, like how can you not be distracted by that? They set him up to fail, in my opinion, and now they have to totally reset him from the get-go. And I think actually that's good for him because he got all the learning how to be a professional out of the way, and now he can just focus on his job. I think he'll have a big step forward.
What does Doug Peterson need to do to be? We mentioned him putting his arm around Urban Meyer instead of the other way around. Now we can actually have what is supposed to be the coach-quarterback relationship. What can Doug Peterson do for Trevor Lawrence?
Come up to him and tell him, look him in his eye and say, let's play ball. That's the biggest thing for him right now. Trevor Lawrence wants to play football. He doesn't want to be a mentor to another grown man. He doesn't want to be a mentor to a head coach. He doesn't want to have to worry about all the drama that goes around a franchise that already needs to come from the bottom up. He wants to play ball. And I think what they're doing in this draft is they're giving him the resources in the offseason, in free agency, they're giving him all the resources that he needs to be productive, to be the quarterback that you've seen him be in college, that you've seen him be since high school when everybody's been talking about him with his Jesus hair. He's going to ball out this year. He is completely going to ball out simply because Doug Peterson knows how to get the best out of their quarterbacks. I know everybody's going to look at Carson Wentz situation. That's different. That's different. Carson Wentz is not Doug Peterson and Carson Wentz beef was not the first issue that Carson Wentz has had. He's been bouncing around.
Or the last.
Right. So I think that Doug Peterson's going to do a heck of a job of getting the best out of Trevor Lawrence, and they're giving him all the receivers he needs. Now they're giving him all the protection that he needs, and now they're going to go out there and take care of business.
And to me, I see a very similar situation in what we could see in terms of the outcome for Trevor Lawrence, and that is Carson Wentz, big, athletic, big arm. Sometimes there can be some consistency issues with accuracy, but there's a lot of similarities to what we saw Carson Wentz at his best. I think that's the kind of player you can get from Trevor Lawrence, even though I think Trevor Lawrence has more upside and potential. Yeah. We saw it, and we saw Doug Peterson do it. I think Trevor Lawrence wants that all gas, no break mentality, the guy that's going to call the Philly special in the big moment. That's what Trevor Lawrence wants, especially after coming from Clemson, where that offense is, it's hard to watch sometimes. They just win with talent. It's screens. It's kind of ugly to watch sometimes. They just make it work. I think that's the model, is what Carson Wentz did in that season. It's scheme, and then on third down, we need you to be a magician a little bit. I think Lawrence can do that.
Well, and Doug Peterson's the guy to give him the voice and actually listen to that voice. He will empower the quarterback to be the leader of that team. We've seen him do it everywhere that he's gone. He helped initially everything come together in Kansas City, laid the groundwork for Mahomes. Now he's trying to get that Super Bowl done with Nick Foles. That will allow Lawrence to become as much as he's going to be, and then it will be on Trevor.
We have an NFC North discussion, a round table, if you will, coming up after the break. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. Whether she prefers a statement piece or everyday subtle elegance, BlueNile.com has fine jewelry options for every mom. Shop high-quality classics like diamond earrings, elegant tennis bracelets, or gemstone pendant necklaces. Mark Mother's Day with something enduring at BlueNile.com, the largest online retailer of certified diamonds and fine jewelry. The company offers a superior experience for purchasing engagement rings, wedding rings, and fine jewelry by providing expert guidance, in-depth educational materials, and unique online tools that place consumers in control of the jewelry shopping process. Blue Nile has some of the highest quality standards in the industry and offers thousands of independently certified diamonds and fine jewelry at prices significantly below traditional retail. Blue Nile can be found online at BlueNile.com, and in most cases, Blue Nile can deliver overnight. Every order is insured and arrives in discreet packaging that won't give away what's inside. This Mother's Day, give mom something she'll treasure forever with fine jewelry from BlueNile.com. And Locked On Sports listeners get $50 off $500 purchases. This podcast exclusive is only good through Mother's Day. Use code Locked On. That's code Locked On. Plus, every order is insured and ships free. Shop stress-free and find your forever peace. Go to BlueNile.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
That's what made me think that if they're going to take a risk on him, it'll be all right because they think they can get production out of it at multiple positions.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
Welcome back to the Locked On NFL Draft 2022, presented by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. We are dancing through the 6th round here on set. Peter Bukowski, Locked On NFL Draft guys, Ryan Tracy and Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and over at the board, it is Kainani Stevens with our just absolutely amazing network of hosts, college hosts, NFL hosts, to give you the blow-by-blow of this 2022 NFL Draft. Of course, continuing coverage. It's going to be on the Locked On NFL Draft YouTube page, Locked On NFL YouTube page, and all of your local hosts on YouTube and wherever you get podcasts. Guys, the NFC North has been run by a certain team in Wisconsin for a long time. Everyone has been chasing the Packers for a couple years now, and now teams are starting to see the end of the Aaron Rodgers era in front of them, like on the highway. Those taillights are getting a little bit closer than they used to be. Who do you think is best equipped, let's say in 2 years, to catch Green Bay?
To catch Green Bay. I think if everything goes well, and according to plan, it could be the Minnesota Vikings. If they can stabilize what they're doing, can Kirk Cousins continue to roll these contracts forward? Can they afford that? That'll be the question for me.
I don't think there's that much of a future with any of these teams. If you take Aaron Rodgers out of this, and you even project 2 years down the line, are the Bears going to become a more competent organization to be able to build around their young quarterback? I mean, most people, including myself, I don't like what they did for him this offseason. Doesn't seem like they did a whole lot to give him any help. I think they waited until the third round to get Velus Jones, and that's the most help he's gotten throughout this entire offseason.
And he's a 25-year-old kick returner.
Right, so I don't know so I don't know how much faith I can put into them. You see the Detroit Lions, maybe I like where Dan Campbell is headed. That might be the team, but in my head it's like, well, it's been the Detroit Lions I've seen my entire life that has not won a playoff game.
Right.
So it's hard to have much faith in anyone. I'd say even when Aaron Rodgers is gone, Green Bay is the team, because of the organization that they've been, that's going to just reload, retool somehow, some way, and get right back on track.
Pinnacle of consistency. That's Green Bay. Now, obviously, you can't speak Green Bay without, with Aaron Rodgers detached from it. You just can't foresee that at this point in time. But Minnesota Vikings are the only team in this division area anywhere near remotely capable of replacing them.
The other thing is, the only team with a young quarterback is Chicago with Justin Fields. We don't know what he's going to be yet, but like you said, I like Dan Campbell. I like Jameis Williams a lot. I liked Aiden Hutchinson a lot. I think they've got good young pieces, and they played their butts off for Dan Campbell last year, even though they lost a mess of games. I think their culture is headed in the right direction. But how can you have any faith with Jared Goff at this point? How are you going to have any faith that they're going to find that quarterback? And if you're the Vikings, if it's not Kirk Cousins the quarterback in 2 years, who is it? And we don't know what this front office has no track record at this point.
Right. Yeah,
when you have Matt LaFleur, who's the winningest coach in the regular season through 3 seasons that we've ever seen, and Brian Gutekunst, who has a nice track record, I think they're killing day 2 and day 3 of this draft. It's hard to pick anyone else. I'm sure our guys might have some different things to say on our NFC North panel, and so maybe we should talk to them. Maybe Kainani can talk to them a little bit.
I'm going to try to play peacekeeper here, Peter, so be nice. We have Lauren and Luke here from Locked On Bears and Locked On Vikings. A lot of, pro-Packers talk here, fair to say, and rightfully so. But can you guys each give me a little bit of a pitch for your own teams? Because, I mean, obviously there is a bright side here for both of you guys. Luke, I'll start with you. I mean, the Vikings do have upside here. It's not like they're the worst team in the league.
Not yet. No, I mean, they're not trying to be like the Bears are. But look, the Vikings, they're rolling it back with Kirk Cousins. I actually feel pretty similarly to Peter about that. I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm not a Kirk Cousins guy. But that's what they're rolling with. And I think crucially, they have made strides to improve the team, right? Zadarius Smith filled a big need. They have started to repair and reconstruct this secondary now with bigger players, with Lewis Seen and Andrew Booth. They have high-flying players that everybody in this draft class knows what they're looking at. It's very clear that that's very important to Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, is guys that see the field, can read it. The game looks very slow to them. That applies to Seen, to Booth, to Brian Asamoah, even to some of these guys late in the game. And so I think in terms of building for that future, I can see the path to the future. For all of the other teams in this NFC North, I don't really know what the future looks like. Where do the Packers go post Rodgers? Are they just is the bottom gonna fall out? The Bears seems like the bottom is falling out, and they're just going to kind of exist in the cellar for a while. And the Lions drafted a dude that couldn't beat a 6th-round guard at 2 overall in the college football playoff. So I don't know where any of these other teams are going.
All right, Lauren, do you agree with this? Are the Bears, they have their guy at quarterback. Is this the year they try to put some other stuff together around him, or what do you feel like for Chicago?
Yeah, this is a transition year for sure. I'm not in a very
transition year. That's the PR spin.
Well, I mean, I don't have much else to put it. It's like this is very much like cleaning up the mistakes of the previous regime and figuring out what you have, what you like, what you don't. Shed a bunch of salary, get some young guys in here across the board. A lot of draft picks now, all of a sudden, late round guys, and kind of figure out who belongs and who doesn't. And now you have a revamped secondary with 2 second-round picks there, filling in 2 big holes. Pretty young guys across the board that can build out and be prepared for whatever happens at the future of quarterback for all 3 of these other teams that, again, don't have that clear, bright option the way that Justin Fields at least gives you that hope and that optimism that he can develop into that player. The question is just like, is he able to make those steps this year while the offensive line is still coming together and the receivers are coming together? Or is this more a 2023 and beyond team seems to be the effort there?
All right, Lauren,
are we supposed to talk ourselves into a Bears team next year that has had the same quarterback for 2 years that hasn't done anything, and we go, this year is the year he develops? It's starting to sound like the Sam Darnold narrative, man.
Lost him. You hurt his feelings too much, I think.
Scared to compete.
It's fair.
Well, what's funny, Luke, is I was going to ask Lauren, do you agree with the way that they're handling this offseason? Because the value of a rookie quarterback is his rookie contract, at least at first. And you put pieces around him. The Bears have done the opposite. Now, part of that is because Ryan Poles had to do all of the undoing of the previous regime, so he had to move on from players. They had to move on from Khalil Mack, the expensive guys. But, Lauren, is this how you would have handled the offense and say, okay, well, we're going to cut this down to bare bones and not invest in ways that maybe they could have around Justin Fields?
I don't know that they had too many other options, because where they were salary-wise and draft capital-wise, their other option would have been to restructure contracts more and push more of that dead salary cap in the future to try and build the team right now. So, yeah, I mean, they could have taken a little bit less of the money on the defensive line. They spent it for agency, but we're only talking about $4 million or so. You could move the books around a little bit. Certainly those 2 second-round picks, had you gone wide receiver and offensive line, yes, it would have been a little bit more direct support for Justin Fields. But I don't really see a super viable path in terms of resources this offseason that they really could have made a contending team, like a truly contending team this season. It's just a matter of how you want to sort of build this for the future, because there was a lot to clean up financially.
We all can agree Green Bay's very talented, but they're volatile, right, Peter? Like, I mean, we want to talk about how good they can be, but this is all on a hairpin. You know, if Rodgers wakes up on the wrong side of the bed, this could go south. So what faith do you have that they're going to be able to hold this together for an entire season?
Yeah,
or more.
Those of us who follow this team closely always understand that we are at the mercy of the whims of Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
And that is certainly volatility is the thing. Yes. Which way is the wind blowing today? Which way are they blowing his luscious locks that he's sporting that apparently are just going to keep getting longer and longer for reasons that remain unclear to me? The difference is that with the Packers than these other teams is they have Aaron Rodgers. Mm-hmm. And as long as you have that guy, even if he's a little bit out to lunch that day, he's still a really good quarterback. So I think that's the foundation. But I think Lucas's point is great, that what does this team look like post Aaron Rodgers at the quarterback position? We don't know that. I think what you have to do if you're the Packers is think, okay, continue to build the other pieces around. That's why I think you saw them go defense early, because the way that you build around a young quarterback, and this is probably what the Bears are thinking, is let's build this defense up because the offense is going to take some time. So I think what the Packers have done is say, all right, with the understanding that Rodgers can prop up some of this offensive talent, let's get some defensive players who can then build moving forward. And then in 2 years, Quay Walker can emerge. In 2 years, Devontae Wyatt can emerge. And that's when maybe they have to transition to whether it's a Jordan Love or a draft pick or whatever disgruntled quarterback veteran is out there, and go for it that way. I think you have to trust Matt LaFleur, and you have to trust Brian Gutekunst if you're the Packers, and trust that they'll figure it out. Now, have they seen this kind of adversity before? No, but teams rarely do. So it's something that Packers fans are hoping to try and just enjoy for the moment, because they could very soon be with those two teams in that state of limbo of trying to figure it out.
Come play with us, Peter.
Well, hoping to not at
down
the
in the
very
dregs
least
of
avoid getting
teams.
down to the Detroit Lions level. That's the goal.
Listen,
well, none of us will be at the Detroit Lions level. They live in hell forever.
This is slanderous. They had a good draft, okay? I hope for their. I like a good underdog story. I hope for them. It hurts. Let's not.
I hope for Matt Derry's sake that they get better. But rolling with Jared Goff makes me worried for them.
Yes.
Fair.
But then again, this was not the draft to take the guy at 2. And I think they did actually the smart thing and avoided the pitfalls of saying, well, we need to get somebody because we're the Lions or because Jared Goff is our quarterback. I think they did the really smart thing and just say, let's build the other parts of our team. I don't know that I would have traded up to get Jameson Williams. That's a pretty big swing for a guy coming off a major injury. But at the same time, I mean, the Vikings were willing to give up those picks. The Vikings, what's going on with the Vikings front office trading with division rivals multiple times?
It's so weird. There are some relationships between these organizations that kind of go back to their days in other teams. You know, Kwesi knows Brad Holmes from back in the NFC West. There's some people in the Vikings org that know people in the Packers org that go way back. But yeah, it's very weird. What's weird though is that the Lions got kind of a discount to move up in terms of historical trade value and stuff. And somehow the Packers let 2 first-round picks go for 1 first-round pick with that trade. So I don't know. How does it feel to have Brian Gutekunst be very clearly worse at negotiating than Brad Holmes? How does that feel for you, Peter?
Listen, you guys are playing nice. Let's be nice. The teams can play nice. That means you guys can play nice. So I'm going to cut it off here because I don't trust you to play nice much longer. So Luke, Lauren, thank you for joining us. Peter, you did good. No fights broke out, so I'm proud of everyone. Good job.
I just want to say scoreboard. Let's look at the records over the last couple of years. Okay. We have a lot more team previews to come, recaps on the draft, including the NFC South. Tom Brady is back. Did the Buccaneers do enough to get them back to the Super Bowl? We'll talk about that on the other side. Locked On NFL fans, we've got some exciting news. Prize Picks is the new official daily fantasy partner of Locked On NFL for the upcoming season. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. If you've not checked it out yet, you're missing out. I'm telling you, you're going to love this app for NFL and mixed sports pick'ems. Prize Picks has the best NFL prop game on the market. Prize Picks offers more NFL props than any other operator and is currently offering future props for all your favorite players, from Patrick Mahomes passing yards to Stephon Diggs receiving yards. Locked On listeners that make a deposit and use promo code LOCKEDNFL will receive a 100% instant deposit match up to $100. Just be sure to use promo code LOCKEDNFL. Prize Picks also has every player prop you can think of when it comes to NBA playoffs, Major League Baseball, golf, and more. Use the award-winning app on both the App Store and Google Play. Entries can be made in 60 seconds or less. It's that easy. Prize Picks is safe and offers fast withdrawals. Go to prizepicks.com today and use promo code LOCKEDNFL, or go to your App Store and download the app. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. The NFL Draft Live 2022 show is powered by Built Bar. By now, you know Locked On's obsession with Built Bar. Have you tried the Puffs? If you haven't, you're missing out on one of the best Built Bars. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallow. They're fluffy, they're marshmallowy. They're not just a protein bar, they're a treat. And they're covered in 100% real chocolate. Puffs are a fan favorite with some incredible flavors: cinnamony churro, coconut marshmallow, banana cream pie. These are going to be your new favorites. All Built Bars covered in 100% chocolate. That's including the Puffs, 100% real chocolate, and yet they're still low calorie, high protein. Replace candy bars with these. And in a lot of cases, they're better than a typical candy bar would be anyway from a taste perspective. Plus, they're half the calories. Go to Built.com and scroll down through the macro charts. You will be blown away. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Compare that to a candy bar, which usually has 240 calories, 30 grams of sugar, and dozens of net carbs. At Built Bar, they're all about the taste. They make it taste delicious first, then figure out how to make it healthy. I don't know how they do it, but they pull it off every time. Go to Built.com, use promo code LOCKED15 and get 15% off your order. That's promo code LOCKED15 for 15% off at Built.com.
If it happens in the NFL, it happens on Locked On NFL.
Everybody involved in football deserves a 30 for 30 on what happened this offseason, because it's just very intriguing stories going around. And you know as well as I do, Luke, there's got to be, like, I'm not saying it's all true. I'm not saying that it was all like, a hair away from Tom Brady playing for the Miami Dolphins.
Is he worth it? Is Derek Carr a good enough quarterback to be worth that type of contract with those type of names?
I think it doesn't even matter at this point. I think it's one of those situations where that's just the nature of the beast.
Local experts breaking down every trade, every draft pick, every big game, every day. Follow the Locked On NFL podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
Locked On NFL Draft 2022 zooms ahead. I'm Peter Bukowski. With me, the NFL Draft guys, Ryan Tracy and Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion, the studious Isaiah Stanback, and over at the board, Kanani Stevens has the Locked On Network at her fingertips. We are brought to you by BetOnline, where the game starts. Guys, we had punters flying off the board earlier today. Now a fullback has been taken, and not just any fullback. Connor Hayward, son of Craig Ironhead Hayward and brother of Cam Hayward, who plays for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And guess who took Connor Hayward? The Pittsburgh Steelers. So it is the brothers Hayward in Pittsburgh. And it is, in a lot of ways,
They did that with the Watt brothers, right?
Right. Yeah.
They did.
They love the brothers connection. And also, this is a quintessential Pittsburgh pick. A fullback. Like, if there's going to be a fullback on a team, it's like Green Bay, Chicago, Pittsburgh. Like, it's got to be one of those kinds of teams. Baltimore, for sure. This is a continuation of a draft that a fullback. It's just like it's a great story, but I love this draft outside of maybe Kenny Pickett.
I'd say Connor Hayward, though, he's not just a fullback. He's more of kind of like a Swiss Army knife. So not saying he's Kyle Juszczyk, but a guy that you want to use in multiple ways.
Catch passes,
Catch passes out the backfield and things like that. I think he has that part in his game as well.
And the Steelers are the only people more excited to see a fullback drafted in this than me or Mike Burton, maybe. So we're pretty excited to see the fullback still alive and well.
I am too. The Packers were rostering one for a long time. I mean, this is the fan base that used to get excited to yell "Coon" when John Kuhn was out there. So I love to see a fullback drafted, and I love to see this is the Rams part of the draft because they have 3 picks here in the next 12 after not picking essentially the whole draft. Isaiah, as you look at the LA Rams roster, they lose Von Miller, they lose OBJ. But this is a team that's not afraid to go all in. We've seen that, and it won them a Super Bowl. Is there a place on this roster you still think they need to get better? Not that they can find high-impact players here, but what spot could they use some help at?
Man, when I think about the Rams, I guess I think about the running back position. I think they did a great job this offseason grabbing freaking Bobby freaking Wagner. How did that happen? I don't know. But they got the best linebacker in football to add in with their best defensive lineman in football. So those guys are pretty stacked on the defensive side of the ball. But I think, with their running back woes that they've had over the past year or so, I think that they can probably add some more help there.
And maybe along the offensive line to make sure Matthew Stafford is upright. They've had some turnover there. But this is, if you're going to go all in, guys, these are the kinds of picks you have to hit on. They just drafted Quentin Lake, the safety from UCLA. If all you have is 4th and 5th and 6th round picks, these guys have got to pop for you.
They got to count. And Quentin Lake was a guy that I had in the 6th round, so it's about the right value here. I like that he stays in town, make his transition easy, just walk across town and get to work.
They've done very well at this. They trade away a lot of their early picks for more proven veterans. Yeah. And I think because maybe some of these other guys don't have the biggest of names, people assume that it's just a roster of Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey and Matthew Stafford. But no, they've done a really good job of drafting in their mid to late rounds.
Let's talk about the NFC South a little bit. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are easily the head of the class. The Saints are trying to get in that mix. And then the Falcons and the Panthers, who knows what is going on there. So let's talk to the 2 teams at the top of the class with Kainani. They are over on the board.
Got James Yarko from Locked On Bucks and Ross Jackson from Locked On Saints. He's too good to come down to see us, so he's gonna join us via Zoom this time. But obviously, this is the Bucks division to lose. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, so what do they need to do to not only, win the division, but kind of contend for a Super Bowl, because all the pieces are there, and we thought that they had all the pieces last season, but to, come through and actually see a successful playoff run?
Well, they certainly did have all the pieces last year. The problem was most of those pieces got hurt. They didn't have their full starting defense until the playoff game in the divisional round against the Los Angeles Rams. So the key for the Buccaneers, as easier said than done, is stay healthy. Because if they stay healthy, they are a championship contending team. They are right up there at the top of the NFC with the defending Super Bowl champion Rams. I still believe they're ahead of the Packers. They have more offensive weapons. All due respect to Pitre in there and the receivers that Green Bay has taken. The Bucs crop of wide receivers is better. You brought back Leonard Fournette. You just brought in Rashad White to be that rotational back and complement Leonard Fournette. Even with the retirement of Ali Marpet at guard and the loss of Alex Kappa to the Bengals, you turn around, you trade for Shaq Mason, you have Aaron Stinney, who started in Super Bowl 55, and now you also have Ebiketie out of Central Michigan, who's going to compete for that spot. So, yeah, the Buccaneers are still absolutely a championship caliber team.
And the very few spots that they had open, they've tried to address with their couple of draft picks so far. Ross, the Saints are obviously rebuilding at this point or addressing some changes within the organization. Are you pleased with what they've been able to do with the draft so far, and how do you feel like what kind of change we're going to see on the field this coming season?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, look, first of all, I tried to be in the studio, but that audible that Pitre called earlier, that's what sent me
Is
out.
that
So
bad?
that was-
Okay.
that
Yeah,
was
you
all.
don't want any part of it. Got it.
Right. Yeah, no. But so, no, I'm pleased with what they were able to do, especially leading off in this draft with a couple of big offensive pieces, big offensive wins. Chris Olave, the wide receiver, who, James and I and his co-host David Harrison, we've all gone back and forth about Buckeyes and Chris Olave and these guys joining teams. We were all kind of calling our own dibs when it came to those folks for sure. And then we, go from that to looking at where they go to make sure that they shore up that offensive line with Trevor Penning, who's just a mean mauler type. And then they just went special teams for the rest of the picks, which I think was interesting. I don't know that I agree with that approach very much when you still had so many holes to address in interior defensive line and safety. So I think that's where really the remainder of free agency becomes really important for them. Guys like Tyrann Mathieu and Jarvis Landry, if they're able to coax those guys to come back home to Louisiana, then all of a sudden they're in a much better place. But as of right now, this draft class effectively lives and dies by the first two selections of Chris Olave and Trevor Penning. And then if Alontae Taylor turns into somebody that we don't know that he is yet. So that's going to be the biggest piece. I mean, otherwise, you're looking at DeMarco Jackson, the linebacker out of Appalachian State, and then Jordan Jackson. And as happy as I am as Ross Jackson to see another pair of Jacksons drafted to New Orleans, I don't really know necessarily that they see the field beyond special teams their first early seasons.
Obviously, a ton of what happens in this division is dependent on one Tom Brady, of course. Now, we thought he was retiring. He unretired, and now he's back. Is New Orleans prepared for whenever Tom Brady is done? I'm going to give him 2 more, probably 8 more at this point. Like, who knows? He'll play till he's 60 at this point. It's obscene. Are the Saints, Ross, ready to take over this division whenever Tom Brady leaves it?
I think that also hinges on the quarterback conversation for the New Orleans Saints. Is Jameis Winston going to be the guy? I personally have a lot of confidence in Jameis Winston at this point based upon sort of the restraint that we saw him have last season as a New Orleans Saints quarterback and his efficiency, 14 touchdowns to 3 interceptions over the course of those first 6 1/4 games that you got out of him. But now, as Crocker and Isaiah and all of us have talked about before, he's coming off of an ACL injury. What's he going to turn into in 2022? Or what are the Saints going to do at quarterback beyond that point? So I think that's going to be the biggest thing. Who's going to be the signal caller? If Jameis Winston pans out or the Saints go another direction that works out in their favor, then I think that they're in a very, very good position with the weapons that they've put around in terms of this top 5 scoring defense for the last 2 seasons. And then now the pair of receivers in Michael Thomas, Chris Olave, Alvin Kamara, this offensive line, if all those guys are healthy and productive, regardless of who the quarterback is, as long as they can get somebody that can run the offense and be the guy in New Orleans, then they'll be in a really good place to jump back to the top of the NFC South. The other quarterbacks that these divisions are going to be looking at, whether it's Marcus Mariota or Desmond Ridder in Atlanta, or whether it's going to be, Matt Corral or Sam Darnold in Carolina, I don't think that they're much of a threat with those guys under center.
James, as far as you go, it's either 2024 Tom Brady or literally anybody else. Are you concerned by what else you're hearing here? Because, I mean, those aren't names that necessarily strike fear in your heart, right?
No, not really. And real quick, shout out to former Buccaneer and current Saint Jameis Winston, who got his degree from Florida State University.
There you
today.
go.
Very excited. I mean, I think even if Tom Brady retires, the Bucs and the Saints, with the talent that both of them have, they're still the top of the class, but both of them would have questions at the quarterback position. So it's going to be kind of an arms race between the two to see who can get the more established player, the player with, better intelligence, better arm, better everything, to keep that team at the top of the NFC South. I think you're looking at a very long rebuild for the Atlanta Falcons. I do love Desmond Ridder, but he's not a plug and play guy. He's going to take time to develop. And then the Carolina Panthers, we saw they tried to make the move for Baker Mayfield. Didn't get it done. They end up with Corral. So I think it's going to be a race between the Bucs and the Saints here for the next couple of years, but it all hinges on the most important position on a football field, and that's who do these two teams have at the quarterback position.
Feels like it always does come down to the quarterbacks. James, Ross, thank you for joining us to talk about the NFC South and Tampa possibly making another run.
Let's hope, for everyone's sake, that is not the case with Tom Brady. No, I'm just kidding. We have some picks that we should catch you up on. Since that Connor Hayward pick, Luke Tenuta, the offensive tackle from Virginia Tech, goes to Buffalo. Chasen Hines, offensive lineman from LSU, goes to the New England Patriots. The LA Rams make a couple picks. Quentin Lake, I mentioned the UCLA safety. Darian Kendrick, another Bulldog. I don't know how they're going to field the team next year. Another Bulldog comes off the board. He's a corner. John Fitzpatrick, the tight end from Georgia. Another Georgia Bulldog. Stays in Atlanta with the Falcons. And then Jasir Taylor, the cornerback from Wake Forest, goes to the Chargers. I asked you earlier about Justin Ross, who is a guy who flashed a lot of potential as a receiver for Clemson. It has to be that there's a medical concern, right? Because the early tape for him is good. It fell off over time.
Yeah, for me, it's got to be the medical is the overriding thing. That's probably what affected his timing as well. He did not test well this offseason, so there's some kind of correlation is my guess. And that's probably going to drive a few teams off. My guess is he'll be signed as a free agent with someone who's willing to take the chance on his rehab, try to get him back up to what he was as a youngster.
What did you see from Justin Ross on tape? Because it did seem like there was still productivity, especially last year. The quarterback was part of the problem.
There was no clear way of how he wins. And I think that's tough. They did try different things to get the ball in his hands in space with screens and things like that. But short area separation wasn't there. Vertical separation wasn't there. Ability to win with pure speed wasn't there. So I think there were a lot of question marks when you watch him on a consistent basis. Now, again, you alluded to the quarterback position, and that didn't help the situation. But I don't think he necessarily helped either. I don't think he was an easy target for his quarterback.
We've seen a lot of receivers come into the NFL of late ready to contribute. Why do you think guys are coming in maybe more ready than they used to be to contribute right away?
Oh, man, well, this era is a little different, and I'm a part of it with my coaching 7-on-7, and these guys traveling. And guys are getting with trainers and coaches and a lot of things that we were up here talking about. Kids are learning that now at the ages of 6, 7 years old, where I didn't learn it until I was in the NFL or the Arena League. So I think the transition from there, we're really kind of focusing on the technical aspect of things, guys working, starting to lift weights a lot earlier. I don't think I touched a weight until I was in high school. Kids are touching weights much earlier now. So I think they're just better prepared from a mental standpoint and physically to be able to transition straight into the NFL.
Isaiah, you said you didn't learn to really lift weights until you were with the Patriots.
Yeah, I didn't touch a weight all through high school. I mean, I had teammates that were a complete beast in the weight room, but I was on that Herschel Walker program, my push-ups and my sit-ups. But yeah, I mean, you know, what these athletes have access to nowadays, I think they take it for granted. And that's anything from the facilities to the resources, and now you're seeing the fruition of that access now. You know, to you guys' point, these guys are getting faster. These guys are getting bigger. Some of that's evolution, but some of that is access to better nutrition. Some of that's better access to better, strength programs and strength coaches. You have a lot more mentors. You have a lot of guys that are now coming back and teaching a lot of these really intricate aspects of the game, these cerebral parts of the game that weren't getting taught until you got to the league with guys like back in the day, Jerry Rice's and the TOs and some of those guys. Like, you had access to greatness because of who they were. But now you got guys, social media. You got people getting on social media and YouTube and look up drills all day long. So now that work that they weren't going to get until they got a coach who was actually invested in them, they actually can invest in themselves.
Do you think this is part of why we're seeing teams say, I don't know if we want to pay these guys top of market? Because the Packers wanted to pay Devontae Adams, but the Chiefs were kind of like fine saying, we'll take the picks for Tyreek Hill. We saw A.J. Brown get dealt. San Francisco seems willing to pay Deebo Samuel, but he wants out. But teams saw, I think, what Minnesota did with Stephon Diggs, get Justin Jefferson. You're not going to always get Justin Jefferson, but if these guys are going to come in right away to compete, might teams start to value these guys a little bit differently?
I think you can see that, but I mean, you can go back to what was it, 2014, that class of receivers with Odell, Mike Evans, Sammy Watkins, Devontae Adams, Allen Robinson, right? Like, so many receivers. And then just a few years ago now, it was N'Keal Harry and Hollywood Brown. Those were the only guys to go first round, right? So I think it might just fluctuate from year to year, where one year you'll see a ton of receivers go. You might see another season where it follows up, 6 going in the first round this past first round. Then next year, maybe they only like 2 receivers. So I don't even know if there's like an exact science, and maybe it has more to do with the plays that are coming out. Like with the Minnesota Vikings, was a conversation, you know what, we can trade away Diggs because we really like these 3 or 4 receivers and we feel like they can be there, and we'll let him go to pick up one of these guys. Now, the Diggs situation was also different. it wasn't just about money. He was saying, I don't want to play with this quarterback.
Yeah.
So there's that aspect to it. But I think for most of these guys, they are going to have to start making that decision. And Tennessee said, now we're going to go the cheaper route. We don't want to pay you more than $60 million to A.J. Brown. I think that's crazy. Did I say Chiefs? I meant Titans.
I know what you meant.
How much of the Debo unhappiness do you pin on Trey Lance? Because I know that you and Brian have talked about this, and just the drama of it is part of the situation there. I mean, can you just expound on that for people who aren't regular Locked On 49ers listeners?
You know, it's tough. That could be a part of it. Debo Samuel, he loves Jimmy Garoppolo. A lot of those players do. It's like that's their guy. They've won a lot of games with him. And if you look at Debo Samuel, he's pretty much Jimmy's all he knows. He came into the league a couple years ago. They went to the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. Debo Samuel missed a lot of 2020. Jimmy missed a lot of 2020. They didn't win many games. Next year, this past season, Jimmy plays most of the season, Debo plays, and they go to the NFC Championship game. So he's like, well, I just put up 1,800 yards with this guy. So why would I want someone else to throw me the ball? But my only pushback with that would be in the 2.5 games that Trey Lance did play, Debo had over 200 yards and 4 touchdowns. So I don't know if it even matters who his quarterback is. And he had 2 huge explosive plays with Trey Lance at quarterback. So there could be that, but I think it really might just come down to money.
It's always money, and especially when they say it's not about the money, that's when you know it's about the money.
Yeah.
Coming up, we'll have more from maybe the winners of the draft weekend, the Philadelphia Eagles, and where they sit now in the NFC East. That's coming up on our Locked On NFL Draft 2022, presented by BetOnline. Our next partner has a product I use literally every day. I started taking AG1 because I'm really bad at taking my vitamins. It's for people who want better gut health, more energy, optimized immune systems, and something that tastes great. It doesn't taste like it's super healthy. It has a kind of mild, tropical taste that I actually look forward to each morning. So what is it? Well, with 1 scoop of AG1, you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, adaptogens, all to help you start your day right. This special blend of ingredients support your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging. All the things. It's also lifestyle friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, or gluten-free. Plus, it contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything. While still tasting good, AG1 supports better sleep quality and recovery. Athletic Greens uses the best of the best products based on the latest science, with the constant product iterations and third-party testing. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills to support your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/NFL network. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/NFL network to take ownership of your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
So you're saying 4 of the top 5 picks are defense and 4 of the top 10 are offensive tackles? Ooh, that's a lot of tackles coming off the board.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
It is encouraging that you have seen a quarterback in Desmond Ridder who has continued to kind of ascend throughout the draft process. He was kind of characterized by many, including myself, as kind of a winner, but more of a thrower than a passer.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
We are back on our Locked On NFL Draft 2022 presented by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski with the NFL Draft Boys, Ryan Tracy, Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback also in the building. And over on the big screen, Kainani Stevens with our network of expert panelists that we've been bringing in throughout the day. We will be here with you through every pick. As long as they are making picks, we will be here talking about them and talking about the league. Guys, this has been a really fun couple days. I've really enjoyed being with you guys here, so this is really great. We have been doing these conference previews, and you mentioned earlier that the NFC East is now going to be more competitive than it has been in a while. Part of that is because the Eagles have gotten better. The Cowboys, question mark, because they've had a very bizarre offseason. Yeah. But Washington has a quarterback now, sort of. The Giants, I thought, had a really good draft, and they've got a new managerial group in there with Brian Daboll and Joe Schoen. So where do you think the top of the division shakes out this season?
It's going to be interesting. I think it has to be somewhere between the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles. I think you're going between those two. If the Dallas Cowboys have solidified their offensive line woes, then they're going to be a problem because their defense is playing top-notch, obviously with Dan Quinn, the guys that they were able to bring back, some of the guys that they were able to add in this year's draft. So I think that the Cowboys are going to be primed to go ahead and explode. However, they do have to contend with the Philadelphia Eagles that have somehow just blown this entire draft up and traded, obviously acquiring A.J. Brown. That a lot of that's going to be dependent on Jalen Hurts and what he can do with this particular, with these resources and these weapons that he has. But you can't count out Washington. You really can't count out Washington. I think Carson Wentz, as bad as his history has been, Carson Wentz still has capabilities that we know are still submerged in there somewhere. Right? I don't know how much wrapping paper is underneath there, but he might be on a revenge tour. You know, he's back in the NFC East, and I'm pretty sure he's not the happiest of campers, having been moved around the last few years. So he might be on a revenge tour, and he has some resources out there that can help him be successful.
And that was a team last year with the Colts where that was a playoff team until Week 18 when they lost to the Jaguars. And in fairness to Carson Wentz, he was coming off COVID. We've seen guys take a couple weeks to get back from that. It's not something that especially if you're a quarterback mentally, COVID fog. There's a lot of different reasons. I don't want to project excuses onto him, but I do think that's something we have to keep in mind. Who's your favorite in this division right now?
I have to agree. It's between Philly and Dallas, but I will say that I do like what the Giants did. I thought they took some steps forward, especially with their first round picks in Thibodeau and Neal. Beyond that, I think it's filling some pieces. I think there's some shots taken in there. We'll see if they work out or not.
The Philadelphia Eagles were the big winners from this division. We all think from this NFL draft. And so let's get some more insight on what this means for Philadelphia in 2022 with Locked On Eagles and Kai.
Of course, we have to check in with Locked On Eagles, Gino Camilleri, joining me now because, I mean, we've pretty much agreed at this point the Eagles are probably the big winners from this year's draft. There's a couple different names you could really go with, but who is the biggest addition in your mind and who's going to have that big impact right out of the gate?
Well, it's easy to just go with the first pick that they made in Jordan Davis because Jonathan Gannon, unlike former defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz, really wants to play chess with this defense. He wants to present multiple different looks, odd, even, over, under. He wants to do everything in his playbook. Jordan Davis makes everybody around him just that more efficient. Now you're going to be able to clog up a ton of space on the interior with him. He'll be able to two-gap, which they really didn't have in Fletcher Cox and Javon Hargrave, who are more three-tech type of players. But good for them because they'll be able to go to their more natural position. I think Jordan Davis is going to allow this defense to really explode next season and take that step that it needs. And rightfully so, because you gave up 3 additional picks for him. You only end this draft with 5 selections, but it's quality over quantity in this draft. And I think if you're going to talk quality, you have to talk Jordan Davis right off the bat.
And even what your steal of the draft is what some consider to be one of the best players on that Georgia defense, Nakobe Dean. I mean, there is some concern about the medical there, but even at that pick, the value is sky high.
Yeah, that's one of those ones that I take a step back and I say that's a Howie Roseman move. He's done it in the past. Looking at Landon Dickerson last year, coming off of his history with knee injuries, they went ahead and took him because Jeff Stoutland fell in love with a player like that. Jonathan Gannon and everybody else in the defensive building loved Nakobe Dean. You could see the clip that the Eagles website put out, and they were ecstatic when they got him. And it sounds like he's going to be ready to go at rookie minicamp here in a few weeks. And the Eagles said they did all the research on the medicals. Nakobe said he's ready to go. Howie Roseman says he's ready to go. So if that's the case, and this guy could get off the bus day one, and you got him at pick 83 in the 3rd round, when we've mock drafted him here on Locked On Eagles in the 1st round to Philadelphia. Sometimes the medicals turn out worse, but when it comes to this pec injury, I expect him to get back on the field and pick up right where he left off, playing behind Jordan Davis, which will hopefully help ease that transition for him too into the league.
Not a necessarily draft pick, but A.J. Brown's coming to town. I feel like there's so much to talk about. Like, we almost forgot about that. Like, so adding that addition to the offense, it's really make it or break it time for that offense.
Yeah, I think it's make it or break it time now for the ascension of this team, because Isaiah said it, it's going to be Philly and the Cowboys there at the top of this division. And you look at all the talent that has left the NFC East as a whole, the Philadelphia Eagles bringing in A.J. Brown into this division where now you can compete with that high-profile offense of the Dallas Cowboys. I believe that the Giants are only going to get better now under Brian Daboll. I believe Washington is headed in a good direction with their past few drafts. And I think the Philadelphia Eagles, they got to put their chips in the middle of the table, which they did with A.J. Brown. And they said, hey, for the next couple years, we're going to get young talent. We're going to trade unproven commodities for known assets, and we're going to take SEC players, which they did last year with Devontae Smith, this year with Jordan Davis. And I think this roster is now in a position to where there is no excuses for the offense if it does kind of stutter in the middle of the year. Jalen Hurts has to be smiling ear to ear. He put out the video of when he was FaceTiming A.J. Brown. Yeah. They're very good friends. They have a very cool relationship. And to say that you have now potentially 2 1,000-yard receivers with Devontae Smith, who's only in his 2nd year, A.J. Brown, who's only 24 and still on his rookie deal, and you extend him prior to the market being reset when Debo inevitably signs his deal. I think this was a very wise move. And just like I did with Darius Slay a couple of years ago, every time I look back at this draft, A.J. Brown will be in part of the factor that I factor in to say, hey, we gave up an 18th overall pick, 1st round pick, and 103 to get a guy who now is a perennial All-Pro and a perennial Pro Bowler. This team has no excuses. I think the sky's the limit here for the Philadelphia Eagles, and I'm glad the panel agrees that the Eagles did pretty well. And 5 picks, it might not be as many as you came in with, but you didn't give up 2023 assets with this team so badly coveted earlier in this offseason.
You got Jalen Hurts, those weapons, so it's now his division. You know, they're really set up. This is the year to take it. So we'll keep an eye on things. Locked On Eagles here. We appreciate you joining us. And, of course, the NFC is always a discussion for us, isn't it, the NFC East?
It is indeed. And this is a team that maybe it is Jalen Hurts' time in the NFC East, especially with the guys that he's gotten now. I mean, this is sink or swim time for Jalen Hurts. When we think about the 6th round, this is not frontline players. This is not projected starters usually. But was there a pick that stood out to you where you go, I think this guy's got a chance to compete to play this year for them?
Sure, super easy for me. We'll just stay with the Philadelphia Eagles. Kyron Johnson from Kansas, Rock Chalk Jayhawk, everyone. Get him on the roster, a guy that's a situational pass rusher that I think can actually move to off-ball linebacker and give them not only some special teams reps, but something in the defense as well.
I really liked Mr. Curtis Brooks, a defensive lineman out of Cincinnati. You know, watching him on film, they did a lot of 3-man front stuff on that defense, and they had him playing some nose. I didn't think that was a strength of his, but when he was in that more 4-3 look, he was terrific there. Now you place him next to DeForest Buckner, whenever he gets that opportunity to play next to him, I think he's going to be a guy that can really feast. A little undersized to be a guy that you want to kind of like anchor down there and maybe take on doubles, but a guy that can be a legit pass rusher with a big-time motor.
I really like Jamari Salyer from Georgia going to the Chargers. Remember at the end of the week 18, they need 1 yard at the end, and they can't get it. Zion Johnson is a mauler. That's a big, bad dude. And now Jamari Salyer is from Georgia, is another big, bad dude who's going to slide inside, play guard. I think he can compete to play for them because they need some nasty on that team. They can't just be a finesse team and expect to go into these playoff games. If you can't out hustle or out muscle the Raiders, who are not exactly the biggest, baddest team either, that's a problem. And I think they needed some attitude in this draft.
Yeah, I like Devin Harper. Went to Dallas at the inside linebacker. They have an issue at that position right now. They don't have a lot of depth. They lost a lot of guys over the past few years. Jabril Cox coming off of his injury as well, tearing his ACL. So they have some question marks in terms of his availability to be able to contribute early on in this season, in this upcoming season. So I think that they needed to add depth. I think that's the second guy they picked up at that position so far in this year's draft. So they're definitely taking care of business there.
I like Schaefer, Salyer's teammate as well, staying in state, going to the Falcons. I think he's got some of that nasty as well.
You need nasty guys. I mean, these teams, you have to have guys who in the trenches can get after you. I think even be a passing league, you can't just be finesse. You need some of that downhill too. I mean, you look at a team like San Francisco, one of the reasons why they came into Lambeau and got a win is because they play physically up front. They're a team that's built for cold and outdoors. I think one of the reasons why a team like Buffalo, it's like they should be in a dome. This is Mina Kimes' whole thing, that they should put a dome on the new Buffalo Stadium. They're Packer fans that are like, hey, we'd like to play on the road because we want to go to Jerry World. We want Aaron Rodgers and those guys playing on turf, not playing outside. And it's because sometimes they can be a little, not as physical. I was going to say soft. I'm not going to say soft because that's a dirty word in football. But you like that physicality in the trenches, and sometimes all you need is a 6th-round pick to come in training camp and just give you a little bit of attitude, and that can lift up your teammates a little bit.
I have a question for you guys in regards to the NFC East. What does it say about the Giants' confidence to be able to re-sign Saquon Barkley, the fact that he hasn't been moved? Because my thought process coming into the draft is that he's definitely on the move because there's no way he's re-signing with them next year.
Who's going to trade for him? That's the problem.
Yeah, what would it take to?
That's the other thing. What would it cost?
I think the upside and like who he is, you would think that would be some good draft capital coming your way or a solid player. But the production since his rookie or second year, it just hasn't quite been there. And it's directly attributed to his injuries that he's had to deal with.
Well, and the confidence may be in what the offense is going to be. New coach calling the plays, maybe that gives him a boost. Maybe that brings him back in the organization by featuring him a little bit more.
It's also worth wondering what Saquon wants to do. Mm-hmm. Where does he want to be? Because if he can be a featured part of this offense, maybe his thing is, let me recoup my value, let me go be a 1,000-yard rusher in this offense, and then I'm out. Yeah. And I think someone will pay me rather than me going to a new place with a new group of teammates trying to fit in there. I know this is a new coaching staff, but at least he knows Danny Dimes. Yeah. At least he knows some of these offensive linemen, some of these skill position players. There's continuity there, and I think there's value in continuity. I think sometimes players, when they want to move, they undervalue continuity, and I think we as media sometimes also undervalue continuity. We don't see a lot of guys in free agency especially change teams and go immediately be successful because that continuity in-house, usually the team where you've been 3-4 years, they know how best to deploy you, whereas it might take a year or two for your new team to figure that out.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. I hope that he doesn't fall into the same category as like a McCaffrey, in terms of injuries and in terms of a generational talent that you just don't come across, that finds himself in a situation that's not very advantageous to him, and then he just kind of just fades away to the darkness because of injuries or because of this, because of the talent that's around him. I think that he could go to another organization and do very well. I think him staying with the Giants, even if they have a good season, I don't see him wanting to come back.
Why do you think Debo doesn't want to play running back? This is the wear and tear on these guys' bodies, and he wants to get paid like a receiver, and he understands careers are shortened. Guys don't get paid the same way. Like we've seen it with your guy in Dallas. Zeke Elliott does not look like physically the same guy that he was early in his career when he was explosive, dynamic, but he's a good pass protector. So he's in there on third down, taking on linebackers in the hole. That has wear and tear on your body. Plus he's getting 300 carries a year. I mean, that's a lot of physical toll on your body. So these guys, the shelf life, they get burned and churned in the NFL.
That's true.
And it's not going to change anytime soon, especially when you can find talent today on day 3 that can walk in there and help you. Somebody might have to go down to get them there. But if you can hit the hole, you can read a single gap and take it, there's room for you.
I think it's why teams have said, we need 2, we need 3, even 4 running backs because we're trying to preserve these guys. Even if you've got a really good one, even if you have Antonio Gibson, we need a power back like the guy from Alabama, to come in and make sure we're saving him. I would like to see Dallas use Tony Pollard more to save DK. I know Cowboy fans agree. They want to see Pollard out there because he's a really good player. So this is something the 49ers have done with platoons at running back. The Packers used a second-round pick on A.J. Dillon so that they could keep Aaron Jones fresh for the playoffs and the end of the season. So I don't know what the future is of Saquon Barkley. Is there a team, Croc, that you can think of that would go, yeah, let's pay this guy?
When you say pay, I mean, how much are we talking? Again, the production isn't there. I think what's, cast over his head is he was the number 2 overall pick. So, from that standpoint, and I think in a lot of people's heads, at some point he's going to get it together. Or the offensive line with them. They're building it up. It's going to get better. I think a lot of people are banking on that. But, I mean, there's a scenario where it just never does. And maybe he has kind of lost a step because of the injuries.
What would be funny is if the Rams just give them a 5th-round pick. It's the kind of move that LA would make.
They are the team that would do that, 100%.
Speaking of the NFC West, let's talk about the NFC West and where the defending champs are in the hierarchy of a loaded division. Kai Stevens over there on the board is with our friends. We were going to get to that after this break. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. The NFL Draft Live 2022 show is powered by Built Bar. By now, you know Locked On's obsession with Built Bar. Have you tried the Puffs? If you haven't, you're missing out on one of the best Built Bars. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallow. They're fluffy, they're marshmallowy. They're not just a protein bar, they're a treat. And they're covered in 100% real chocolate. Puffs are a fan favorite with some incredible flavors: cinnamony churro, coconut marshmallow, banana cream pie. These are going to be your new favorites. All Built Bars covered in 100% chocolate. That's including the Puffs, 100% real chocolate, and yet they're still low calorie, high protein. Replace candy bars with these. And in a lot of cases, they're better than a typical candy bar would be anyway from a taste perspective. Plus, they're half the calories. Go to Built.com and scroll down through the macro charts. You will be blown away. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Compare that to a candy bar, which usually has 240 calories, 30 grams of sugar, and dozens of net carbs. At Built Bar, they're all about the taste. They make it taste delicious first, then figure out how to make it healthy. I don't know how they do it, but they pull it off every time. Go to Built.com, use promo code LOCKED15 and get 15% off your order. That's promo code LOCKED15 for 15% off at Built.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
So you're saying 4 of the top 5 picks are defense and 4 of the top 10 are offensive tackles? That's a lot of tackles coming off the board.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
We are Locked On NFL Draft 2022, brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski, joined by the NFL Draft guys Ryan Tracy and Eric Crocker, along with Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback. And over on the board, it is Kai Stevens with our litany of hosts from around the Locked On Podcast Network. We're going a little loopy in the in the studio, guys, because we are getting down to it. We've got 30-40 picks left here in the 7th round. As we're going through this, the Packers are making a pick at 228. I've had my eye on this team a lot And we have some guys in the NFC West we want to talk to. We've had a lot of fun talking to Alex Clancy and Brian Peacock out in Arizona and San Francisco. Kai is with them now to talk about these draft classes.
It is time to talk. I think I know where Alex is going to go. So just entertainment's sake, I'm going to go to him first. It's been a frustrating couple of days for you, I'm sure. What is the hope going forward? Is it just trying to work with what the team has, or can the Cardinals make some sort of trades to address some of these needs?
I mean, I've calmed down a little bit since my half-baked moment yesterday.
Okay, good.
I mean, they drafted for need in the third round, 2 defensive ends, one of whom could play outside linebacker. What my hope at this point is that this is the best offense the Arizona Cardinals organization has ever put out there, because that's kind of what this has been set up for with the first 2 picks that the Cardinals they traded obviously their first rounder and then drafted the best tight end in the draft, arguably in the second round. I'm more content now than I was yesterday. I just see this as kind of an off-kilter roster at this point. And unfortunately, push coming to shove, after the Cardinals drafted Trey McBride, Drake Jackson goes to the 49ers, and I'm like, well, the Cardinals may get eviscerated by this guy, somebody they well could have drafted at 55. And I just hope that's not going to be the case for the next 5 or 7 years.
Brian, going to you, the 49ers clearly have the pieces to be very successful, make a serious run if they can keep the pieces, right? Like if we can keep Debo in a 49ers uniform. But also, what are some of the challenges when you're facing the Rams as much as you guys do, and obviously they're just so super talented?
Well, the great thing about the Rams in the regular season is they haven't even been that much of a challenge for the 49ers. So now,
regular season,
script back in the playoffs there, the Niners couldn't do it 3 times last year. Mm-hmm. But and I think the 49ers are going to be right there, and they're trying to build from their defensive line out, as we talked about yesterday with their second round pick and Drake Jackson. So I like keeping a strength there, and it's all about the quarterback at this point for the 49ers, and that's one of the big reasons you can't let Debo go. Even if you think you're getting a trade that is value for what would normally be a veteran wide receiver, Debo's too important to the development of Trey Lance, and it's all about how good Trey Lance is, because that's how you figure out what the 49ers ceiling is in the NFC West. And you've got to get him up to speed as quickly as possible. You need as many playmakers as possible. And you saw him draft another couple offensive linemen this year after drafting 2 offensive linemen last year. So they're going to try to protect their quarterback. They're going to try to have a strong running game and play defense and give it back to that young quarterback as many times as possible. So make things as easy as possible on Trey Lance, develop your quarterback, because that's what's going to lead to future wins for this organization.
And we talk a lot about quarterback. Obviously, it's a quarterback league, but many teams don't have one good quarterback. You kind of have 2. How does that divide a team a little bit? Because, I mean, there's a lot of players. Like Debo loves Jimmy. Like there's, probably some newer guys that are like, let's go with Trey. So how does that kind of divide a locker room, and how does that affect the decision-making in terms of who gets to play?
Yeah, I don't know. I really think that it helps that both Trey and Jimmy are pros, and it seems like they have a pretty good relationship. And as long as they're cool, then I think everyone else will probably be pretty cool. It does really seem, though, like Trey Lance has a nice little rapport going with Brandon Ayuk. And I wonder if Debo looks at that and thinks, maybe more balls are going to go toward Ayuk than we're coming my way with Jimmy Garoppolo. Although, Debo did fine when Trey Lance was in there at quarterback last season. So I don't think it's really a problem. And I know a lot of people have a ton of respect for Jimmy Garoppolo, but that could probably go a long way in helping Trey Lance and develop his leadership techniques and seeing how that works, because there's no doubt that Jimmy Garoppolo learned a lot from Tom Brady, right? And so to have that lineage of Tom Brady to Jimmy Garoppolo for Trey Lance, a young player, to come into the league at 21 years old, to have that and have somebody who's been around the greatest quarterback of all time and learn how to prepare and learn how to be a leader, I think is pretty important. So I think if I had to guess, I would say that Trey Lance has been helped more by having Jimmy Garoppolo around than he would be hindered by him, even if they have a little camp competition. And look, iron sharpens iron. Go win it. If Jimmy Garoppolo comes to camp, Trey Lance has all this physical ability. Go win the job.
Alex, we'll check back in with you. I mean, when you see so much talent, not only around the league, but in your own division, how much pressure does that put on, obviously not to draft well, because they didn't do that very well, but to perform well, and for Cliff Kingsbury to kind of figure this out?
Yeah. one of my favorite things to say is if the offense isn't the strength of the Arizona Cardinals, why is Cliff Kingsbury the head coach?
Because he's handsome.
I mean, and he doesn't wear socks, which bothers
Right,
me.
he has a nice house.
I mean, that's a personal preference. I don't think Pitre wears socks either. I'm not
None of the
exactly sure
panel
about that, though. This is really tipping the scale to where the offense is going to be the focal point of this team to put up points as opposed to having the defense, defense bail the offense out. Handful of games last year.
Mm-hmm.
The NFC West is tough, and it's not necessarily just because the 49ers defense is tough or the Rams defense is tougher. Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan have Cliff Kingsbury's numbers in some capacity.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the rivalries between the specific teams are just weird. There's no real rhyme or reason as to why the Cardinals beat Colt McCoy and the 49ers last year. There's no rhyme or reason why the Cardinals beat the Rams on the road last year and vice versa, losing to the Rams at home. It's just all the teams are so deep and so well coached in one way or another that it's really a crapshoot for who comes out of the NFC West interdivisionally every year. And obviously Seattle took a little bit of a step back this year after trading Russell Wilson. So the NFC West, for the first time in a long time, is going to have a team that's like, oh, that could be 2 wins for each other team in the division. And that's something that have really experienced as of late. So I still think it's Rams and 49ers 1 and 1A, and the Cardinals are maybe a 1B, and then you have Seattle at C. But I mean, the NFC West it's an arms race every year, and 2022 will be no different.
Certainly, you guys are always beating up on each other, so we appreciate you checking in. Alex, Brian, of course, Croc's on the couch having some snacks, and we appreciate. We didn't get quite too much into the Super Bowl champs, but they're always a contender.
For the record,
He's still chewing. Look at him.
These are no shows. I wear socks. These are no shows. I'm not going to untie my shoes and show my feet like Aaron Rodgers. You can thank me later for that. We had in the 7th round, guys, Isaiah Thomas and Chris Paul both drafted. Not those guys, but those guys. And then I wanted to bring this one up because the Seattle Seahawks drafted Bo Melton, a receiver from Rutgers, that Nate Dickinson, our Locked On Big Ten host, brought up. And this is a guy that I thought the Packers were going to have interest on day 3. I think he's a really nice player, and he fits, I think, complementary speaking, with what Seattle already has.
Yeah, Bo Melton, that's the receiver who Rutgers just tried to get the ball in his hands any type of way. A lot of screens, a lot of short stuff, but he also had the vertical speed to win downfield as well.
7th in the matrix overall. He can move. He can change direction. That's really important, and I agree. If you're trying to make him the focus of your offense, you want to bring him in and see what he can do for yours when you get there.
I think he could improve on making guys miss in space, things like that. I didn't quite see the elusiveness with the run after catch, especially for as many opportunities as he had to catch the ball in space. But overall, it was clear that he was a good athlete.
Guys, I realized something. I forgot somebody.
Uh-oh.
We forgot to cross off Matt Corral last night.
The
at
wide
the end.
receiver.
Wide receiver Matt Corral. Maybe that's why, because he's not a wide receiver. So let's get us back into the quarterback discussion then, because there aren't that many teams that are going to be looking for quarterbacks, but some of these teams, they brought in these rookies, right? Who, Isaiah, do you think is the first team that we could see on the field in 2022?
That's a really good question. I think.
Anybody else have a strong feeling on this?
Not an easy question. Because he's behind Sam Darnold. And we saw last season, how many quarterbacks did Carolina Panthers play? Whether it was because of
14,
injury
15, I think.
Or just because these guys just weren't playing very well and they just couldn't figure out that guy. And again, they've already let it be known heading into this season. Man, we kind of misjudged this whole Sam Darnold situation. I couldn't believe I heard his head coach say that live on television about picking up his 5th-year option.
Yeah, that's terrible.
So clearly they're letting you know how they feel about him, and they're hoping anyone can come in and be better.
I think Corral's most likely, and then I'd probably have a toss-up between Ritter and Howell. Who's
before Kenny Pickett?
Who's starter?
You guys have a lot more faith in Mitch Trubisky than I do.
No, Kenny Pickett. Oh yeah, true.
There is that.
Yeah.
but I think that there's more chance for somebody to stumble, whereas I think Trubisky can probably rely on Najee Harris a little bit more and just kind of push him through a little bit.
They're more likely to win games, and you're less likely to make a quarterback change when you're winning, whereas some of those other teams, they might be struggling. I'm really interested to see what happens with Atlanta because I like Marcus Mariota more than most people, I think. But that roster is hot garbage. And I know that division's not very hard, but that team is not going to be good. And how long can you stick when you have Desmond Ridder? How long can you stick with Marcus Mariota? Because if you're bad, you need to see if Ridder can play so that if you are in the top 5 next year, you know, is it a CJ Stroud year? Is it a Bryce? Like, they're going to be guys that could be there. You're going to need to evaluate that guy.
Yeah, he needs time to learn, and then you got to find what he's learned, and has he improved? Has his footwork come along so that his accuracy then improves, and then maybe you don't feel like you have to make that investment a year from now.
I feel bad for Kyle Pitts.
He's going to be all right.
I mean, he's a really good. Is he going to have to play wide receiver this year? I mean, him and Drake London, those are two big guys. They're trying to field a basketball team.
I like that, the way they complement each other. Again, if you have a quarterback like Desmond Ridder, who's known to not be the most accurate guy out there, get some guys with some really wide catch radiuses.
I like Mariota, though. I really do.
do too.
I've always liked him in his entire career. I always thought that he always had a short leash.
Yeah, that's true.
You know?
Maybe he has some room in this offense. How do you see that complement, Croc, with Drake London and Kyle Pitts? Because Kyle Pitts is the kind of tight end that you could say, hey, X on the backside of the formation, you can go beat that corner one-on-one, but Drake London is that same kind of guy. So how do you find that balance?
I think you just have two guys where you might have a little bit more tight window throws. You have to put, but again, we talked about arm length for receivers, and typically it's not that big of a deal. But if you have guys that have it, then you can take advantage of it, especially those two guys. So just throw it up in the area and let them do their thing, and they'll make you look good.
I'd put them on the same side of formation and make defenses cry, see what you get on the other side.
A little bunch formation, put them both in there and see how they line up. I think that could be a lot of fun. Coming up, we are going to talk about a very early situation that could be percolating here with next year's quarterbacks and how that affects what we see this season after the break. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. The NFL Draft Live 2022 show is powered by Built Bar. By now, you know Locked On's obsession with Built Bar. Have you tried the Puffs? If you haven't, you're missing out on one of the best Built Bars. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallow. They're fluffy, they're marshmallowy. They're not just a protein bar, they're a treat. And they're covered in 100% real chocolate. Puffs are a fan favorite with some incredible flavors: cinnamony churro, coconut marshmallow, banana cream pie. These are going to be your new favorites. All Built Bars covered in 100% chocolate. That's including the Puffs, 100% real chocolate, and yet they're still low calorie, high protein. Replace candy bars with these. And in a lot of cases, they're better than a typical candy bar would be anyway from a taste perspective. Plus, they're half the calories. Go to Built.com and scroll down through the macro charts. You will be blown away. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Compare that to a candy bar, which usually has 240 calories, 30 grams of sugar, and dozens of net carbs. At Built Bar, they're all about the taste. They make it taste delicious first, then figure out how to make it healthy. I don't know how they do it, but they pull it off every time. Go to Built.com, use promo code LOCKED15 and get 15% off your order. That's promo code LOCKED15 for 15% off at Built.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Analytics expert Brian Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
So you're saying 4 of the top 5 picks are defense and 4 of the top 10 are offensive tackles? That's a lot of tackles coming off the board.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
This is Locked On NFL Draft 2022. We are almost done with the 2022 NFL Draft. Brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski with the NFL Draft crew. Ryan Tracy, Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and over at the big screen, Kainani Stevens. With everything we have from around the network, our hosts are bringing you the nitty and the gritty from the Locked On NFL Draft Show 2022. We have seen a lot of players drafted this year from a school that is not a blue blood program, but has had a lot of success under Luke Fickell, and that is the Cincinnati Bearcats. They're in the college football playoffs. We saw a top 5 pick, so let's talk about it. Let's get some shine for this Bearcats program. Kai is going to help us with that.
I'm not even happy about this because look at where he's checking in from. Alex, I don't appreciate that at all. You're poolside right now, but we're going to talk Bearcats. Desmond Ridder went a little bit later than maybe was expected. Did you think he was going to go that late, and were you surprised with where he ended up?
You know, I'm not surprised where he ended up, to be honest with you. I am surprised that he did go a little later than I thought he would. I thought he was a potential second-round pick, first-round pick, but as I'm told, that the draft is about value, and I think the Falcons got him at a really good value. Number 74, I think he's got a great chance to beat out Marcus Mariota for the starting job. And the best part about this is he doesn't even have to change uniform colors. It's red and black, which is what he was at Cincinnati. And I believe he's going to have a really good career down in Atlanta. They got a receiver for him in the first round in Drake London. I don't think they would have taken Desmond Ridder if they didn't think that he could start, if not by week 1, for sure in his rookie season.
What about his game makes you so sure that he'll be ready to go right out of the gate?
There's a lot of things I like about his game. I'll say this. He's a charismatic leader. When you look at what he's been able to do, sorry, I'm having trouble adjusting my camera here. It's interesting. But when you look at Desmond Ridder, the one thing that he has is great leadership. It doesn't matter what the score is. It could be 21-0. It can be they could be down 21-0. They could be up 28-0. He's going to be the same leader regardless of the score. He's also a dual threat quarterback, and I've said that's what makes him a quintessential NFL quarterback because he can make plays with his legs. He's got a good arm, and in this day and age in the NFL, if you don't have both, you're not really going to be a great dynamic quarterback. That's why I think he can succeed in this NFL. And you're going to a division, the NFC South, which historically has been an offensive happy division. It's about great quarterbacks and Matt Ryan, Drew Brees, Tom Brady, Cam Newton that have come through that division. You play in a dome 9 games, 8 games, 9 games a year. You play in the NFC South, so that's more than half your games. You're going to be in an offensive environment with the weather. You're going to be in an offensive environment with the coaches. I like where Ridder's going here for that reason. I think his game, you saw it in college, him evolve as this dynamic quarterback. That's why I think he's going to be really successful.
He'll certainly have the opportunity to compete right away as they're clearly rebuilding in Atlanta. So we appreciate you checking in. Locked On Bearcats for more of a breakdown of what Ridder brings to the next level. We'll let you back to the pool. We're still here grinding this out with every single pick as we're getting closer to the end of things here in the 7th round.
We got guys coming from the pool. Isaac is coming from the kayak. Like, come on. This is cruel and unusual. At least Isaiah brought us donuts. So we got donuts in the studio. That's the good news because we've needed the sugar, and this is where we are, late on day 3, 7th round, almost over with. And guys, I teased the quarterbacks for next year. I think you saw a lot of teams this year go, let's just wait. I think that can be a dangerous game. But next year's quarterback class, we do expect to be that kind of top-tier prospect group. We'll see. We kind of always think this.
There's 2 guys, Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, and they kind of carry the rest of the group unless someone makes a huge jump. You have outside of those 2 guys, and you have to hope that they pan out because remember, a year ago, if we were having this same conversation about this class right now, you would have included guys like Keaton Slovis. You would have included guys like Spencer Rattler. Sam Howell would have probably been a top pick. And none of those things came to fruition.
Right.
So when you look at this class, we are projecting that Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud will be able to carry that entire group because after them, there's really a big-time drop-off unless someone like K.J. Jefferson takes a huge jump.
Well, and remember, Joe Burrow was not number 1 pick Joe Burrow coming into that first year at LSU. And coming out of that first year at LSU, it was, well, I guess he's fine. And then all of a sudden he has the greatest college football season a quarterback has ever had. And he's the number 1 overall pick, and it turns out he's really, really good. The other thing that's interesting, Justin Herbert, we thought early in his career, number 1 overall pick type player, never progressed the way that we thought he should. And then it turns out he comes to the NFL and he kills it. So this is really hard. The quarterback stuff is really, really hard. So, I mean, it would just be sort of fitting NFL if, like, all the guys in this class turn out to be awesome.
Right.
You never know. There's a lot of guys who could have come out now and went back. Jerkovic from Boston College. You're going to have J.D. Daniels has now transferred.
Right.
Bo Nix has transferred. Maybe a change of scenery can let them get some of their draft stock back.
Bo Nix has been in college football since Isaiah was there, though. Bo Nix has been in college forever.
He was a big-time prospect coming out, and he showed flashes. At different times, we see the type of athlete he is, but he just never became that consistent passer. And I think he's hoping that transferring to Oregon is something that could definitely help him. I'm not sure. I think this guy like Jake Haener out of Fresno State, where he's done very well for himself. He actually went into the portal, but then I can't think of the head coach that came off the top of my head, but whatever head coach went to Fresno State, he said, you know what, maybe I'll stay here. I believe it was the coach that was at Cal Berkeley for a while.
Right.
Jeff Tedford. Aaron
Tedford's
Rodgers' old
over
coach.
So
Slovis moves from USC to Pitt. We still have Grayson McCall. We
Pitt
still
might
have
lose Addison, though. They're
Oh, that's
talking about
true.
him
That's true.
potentially entering the portal and going right over to USC.
The dark
And if
horse
that
could
happens,
even
you'll
be-
hear about that in the next couple of days.
Dark horse could even be Sam Hartman at Wake Forest.
Isaiah, can I have your best Tony Romo story? That you can tell on air?
Yeah, I don't know how many of those I can tell on air.
Is it about golf?
Yeah, nothing crazy. I just spent a lot of time with Nine. I just spent a lot of time with him. I know him and Jason Witten were best buddies, though. They were inseparable.
You had a pretty good group of QBs, though, that you got to spend some time with.
Yes, I did. I was spoiled. I was really spoiled. I went from the Cowboys to the Patriots to the Giants. Patriots to Seattle to the Giants. So, I mean, I definitely was spoiled by the organizations and then also some really good quarterbacks. Eli Manning. You had Hasselbeck in there for a hot second. Tony Romo, TB12. I guess he's okay. Yeah, there's some dudes. There's some dudes, man.
Did Eli Manning's a trickster, right? A prankster?
Yes, he's a prankster.
Did he ever
got me
get-
at
he
the
got
Super
you?
Bowl. Yeah. We went to the Super Bowl dinner, and we had to walk from the hotel. I forget the name of the place in Indianapolis. It's some famous steakhouse. Anyways, we're walking down the middle
St.
of
Elmo's?
St. Elmo's. There you go. So we're going to have offensive dinner. So we're walking literally down the street. All of our offensive linemen are surrounding him so that he doesn't get mauled right by all the fans. So we finally get to St. Elmo's, and we're having a discussion in this nice little private room. And there was something on social media that was on my phone or website or something. And I passed it around and showed everybody. It was something funny. And at the time, Eli had been doing this thing where he was changing the language on people's phones. So like by the time my phone got back to me, it was in a completely different language. This is the night before 2 nights before the Super Bowl. My phone was in a totally different language. So I had to go back to the hotel, back on my computer, and go to YouTube and go step by step as to what buttons to push. And I'm like, Eli, you touch my phone? He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, I can't stand you, bro. So yeah, he's definitely a prankster.
This is 2 days before the Super Bowl. He's just messing around.
Clowning.
It's just who he is.
It
And
is.
it seems like the opposite end of the spectrum with Tom Brady.
TB12 is funny too. He's just different. TB12 is different. What did he do? I didn't spend a whole lot. Well, I guess I did spend a good amount of time with TB12. I spent more time with Moss. I had a lot more good conversations with Moss. I was stuck in between those two. My locker was in between Moss and TB12.
It's a pretty good spot.
Not a bad spot at all. And we had a lot of great discussions, but TB12 gave me the nickname Stanny. And for whatever reason, he thought it was the funniest thing on earth. Like, he was like, hey, Stanny. Ha, ha. I'm like, is that your laugh, bro? Like, is that your laugh? And it was literally in his head the funniest thing ever. And like now my friends, my boy, you know my boy D-Rod, like all my friends call me Stanny now. It's crazy. I'm like, how the heck did that stick with me? But yeah, TB12 is a good dude, man. We had actually a Halloween party. And I was somebody from Martin. I was a character from Martin named Jerome. TB12 came as like an old school pimp.
I was going to say, hopefully not a character from Martin.
Yeah, Giselle came as one of his employees. Who else came? Wes Welker came as Party Boy. He actually, it was a skating party. Moss put it on. And Randy Moss and his lady came as SpongeBob. Yes, and Coach Belichick was a pirate. I can't say on
I
air
remember the photos.
I can't say on air what Coach Belichick said to me, but he's a funny dude. Coach Belichick is actually like a real comedian that nobody would ever know about. But like
I've heard he's like a low-key assassin with the comedy.
He is, man. But yeah, he says some sly stuff to you that you would never imagine, and it's like you kind of double take, like, Coach, like that was you. Yeah, we had to shut Wes down that night because Wes got a little bit. He got a little bit
rowdy?
too. Yeah, he went full on party boy. And he was on roller skates. And he like slipped and fell, and everybody was like, "All right, party's over. Like, shut it down. We're not hurting Wes."
It's good to know that the Patriots, like you talked about how intense that is. That this work hard, play hard.
It's a lot of work hard. The play hard element is very, very minute. But yeah, it's gratifying in a sense that you know that you're always, at least at that time, you're always in position to win a championship.
So this is a great segue from the Patriots to talk about the AFC East with a couple of our AFC East hosts, and Kai is with them at the big screen.
Patriots are always in the mix, usually until very recently. So they've been kind of doing this rebuild situation. So we got Mike Debate here from Locked On Patriots, John Butchko from Locked On Jets. We talked to you a bunch the first day, not too much. You're chilling now. But I'll start with the Jets because they had a great first round, right? Like a great addition. We can't always say that about the Jets, but this year they really seem to have hit some critical needs and got some really good players.
Absolutely. It's a refreshing change of pace because the Jets have had a lot of difficulty in the NFL draft through the years. Now, look, we never know on draft day how things are going to work out, but you look at the Jets, they've addressed a number of core needs. They addressed the need at 3 at corner. They addressed the need at 10 at wide receiver. They addressed the need trading up back into the first round, drafting Jermaine Johnson at defensive end. And then in the second round, they trade up to get Breece Hall, a guy who profiles as a really good back. And he's a perfect fit with the Jets, with the back the Jets drafted last year in Michael Carter. And they've added a couple players since then. I think Jeremy Ruckert's was a solid selection as a developmental tight end. So you look, this team looks a lot better than it did a couple of days ago. And you look at this team, this has been part of the plan for Joe Douglas, the general manager, for a couple of years. Last year, they had 2 first-round picks. They had an early second-round pick. This year, 3 first-round picks and early second-round picks. So you have 7 players who have been drafted in the top 40 in the last 2 years on this team. The Jets have put their plan into place to really accelerate this rebuild. And this year, you hope you're going to see some of the results. But I think right now you have to be very happy with what you're seeing if you're a Jets fan.
Yeah, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves because it is the Jets, but they do seem like they're doing the right thing right about now. Mike, as far as the Patriots go, they're in a little bit of different territory, right? They don't have Tom anymore. So going forward, they put a lot of things in place. They got a ton of free agents last year to kind of solidify that team. And then, they're working with Mac Jones, who's going to be in his second year. What are you hoping to see from them in terms of improvement? Obviously, Bill always schemes things up, but just in terms of talent-wise improving in this year with Mac.
Well, that's really going to be the big question for the New England Patriots this year is can they build on a promising 2021? Obviously not the best ending for 2021 for the New England Patriots, 47-17 drubbing by the Buffalo Bills. But at the same time, Mac Jones came in, took the reins, led this team to a pretty good game-winning streak during the season, proved that I believe he's going to be the quarterback of the future here in New England for many years to come. So what do you do to try to help that? You try to get him some weapons. You try to get him some additional pass catchers that can help take some of the pressure off the tight ends and the players that we saw last year. The addition of Devontae Parker, I think, is a good move for the New England Patriots. It gives Mac that veteran presence, the guy that can get yards after the catch. And Tyquan Thornton, I think, is an interesting selection here for the New England Patriots in the second round. Blazing speed without any question about it. This kid can definitely fly. The side-to-side movement, I think, is something that the Patriots will work with him on. But if Mac is looking for that type of wideout to air things out, this is the kid to do it with. So it's going to be interesting to see what the Patriots do, but they still have some guys from the 2021 draft class, believe it or not. Linebacker Cam McGrone from Michigan that hasn't played a snap for the New England Patriots. A lot of Pats fans were upset that they didn't choose a linebacker or address that position. I think the Patriots are looking at McGrone as a guy that can come in and be that solid presence on defense.
Certainly something to keep an eye on, because, I mean, you see Nakobe Dean fall down the board and you're thinking, wait, that would be a great guy, especially with Dante Hightower looking like he's going to be out or retiring or something along those lines, not in New England anymore. John, I want to touch base with you. I mean, obviously the Jets made some great selections, but in terms of making that, equal wins on the field, is this something where we can see a considerable jump this year?
I think you need to. Like I said, it's been built around this year. Joe Douglas's first draft class is entering its third season, and frankly, the returns from them have not been great so far. But last year's draft class showed a lot of promise. Jets had a lot of rookie contributors. You had Elijah Moore, who really came on near the end of the season. Elijah Vera Tucker, a guy they drafted in the first round, looked like he was a keeper at the guard position. Now he's flipping from the left guard spot to the right guard spot to accommodate Laken Tomlinson, who they signed from San Francisco. But Zach Wilson needs to take the next step forward this year. His rookie year was pretty rocky at times, and the Jets have now given him a very good supporting cast. As I mentioned, they brought in Laken Tomlinson in free agency. They've added weapons through the NFL draft this year, and Garrett Wilson, and I think Breece Hall is going to really help him a lot. The Jets offensive coordinator, Mike LaFleur, he's a Kyle Shanahan disciple, and the Jets want to get that wide zone run game working, take things off Zach's plate, and make life as easy for him as possible. So Zach Wilson needs to step up for this team. But I feel like sometimes we talk about quarterback development and we divorce it from the team's results, because like I'll hear people say, well, I'd rather the Jets be bad and Zach Wilson play well than the Jets be good and Zach Wilson play poorly. Well, if Zach Wilson's good, the Jets are probably going to win more games this year. If Zach Wilson doesn't take the next step forward, the Jets probably won't win a lot of games this year. And at the end of the day, it's really about, can Zach Wilson grow? If Zach Wilson grows, then the team's going to get results. And if he doesn't grow, then it could be the beginning of another painful cycle for the Jets. But I think I'm optimistic, because I think the Jets made a lot of quality additions that are going to help him take that step forward this year.
So we were enjoying that conversation very much, and the conversation was so crackling it shorted out Kai's microphone. So we will get that sorted out as we head toward the end of round 7. Currently on pick 242, and they are still clapping in draft rooms, guys, like they are thrilled with these late round picks. God, I love that every time. The best thing about the draft is the post-draft press conferences where the GM, every single pick, they hit a home run. They think they crushed it every single time. And then we get to go back and go, remember what you said, that this guy was going to be the cornerstone piece of your team? And
they're starting to get around to the picks as a player where you almost don't want to get drafted. And I don't know if the fans understand this aspect of it. When you start getting to these later rounds, or at least the bottom of the 7th round, you almost rather just not get drafted. Reason being, you might get drafted by a team where you're just not really a great fit for them. You much rather have the opportunity for your agent. As soon as the last pick it goes off, agents are on the phone like crazy trying to get the guys who did not get drafted opportunities to sign with organizations of their choice. Right, so their agents are calling saying, "Hey, how about my kid? How about my guy? You like my guy? If you want to sign him right now." And all the agents around the world and around the country are doing the same thing at the same time. So you almost get to select your own team instead of waiting for somebody to pick you.
And end up with a better signing bonus.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because those guys all of a sudden they go into the pool. There's a little bit more competition, and they up those signing bonuses. Yeah. So you get paid plus, but you get a signing bonus. It's a better chance you make the team, because their perspective is we invested money in you.
Yeah, but these owners don't care about 50,000. They don't care about that.
Some owners don't. Some owners do.
Yeah. Well, I know Green Bay doesn't have an owner. So.
Well, it's true.
Justin Ross still hasn't been picked yet, as of right now. still
I
on the
wonder if
board.
I was going to say, I wonder if he is doing what I wonder if his agents are calling teams right now saying, don't pick us.
Right.
Like he's trying to recruit, but maybe, I mean, someone will.
He's kind of hurt. I saw him tweet out something, but someone did put this, and this might put some perspective on some of the things I've seen. And if you don't know and you're just watching the film, all I can go off of is what I see. But he says Justin Ross battled a foot injury all of 2021, missed 3 games, had inconsistent QB play, and is still far away. Led Clemson in receptions and yards. So there was maybe a reason as to why I didn't see quite this, not even separation. I kind of hate that term because guys went in different ways, but just the ability to jump off the screen while watching them.
He's one of those guys that early on, I remember watching T. Higgins and going, this other guy's really, really good.
Yeah.
He just hasn't been physically that same guy. But that if that's the case, if teams know he's hurt, don't they just know he's hurt and they go, okay, well, if he gets healthy, maybe he can get back. At some point, it would seem like it's worth the risk. We're here in the late round 7. This is when you take a guy like that.
Maybe the 49ers take him with the Mr. Irrelevant pick.
Maybe he goes right here to the Kansas City Chiefs. We don't know.
How about the Packers? Packers got 2 more picks.
I think y'all have enough receivers now.
You think?
Y'all did good. Y'all did good too.
How dare you?
How do you feel about the Packers receiver situation now?
So I said I was not thrilled with what happened on night 1, and you and I talked about it at the time.
Yes.
My reaction was clipped and put on social media. But what I said on my show on Locked On Packers was, you need to. We're going to see what happens after that, and I think it's going to help inform how we feel about what happened on night 1. If they go out and aggressively pursue more pass catchers, then I think it says okay. And I think what they showed us was Christian Watson. They probably felt like Quay Walker and Devontae Wyatt were first-round players. They moved all the way up to 34 to get Christian Watson, and they gave up 2 second-round picks to do that. They must have felt like he was also a first-round player. So they got 3 first-round players out of it, plus they get Romeo Doubs, who I love. I thought he was like in the 60s. I thought he was a round 2, round 3 kind of player. They get him on day 3. And then you get the 2 offensive linemen that I think are both going to be able to compete right away to start for you. So I really like what they've done since that day 1. And then the fact that they were able to make those selections, I think it allows you to go, okay, some luxury pieces on defense. I understand it. If that hits in this defense, those guys play to their athleticism, play to their talent, and this team could be loaded yet again. It's all still going to come down to how good is Christian Watson, how good is Romeo Doubs, and can Sammy Watkins play 12 games?
And do you foresee them potentially going after a veteran like Landry?
Landry is tough because he's such a specific kind of player.
Okay.
But he does have. I mean, he played last year for Kevin Stefanski, so there's some understanding of what the system is. I don't see it at this point with someone like Landry. I think more likely you could see someone like Will Fuller. I think that could make some sense. He's got a connection with Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur coached Fuller at Notre Dame. The Packers tried to trade for Will Fuller 2 years ago at the trade deadline before he was suspended, especially starting Monday when it's not going to count against your comp picks. I wouldn't be surprised if they just said, hey, yeah, come in. And at the very least, you help Christian Watson, you help Romeo Doubs, and give them a longer runway to develop. I would like that a lot. Christian Watson is tools. I don't know that he can come in right away and compete to be your wide receiver 1. You hope that he doesn't have to, but in year 2, year 3, he can. The question is, in year 2, year 3, who's the quarterback?
And I think that's the bigger question. That's why I'm like, for Aaron Rodgers, you want a guy that can come in right now and really catch on and do all the things at a very high level that he wants them to do. And I think it's tough to find that guy, but I was leaning so heavily on Alec Pierce. I think he's going to be that guy for the Indianapolis Colts.
I think Doubs can come in and do a lot of that stuff because I think he's an underrated route runner. They didn't let him cook. Let Russ cook. They didn't let him be the kind of dynamic route runner that I think he can be. There were a couple times they had him run some special routes. He ran a blaze out that I saw him run, a chair route that I was like, oh, hold on a second. Like, this guy can really move. And then the next route, it's a 9. And it's just like or it's a double move. It's like he's not getting to show off that sort of in-breaking, out-breaking ability to change directions. And we didn't get to see him work out. He had a private pro day where media was not there. They had to rely on what they were hearing from scouts. Apparently he ran in the high 4.4s, which is what you want to see on tape. You mentioned his ability to get vertical. So I like what they did a lot. Packer fans were not pleased with me after round one because I was critical of what they did, and I like it a lot more now. I think this is one of my favorite classes that they've had actually in a while, even with what happened on round one. So
that's why there's 7 rounds.
Exactly. The draft is not one day, people. We know that. That's why we're still on air. That's why we're still broadcasting, because these guys can come in and give you something. We've seen 7th-round picks come in. The Packers know. Donald Driver was a 7th-round pick. We've seen Marcus Colston, Ross's guy, 7th-round pick. Was Julian Edelman in New England with you? Mm-hmm. That was early Julian Edelman, right?
Rookie year, yeah.
He had to transfer from positions, right? He's trying to make that transition. So I mean, we might see some guys like that too. A cornerback who has to play, he moves to receiver or like something like that, or like, hey, I'm a full-time punt gunner now. There are plenty of guys who could come in and it's not crazy that one of these guys could make an impact on your football team. Croc, do you have a Jets training camp story that you can remember, that you can share?
Ooh, I played for Rex Ryan, so he's a little more X-rated. But I will say this. Matter of fact, I do actually have it, and this is a training camp story. When we pulled up to whatever that school is up there in, like, wherever it was in New York, there's this where they do training camp. We get there, and everybody's in this kind of like cafeteria type place, and he's giving like this pre-training camp speech. Mm-hmm. And he's talking about how he was willing to fight some players or something of some opposing team. And he's like, I was ready to fight because that's what I do. I'm a fighter. All I need is me and my brother. And you are all brothers, and you got to have each other's backs. And whatever this person does, you be there to back them up. I don't care what. I mean, he's going off. And I was just like, wow, this is like one of the most inspirational things I've ever heard in my life. Like, it got everybody like pumped up for training camp, which is not fun at all. I mean, long hours, But he was great. I say this about Rex. He's the best coach I've ever been around. It's very rare you find coaches that are player coaches and X's and O's coaches, and then amazing teachers. He's all three. Like the way he teaches, the techniques and the tactics that he uses to get you to remember things, there are things I still remember to this day that I can't say right now while we're live on the air. But he said some things that made me still remember that play and why they did it the way that they did. So he was an amazing teacher. He was able.
Is he the reason you like snacks?
He probably is. We had a snacks on our team, Damien Harrison. But he was a great coach. I remember I had got a tooth pulled. I still got these teeth pulled right now. I had like an abscess jaw and stuff. And he comes, and I'm a bottom of the roster guy. You know how it is when you're at the bottom. And I go in, he's like, oh, hey, Eric. How's that teeth? Blah, blah. And he's just talking to me. And some coaches, like, you're just a number. Or you're just a guy at the bottom of the roster, but he made it his point to kind of be personal with everybody. So Rex Ryan, he was excellent. He was excellent.
We will recap the rest of round 7 and recap the entire 2022 NFL Draft coming up on the Locked On NFL Draft 2022, brought to you by Bet Online. Locked On NFL fans, we've got some exciting news. Prize Picks is the new official daily fantasy partner of Locked On NFL for the upcoming season. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. If you've not checked it out yet, you're missing out. I'm telling you, you're going to love this app for NFL and mixed sports pick'ems. Prize Picks has the best NFL prop game on the market. Prize Picks offers more NFL props than any other operator and is currently offering future props for all your favorite players, from Patrick Mahomes passing yards to Stephon Diggs receiving yards. Locked On listeners that make a deposit and use promo code LOCKEDNFL will receive a 100% instant deposit match up to $100. Just be sure to use promo code LOCKEDNFL. Prize Picks also has every player prop you can think of when it comes to NBA playoffs, Major League Baseball, golf, and more. Use the award-winning app on both the App Store and Google Play. Entries can be made in 60 seconds or less. It's that easy. Prize Picks is safe and offers fast withdrawals. Go to prizepicks.com today and use promo code LOCKEDNFL, or go to your App Store and download the app. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. Our next partner has a product I use literally every day. I started taking AG1 because I'm really bad at taking my vitamins. It's for people who want better gut health, more energy, optimized immune systems, and something that tastes great. It doesn't taste like it's super healthy. It has a kind of mild, tropical taste that I actually look forward to each morning. So what is it? Well, with one scoop of AG1, you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, adaptogens, all to help you start your day right. This special blend of ingredients support your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging. All the things. It's also lifestyle friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, or gluten-free. Plus, it contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything. While still tasting good, AG1 supports better sleep quality and recovery. Athletic Greens uses the best of the best products based on the latest science, with the constant product iterations and third-party testing. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills to support your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/NFL network. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/NFL network to take ownership of your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance.
If it happens in the NFL, it happens on Locked On NFL.
Kyler took that organization from where they were when they drafted him to where they are right now. Is it where they want to be? No, but you've seen the steady growth. So I think that he's got a really good argument.
Everybody involved in football deserves a 30 for 30 on what happened this offseason, because it's just very intriguing stories going around. And you know as well as I do, Luke, there's got to be, like, I'm not saying it's all true. I'm not saying that it was all like, a hair away from Tom Brady playing for the Miami Dolphins.
Local experts breaking down every trade, every draft pick, every big game, every day. Follow the Locked On NFL podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
You are locked on NFL Draft 2022, brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski with the Locked On NFL Draft guys. Ryan Tracy, former NFL cornerback Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and over on the board, our hostess with the mostest, Kainani Stevens, with our host from around the NFL and college systems. Our hosts are killing it. Thanks to everyone who has joined us over the last couple days. We are having a blast here on set in Dallas. And we are going to take a look back, because it seems like Thursday night is 6 weeks ago. We've had a lot of picks since then. And round 1 had a lot of surprises. We thought we might see a quarterback or 2 go. We saw just 1. Guys, what stands out to you now, Ryan?
It's good to be a Georgia Bulldog. 5 first-round picks, and maybe their best players still on their roster that will be in the next draft.
I think for me, it's the Dallas Cowboys taking Tyler Smith, offensive tackle / guard, and there were a lot of fans that pushed back on that, very upset by it, but I think that was a really good pick for them, a guy that has really high upside, athleticism, and whether they play him at guard and he transitions to the outside when they lose Tyron Smith, I think that was a really good job by Dallas Cowboys kind of planning ahead.
Isaiah, what do you see?
Y'all know who I'm going with. I'm going with Big Baby Davis, the football version. All right, Big Davis out there and the impact that he's going to be able to have with the Philadelphia Eagles.
I love what the Chargers did with Zion Johnson. I think that was a pick that got overshadowed. But it's hard to think of this first round without thinking about A.J. Brown and what happened with Philadelphia. And that has ripple effects for the rest of the draft. We went into round 2 thinking, okay, this is where the quarterbacks are going to start flying off the board. Hey, guess what? They didn't start flying off the board. Croc, what was the surprising part of round 2 for you?
I think, like you said, the quarterback's not flying off the board, but I want to talk about some picks that I do like, and it really starts with Jalen Pitre with the Houston Texans, and them kind of following up that terrific first round, being able to grab what I felt like were 2 starters in Kenyon Green and Derek Stingley, and then you back that up with Jalen Pitre, safety out of Baylor, who I believe will step in right away and be another starter for their team.
It's the good news about being a bad team is all your draft picks are going to play, so you can find out right away what you got.
I think they'd start on any team.
No,
like,
I agree.
You know?
I agree. Those are great picks, Ryan.
The thing that stands out to me is in the trenches, the Bucs got better with Logan Hall and then coming back with Ebiketie. I really like those 2 picks.
Well, you stole mine. Pitre was my pick. I really like what they're doing down there.
What about Boye and Mafe?
Houston.
Seattle Seahawks.
I can go with number 8 with the Seattle Seahawks. Boye, I like him. I like the fact that they picked the defensive end. They need to find a way to get some pressure. Obviously, with Bobby Wagner being gone, they're missing a big presence on their front.
Listen, you can call me a homer if you want to, but Christian Watson might have to be the number 1 receiver on the Packers. And if this guy turns out to be a star or he turns out to be terrible, I think that's what we're going to remember about this second round is that this is where the Packers made their big move. If it pays off, that's going to be the story. And if it fails, that's going to be the story. If it's somewhere in between, if he turns into Marquez Valdez-Scantling 2.0, we probably won't remember it very much. In round 3, this is where things start to get a little bit spicy. I'm talking about Velus Jones Jr. No, I'm not. Ryan, what did you see in round 3 when we finally saw Nakobe Dean come off the board?
You know, I thought one thing that was really addressed was for the Arizona Cardinals taking Cam Thomas and Myjai Sanders, doubling up at the edge position to try and make up for some of the losses and really get to the quarterback.
I think for me, it's the 49ers drafting Ty Davis Price. I didn't care for the pick. With the San Francisco 49ers, the guys that have been the most productive for them have been late round guys. When they've drafted guys, whether it's 4th round, 3rd round, whatever, those guys haven't quite panned out. So why draft a running back in the 3rd round when you've been so good at getting them in later rounds? I think it was bad value, so that was one of the picks that kind of stood out to me. Not saying he's a bad pick, but I just didn't understand the value of the pick.
Wow. I'm going with Marcus Jones right there with the cornerback with the Patriots. I think that they did a great job of solidifying that secondary. Those guys have Devin McCourty and a couple other guys that are key contributors on that side of the ball. They're just continuing to make that side dominant to ease things up for Mr. Mac Jones on offense.
I like Matt Corral because this is a quarterback who's going to have a chance to come in this season at some point. We talked about it earlier a couple hours ago about who's playing quarterback for Carolina, and I won't be surprised, guys, if Matt Corral is the day 1 starter. At what point do you just say, this doesn't work? I mean, when you say the Sam Bradford thing didn't, or it might as well be Sam Bradford, the Sam Darnold thing didn't work out the way that they thought, why even spend any more time on that? Why not give more first-team reps to Matt Corral and let him go and try and win this job and figure out what you have? Round 4, we had some fun. At least I had some fun because I loved Romeo Doubs. That's my guy. Croc, what did you see in round 4?
Yeah, I did want to go with Romeo Doubs here. You kind of stole my thunder a little bit, but
please give the Packers a compliment.
I think the reason why he kind of fell a little bit lower was more so because there's 0 testing on him until that very last
which was
moment,
a week and a half ago.
And people probably had some of their boards set and whatnot, and we're like, you know what, maybe we can get him later because some teams didn't take it serious or whatever. But with what he brings to that team, a guy who can play outside, he played in this slot. He did a really good job of being able to win off the line of scrimmage with quickness. His route running was good. His ability to win over the top. I think his fit right away might transition a little bit quicker than even Christian Watson.
I look at the specialists. All of a sudden, we got punters coming off the board. We've got kickers coming off the board. And I'm looking at you guys going, do the nerds know something I don't about the specialists? Because it's the smart, analytically driven teams that are doing this. I thought that was so bizarre. Ryan, help me out.
It was interesting, but this round belonged to Fa'alele. You come back with Armour Davis. You come back with Charlie Kohler. You come back again with Isaiah Likely, and you finish with Tiberian Williams. This was the Ravens round.
I'm rolling with Isaiah Spiller. I think that the Chargers came up. I think they came up in a big way in this round. And the fact that they already have Austin Eckler, if he ever decides to come off the field in any capacity, you're able to fill him in with Isaiah Spiller. That's going to be a problem having that 2-headed monster.
The Chargers quietly had a really strong draft. Yeah. They got better in the trenches, which is something that they needed. They needed a little nasty on that team. All right, we're starting to get down to it. Round 5, things you start. There's no such thing as a reach starting about round 5. Now this is just value and maybe some UDFAs. Ryan, what's besides the outstanding Snoop Connor name? What did you like in round 5?
That is the best name. The best fit I like is Shakir to the Bills, and then come back for the Seattle Seahawks with Woolen there, and I do believe they rounded themselves out with another pick at the edge as well.
Croc?
Yeah, I'm going with Cole Turner, tight end out of Nevada. Look
Yeah.
at that, back-to-back Nevada guys going to the Washington Commanders. You know, they do have Logan Thomas there, but Cole Turner, big 6'6", 245-pound tight end, not the fastest of guys, but he's a legit flex tight end. They could split him out. He's really more of a big receiver that just can't run fast, but he uses his body. He has terrific hands, the body control, all of that is there. Red zone, they put him out there as a wide receiver. So it's kind of like, I don't even want to compare him to Kyle Pitts, but kind of like the poor man's Kyle Pitts in the sense of not being as athletic, but I really like what he potentially can be for the Washington Commanders.
Let me help out Isaiah here. Tariq Woolen. I love that pick because Pete Carroll, we know, is as good at coaching up DBs as any coach around. He's going to take, I think, those physical traits, and he's gonna watch the tape that we did of the demonstration that you guys did, going one-on-one, and I think he is going to maximize that and help Isaiah's Seahawks out so that their defense can get back to playing some high-level football.
I'll take it. I like that pick, man. I also like Matt Waletzko because I know so much about the Dallas Cowboys and what they're trying to do at the offensive line. They have Terrence Steele that stepped up into the starting role that they didn't really expect. So he's playing right tackle. They've already taken care of it earlier in the draft at the guard position. But Tyron Smith's not going to be around forever. So you need to be able to have a couple of tackles in there that can fulfill that role.
Round 6 is when the deep research really starts to pay off. It's why you have to have your laptops on set because we're going, oh, who's that guy? Oh, that's right. I watched him and did the whole thing. Ryan, dig into your encyclopedic knowledge for us on round 6.
My favorite was the Detroit Lions got more athletic here with Malcolm Rodriguez and James Houston IV. Really nice pair to put at their second level.
I'm going with Gregory Jr., cornerback out of Ouachita Baptist, Division II school. I didn't really care for his showing at the Senior Bowl, but I'm really curious to see how does he bounce back from that. Obviously, being drafted in the 6th round, teams really like what you bring to the table. He has the size. Do they play him on the outside? Do they play him in the slot? Those are things I'm going to be looking for, but a very intriguing pick, holding it down for the Division II prospects. Let's go.
Yeah, I really don't have one.
That's all right.
I do have a question. Quentin Lake, safety. Any relation to Cardinal Lake? Because he did wear number 37.
That's a great question that I hope someone in the booth can find out. I really like Jamari Salyer. I mentioned that when we went over the 6th round guys. I think the Chargers, that interior power, that strength to be able to I think every running game it helps to have some diversity. You look at Kyle Shanahan, that running game is outstanding, not because all they do is run outside zone, outside zone, outside zone. It's because they're diverse, they're multiple, and the Packers, they brought in some more gap scheme when they brought in A.J. Dillon. I think they drafted A.J. Dillon so they could run more gap and more power, because having a diverse run game means you can have a more efficient run game. I think getting guys who can move people in the run will allow the Chargers to be a more effective run game and help their offense. In the 7th round, anything?
I like
Bueller?
Chase Lucas from Arizona State to the Lions.
I think the Chiefs did themselves some help there, picking up Jalen Watson from Washington State. A lot of
I thought Rasheed Walker, again, this is a little bit of a homer pick, but if you go by the ESPN grades, they had him at 119 overall, and the Packers are able to get him in the 7th round. I think that's really good value for them. And again, I was not a fan of what happened on night 1 for Green Bay, but I am over the moon for what has happened since then. Absolutely over the moon for what has gone on since then. So I'm in a much better place today, guys, than I was Thursday night. I'll tell you that.
We're glad to see it. I'm glad for Skylar Thompson, too, a quarterback that went off before Carson Strong, who had quite a following during the pre-draft cycle. So good for him. I think he's got a chance.
We will wrap up the 7th round, wrap up the NFL draft, and bring everyone's favorite co-host for Eric Crocker, except Ryan Tracy, Brian Peacock, on board after this. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. Whether she prefers a statement piece or everyday subtle elegance, BlueNile.com has fine jewelry options for every mom. Shop high-quality classics like diamond earrings, elegant tennis bracelets, or gemstone pendant necklaces. Mark Mother's Day with something enduring at BlueNile.com, the largest online retailer of certified diamonds and fine jewelry. The company offers a superior experience for purchasing engagement rings, wedding rings, and fine jewelry by providing expert guidance, in-depth educational materials, and unique online tools that place consumers in control of the jewelry shopping process. Blue Nile has some of the highest quality standards in the industry and offers thousands of independently certified diamonds and fine jewelry at prices significantly below traditional retail. Blue Nile can be found online at BlueNile.com, and in most cases, Blue Nile can deliver overnight. Every order is insured and arrives in discreet packaging that won't give away what's inside. This Mother's Day, give mom something she'll treasure forever with fine jewelry from BlueNile.com. And Locked On Sports listeners get $50 off $500 purchases. This podcast exclusive is only good through Mother's Day. Use code Locked On. That's code Locked On. Plus, every order is insured and ships free. Shop stress-free and find your forever peace. Go to BlueNile.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
That's what made me think that if they're going to take a risk on him, it'll be all right because they think they can get production out of it at multiple positions.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
Locked On NFL Draft 2022 on YouTube, brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. We are nearing the finish line. I'm Peter Bukowski with our guys at the NFL Draft Show. Ryan Tracy and Eric Crocker, hosts of Locked On NFL Draft, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and over at the big board, it's Kainani Stevens with our hosts from around the Locked On Podcast Network. Vanna White, eat your heart out over there with the hand motions. I love it. Guys, when we talk about winners and losers, we think about teams that maximize value. But usually at the top of the draft, we're thinking about teams filling their needs in a major way. Was there a team, Ryan, that stood out to you as going, okay, this was the hole that they had to plug, and they plugged it with a guy who can come in and maximize that?
I don't want to steal the Eagles, so I'll kind of lay off of them. But I think there are a number of teams that did themselves some service. I like what the Bucs did overall. I think they got around what they needed to get around in order to retool, try to get back to another Super Bowl. I think they had a good draft.
It's like Green Bay Packers. We went into this talking about they had one receiver, and he's really more so to kind of be a wide receiver 3. And it's like, well, do you have to be your wide receiver 1? And then go out and get 2 guys who you're going to plug in. They're going to have some sort of role in that offense.
I think when you look at that offense, too, the geometry works on it now. Even if they're just speed guys, you've got Alan Lazard, who Matt LaFleur lovingly calls the goon. He does all the dirty work. You've got Randall Cobb and Amari Rodgers in the slot, and now you have some speed on the outside to really get down the field. I was going to look like a homer for doing it, so I'm glad you did it. Isaiah, is there a team that stands out to you?
I am going to be a homer. I'm going to go ahead and go with Seattle. I'm
Nice.
happy with their draft aside from wasting a third-round pick on a running back for a third-string running back. But I think that they've taken care of the offensive line. I started the show a couple of days ago harping on how they have totally negated and ignored the highlight of needing to go out and take care of their offensive line. Now all of a sudden their former quarterback complains about it for 2 years, and now he vacates, and now they're like, let's take care of it. So they finally, at least bad timing, but at least they are addressing it.
How about the New York Giants? They go Kayvon Thibodeau at the top, who might just be the best pass rusher in this class, the most natural pass rusher in this class, and then they get an offensive tackle in Evan Neal, who can come in and compete and start right away at right tackle. They needed an offensive tackle. They needed a pass rusher. Hello, both of these guys were at one point talked about as the number 1 overall pick potentially in this class. They get both of them. Do I think the Giants are going to compete to be a Super Bowl team this year? No, but those are two guys that I think are foundational pieces for them as we move forward here. Let's hear from the man that we have already heard from a couple times today. And we love talking to this guy. Eric Crocker does not have enough time in the day to spend talking. Oh, no, wait, that's right. You guys talk every day about the 49ers. Brian Peacock from Peacock and Williamson is. What is
that? Nice. Aw, you guys are so cute. I love that. Look at the support.
For the ages.
Gotta rep my guy.
Look at that support. I love it. Brian, we're checking in with you kind of just nationally. We're talking about winners and losers at this point because we're getting towards the end. Who are some of the obvious winners in your eyes as in terms of the draft as a whole?
I would say the Baltimore Ravens. They had my favorite draft class. They let things come to them. They pressed the issue. They moved around, ended up with a starting safety, maybe the best safety in the class in Kyle Hamilton, a starting center who is a player that you see start to fall down the boards, and then the Ravens draft him. You go, gosh, that's just going to be too good for about a decade, isn't it? In Tyler Linderbaum. David Ojabo is coming off the torn Achilles. Is he going to play this year? I don't think it even matters that much if he impacts things early. He's just got so much talent there. And then coming back in round 3 with Travis Jones, who I wouldn't have batted an eye if he got into the end of the first round either. So I thought the Baltimore Ravens had an amazing draft class. And I know they traded away Hollywood Brown, but as we saw from Alex Clancy, I mean, maybe Alex Clancy's one of the big losers here with what we saw from him on Thursday night with the first round of the draft. And he wasn't exactly happy about the way the Cardinals traded out of round 1 by landing Hollywood Brown. And you would think, okay, well, maybe his buddy there in Baltimore, maybe that's a lose for Lamar Jackson. But man, I really like the first round receiver they drafted last year, and I think he's going to be the guy there in Baltimore in the passing game. And they drafted another running back late in Tyler Batty, I believe, who's a really good receiver out of the backfield. And so J.K. Dobbins coming back off the ACL. Baltimore Ravens had some really bad injury luck last year. They're going to be back on top in 2022.
Baltimore's definitely a winner. And I feel like a lot of their picks, too, you're just like, that's a Baltimore guy, right? Like, they make perfect sense. There are some other, years where you're looking at the draft, you look back at it maybe 3, 4, 5 years later, and you're like, oh, that was a great class for them. It took a little while to develop, but it got there. Is there anybody that you're looking at maybe not necessarily this year right off the bat, but in a couple years we might look back and say, wow, they got a lot of good stuff?
I would say, well, I talked earlier. I don't even know what day it is anymore. I think it was yesterday.
I know, I'm lost
about
as well.
The Steelers, and I go back a few years to DK Metcalf falling in the draft, and there were some wide receivers that went in front of him, and you're like, Andy Isabella, how did that happen? J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, how did that happen? And then I think about the Steelers, who were so good at drafting wide receivers, and you look at a player that has star potential in George Pickens going in the second round, and guys like Tyquan Thornton going in front of him, and John Metchie going in front of him. And I think it's a situation where we look back in a couple of years, like, how did teams not just draft this obvious superstar who was dominating the SEC as a freshman? How did they let him fall and draft these other guys, maybe overthinking it a little bit? And so that's definitely one of those things that you're looking down the road, we might look back on and be like, how did you let the Steelers go steal this guy?
Right. This is not a typical year in terms of quarterbacks. We only saw one in the first round. Excuse me. And a lot of them, we aren't even sure if they'll necessarily start right out of the gate. Is there anyone where you could see, they'll probably get some serious time this year? And then is any of them necessarily someone we're going to be talking about in 5 years?
I mean, Kenny Pickett's going to start in week 1 because you draft Kenny Pickett because of his what you think of him as a player who started for 3 or 4 years in college and how ready to go he is as a prospect. And all he's got to do is beat out Mitchell Trubisky. And all we know from Mitchell Trubisky is that he's played bad quarterback in the NFL.
Should be pretty easy to beat him out. Yes.
Yeah. I really think Kenny Pickett's going to play early for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I don't know if they can go make a playoff run like they did when Ben Roethlisberger was a rookie, but I don't think the organization's afraid to throw a rookie in there. And they drafted him because, look, as my co-host, who is alive on the air in the Pittsburgh area right now, talking about the NFL draft and follows the Steelers as close as anybody, the way he put it was, no team knew more about any prospect in this draft than the Steelers knew about Kenny Pickett from sharing a facility there together with Pitt in Pittsburgh. So I'm sure they fully believe if they drafted him as high as number 20 that he's going to come in and compete very early. I wouldn't be shocked at all if Matt Corral gets in there and plays as a rookie because Sam Darnold starts seeing a few ghosts and maybe it's time for the rookie to go there, unless maybe there's still a veteran that they want to bring in there, and who knows, maybe they can work out a deal still, and if they want to go win games and maybe go beat the Packers in the playoffs, they should probably go call the 49ers about trading for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, you guys have that figured out, how to beat the Packers in the playoffs, that's for sure. In terms of a couple teams we haven't talked too much about just because we don't have, we haven't focused on them, but the Browns and the Colts, they got some late starts in this from a national landscape. Obviously, the Browns went out and get Watson. They got to figure out what they're doing with Baker, right? So what do you see in terms of what they've been able to do the last couple of days, and then for both of those teams, and what we should see from them this year?
The Browns are a really weird team, and they had a really weird draft. And I'm looking at their draft board right now, and maybe my favorite pick was Dawson Deaton in the 7th round at center. I didn't really love what they did. I guess Perrion Winfrey's pretty good value at the beginning of the 4th round to start day 3 today. Otherwise, I didn't love what they did in the draft. I don't know how much impact they got there in the draft, some developmental players, but it's all about their new quarterback in town. And I don't know if he's going to be suspended. Is it 4 games? Is it 6 games? Is it 0 games? Is it an entire season? They've got to figure out the Baker Mayfield thing, and that's just a cloud over the organization. So they got to figure that out. And that's one thing the 49ers and the Browns have in common. At some point, you have to think maybe we are better off just releasing this player. For the 49ers, they can get $25 million when they release Jimmy Garoppolo in the summer if they can't find someone to trade with. But for the Browns, they'd have to eat $18 million. So it might be a little bit more difficult, but it's also more difficult for the Browns to actually carry a player like that on the roster and let that really, mess with the chemistry in the locker room. So Baker Mayfield, it just feels like a cloud over that organization until they can figure that out in Cleveland.
Feels like they definitely can't let him come back. They got to figure that out wherever they have to move him to, right? So, and then I do want to touch on the Super Bowl champs because we haven't done a bunch about that either. Obviously, they went all out last year with big names and everything. Not a ton of picks this year because of that. Are they going to be able to repeat? Are we going to see a big fall off, or what are your predictions in terms of that?
I mean, I don't think they got better necessarily than they were last year, but I did like the Quentin Lake pick, by the way, in the 6th round, Carnell Lake's kid. He's a nice little safety prospect, but they're all about drafting depth at this point because they don't draft early. And they brought in Troy Hill back at cornerback at some point throughout this weekend, I saw. And his new and old teammate Jalen Ramsey was really excited to announce that on Twitter. Yep. So the draft is really just secondary to the Rams at this point, and they were just screwing around on Thursday night, having fun with the draft party, right? and watching it just like everybody else is because they don't participate in the 1st round of the draft, but they still have a lot of star power and still have a lot of talent. So, it's going to be a competitive NFC West, but you have to start with the Rams as the odds-on favorite going in.
Nice position to be at. Of course, Peacock and Williamson, wherever you get your podcast, they're going to have a full recap of everything because I know you've been watching it just as much as we have, sitting here with all the picks. Appreciate you tuning in with us, and we'll send Croc back to you soon.
No, we're going to keep Croc right here. He's being monopolized. Ryan Tracy and Brian Peacock are going to be in a cage match later for the solo rights. No, we're not going to. We would never split up the pair of dynamic duos. I loved the question Kai asked about the best pick in 5 years, and I also loved Brian's answer, George Pickens, because I think he has as much upside as any receiver in this draft class. Ryan, if there's a guy that you're looking at and going, okay, in 5 years we're going to look back and go, this is the best guy, or this was the iconic pick of the draft for whatever reason. Is there a name that stands out?
There's one for me, and it's about usage and fit and what he can grow into. It's Chris Olave in New Orleans. I think Ross will be pretty happy with him in a couple of years.
Oh, best pick in 5 years. Let me think about that.
Well, let me piggyback on what Brian was saying about George Pickens, because I know that's a crowded receiver room, but Deontay Johnson does not seem like a guy that Pittsburgh wants to pay long term, and they're trying to figure out what's going on in that receiver room. I think he's someone who he'll block, he'll finish. I know he has some maturity questions. There's the videos going around of him getting into it with a defensive back in a fight. But I think if he gets his head on straight, he has that sort of A.J. Green potential where he could be a legit star receiver. Not that these other guys can't be, but that is someone where in the second round, the DK Metcalf metaphor I think is so apt because we were wondering, okay, how did DK fall that far? There were reasons at the time, but then when the talent became apparent, it's like, oh, wow.
I think for me, it's probably Malik Willis. All right. I think he went to a great situation, a great organization. You look at if they can have Derrick Henry just play a few more years, if he can play 3 more years, basically 2 years with Malik Willis, where you can lean on him and kind of have that transition like what we saw from Russell Wilson. I don't even know why I'm bringing up Russell Wilson so much today, but what we saw Russell Wilson with the Seattle Seahawks where they leaned on Marshawn Lynch. They leaned on that defense, and that helped him elevate. And then you might look at it some years later like, man, Malik Willis went in what round?
Yeah.
Because he had the opportunity to really kind of develop in a great organization. They did whatever it took to be able to build around him. I think Vrabel's the coach for that. I think that's the organization for that.
And Treylon Burks, if he develops the way that he can, then I think that's a great pick. Isaiah, was there a team that you're sitting there going now like, what was happening here? What was the plan exactly?
Not anymore. Originally, I think it was Green Bay, obviously after day one.
Yes, I do know what you mean.
Yeah, that's where all my focus really was in terms of what their approach was. I can't really badmouth Carolina because they just didn't have a sheer number of picks. So there's no team that I felt like were just kind of misguided per se.
We thought the Cardinals too early on, but then I think in the middle rounds, you really liked what they did with the pass rushers, Ryan. So as we finish up here, we're just a handful of picks away. It looks like we're going to get some really nice, really talented undrafted free agents. I think we can sometimes overvalue that. The NFL tends to be pretty good about drafting guys who are good, although every year we find one or two of these guys that turn into real players. Are there names other than some of the ones we've talked about, Justin Ross, Kevin Austin, that you think could be could surprise on a team?
Yeah,
we're 3 picks away from the end.
Yeah, Verone McKinley, safety out of Oregon. He's a guy that was one of the top guys in the nation as far as interceptions go. But when it comes to height, weight, speed, he kind of lacked that. And what teams really want, especially if you're going to play safety, if you're going to be smaller like he is, about 5'10", 190 something, then you better be able to run fast. He didn't do that. Right? He ran 4.65. So I think that's what's dinging him. But the instincts are there, the physicality is there, and I think if he's given the opportunity, a guy he really loves football, I think he's a guy that can start off as a special teamer again. When you run 4.65 and you kind of lack a little bit in that speed department, it's hard to be really good on special teams if you're not strong. But if he can get that part down and work his way onto the field, he can be somebody that can be a solid safety in the NFL.
Isaiah, if you were an undrafted free agent right now, the position that you, when you were coming out, what team would you be going, that's the organization that I want to go to?
When I was coming out.
Just like remembering what teams thought you could be, what you would be, what you thought was the best position, because you played 5 different positions.
Yeah, I played a lot in the league. I probably would have went to the Saints. I feel like the Saints, obviously now, you see what they did with Taysom Hill and all that jazz now. And now a new coach comes in. Now he's playing tight end. But in terms of when Sean Payton was at the helm of things, I think that I would have been a good fit there just simply because of the versatility that I brought.
Croc, same question.
Oh, I think Seattle. Seattle kind of, they fit.
Ross Jackson, Locked On Saints host.
Yeah. I give him the best player in 5 years. I got nothing. Nothing, Ross.
Seattle Seahawks, because I kind of fit that mold. Like, obviously I wasn't as big as Richard Sherman or Browner, but as far as, being a 6'1" corner, 200 pounds out there with the length, I kind of lack speed a little bit. So if you put me in that type of scheme where I didn't have to really rely on being able to run with guys vertically from a press position, and I can press bail out and read concepts from there, be able to learn from Richard Sherman, I think I could have had a few-year career. I don't know how much further could have got by after that, though.
Ryan Tracy, same question? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I would have liked to add some talent.
So we're now just the 2 picks away. I'm not going to ask you to predict Mr. Irrelevant. That's a tough one.
I'll pick that.
Okay.
For the 49ers.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Verone McKinley. 49ers have a need at safety, and I don't know if he fills that void for them. They have Talanoa Hufanga, safety out of USC. They have Tarvarius Moore. He's coming back off of a ruptured Achilles, and that's it, opposite Jimmy Ward. You have Jimmy Ward, he's going to hold it down. Who's going to be the guy on the other side? Maybe bring in a guy like Verone McKinley who, well, he lasted this long because he's not the most athletic guy and he's not big. But can he be an overachiever at the NFL level? Pick him with Mr. Irrelevant and find out.
One of my buddies was Mr. Irrelevant.
Really?
Yep, David Vibora for the St. Louis Rams. His linebacker a little while back. He's still around town, man. But yeah, Mr. Irrelevant is pretty unique. But you know, as we mentioned earlier, it's almost like you'd rather just don't pick me. don't do it. Not to say I don't want to play in the NFL because I want to play in the NFL, but just don't pick me so I can kind of select where I want to go, right? So it's kind of a peculiar.
As we wrapped up here, some unfinished business for some of these guys, these quarterback destinations. How soon before we start to get this figured out with Jimmy Garoppolo, with Baker Mayfield, with potentially with Jordan Love? I mean, is this going to be something where teams now, I didn't get my guy, so now I need to make some phone calls? How soon before we start to see some movement here?
I mean, but who didn't get their guy? You know, and that's the tough part. That doesn't already have a guy. Yeah. And I think some of these teams, I mean, maybe you could say Atlanta Falcons, but I mean, I think they invested enough into Mariota to where they're like, we're okay. Unless Mariota just clearly just can't do it at all. And I don't foresee that happening. And when I say can't do it at all, I mean shows up to OTAs, ball's going all over the place, isn't getting it. And they're like, okay, this is way worse than we were expecting. Let's get in a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo.
I can't see these quarterbacks that we potentially need to move. Obviously, Mayfield, the Loves, those guys. I don't see them in Garoppolo. I think if they're going to move, they need to move within the next few weeks. Seemingly just because of the fact OTAs has begun. And you're going to start seeing these mandatory mini camps start popping up. And the last thing you want to do is sign a veteran quarterback that has to come in right before camp and try to pick up the entire system. Oh, and by the way, and get integrated into the system. Oh, and by the way, earn the respect of the players. It's just a lot to take on. So you want to get those guys in the building as early as possible.
Well, and they got to get it done before they risk any kind of injury. You roll an ankle in an OTA practice, and all of a sudden you have no value anymore. So it's got to be quick.
You guys, I think Odell Beckham Jr. is trying to mess with us. He just tweeted, "Breaking news!" in caps. Deebo Samuel to the Patriots. WTFFFFFFFFFF.
Yeah, I think he's messing with us.
Odell, it's not funny. Don't play with our emotions like that. Don't play with Croc's emotions like that.
It's kind of sort of funny.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny.
He's been doing that over the last couple of days with the whole Deebo thing. So,
are they boys?
I don't know. I think everybody's boys with Odell. I think he's the guy everybody likes. So.
We have Mr. Irrelevant. Well, they haven't announced it on TV just yet because they like to milk these things.
Yeah, they're holding her back. Come on, San Fran.
I'm going to spoil it. The 49ers take Iowa State quarterback Brock Purdy. He is Mr. Irrelevant.
Really, Brock Purdy? I like Purdy.
Yeah.
Kinda.
I had him right here.
Is he still pretty irrelevant?
Nah, he was pretty bad.
Could he make the 49ers team?
Practice squad.
If they trade Jimmy, who's the backup?
Nate Sudfeld.
Oh, right.
Yeah. And they gave him like a $3 million contract, $2 million guaranteed. So you give $2 million guaranteed to a backup, he's there.
Yeah. So. Practice squad guys, though. That's the P squad is how you can stay in the NFL.
Yeah. And you never know. I mean, 49ers had injuries last year where they had to bring Nate Sudfeld, who's on practice squad, they had to bring him up to the active roster a couple times.
What did you guys think of the practice squad rules, changing the veteran requirements? I thought it was just a great thing to keep you want to keep your veterans in the league, and some of these guys, teams would rather get a young, cheap guy who's not going to whatever. I think it's so great to have Blake Bortles on a practice squad so he can stay in the league. Adrian Peterson, I loved it.
Yeah.
I agree.
If the player is willing to take, less money, some of these guys, used to making $50,000-$60,000 a week, and then it's like, oh, you're gonna make $9,000 now, $10,000. I'll just stay at home with my kids.
All right, Isaiah, what is the thing you're gonna remember most from the 2022 NFL Draft?
Philadelphia. I'm gonna keep saying it, man. I want to see those guys on the D line. That's gonna be McNasty. And no, we don't have a McDonald's sponsor.
Croc, what are you going to remember?
I think the A.J. Brown trade. Because I think that's going to be the thing that might set something up for how teams think down the line with receivers. Do we pay the A.J. Browns or do we trade them and go younger and be able to swap? We've already seen it with Diggs. If you see it again, that might create a trend.
Nobody wanted these QBs. Ooh. Nobody. They sat through the whole second round. One of those guys comes back and gives a big middle finger to the whole league. Good for him.
I wonder how this is going to set up, because we wondered if this was a paradigm shift or if this class was really just cheeks. And it seems like maybe it's a little bit of both. We'll see, but I don't think we're going to know until next year or the year after. If we have another soft class, does the NFL wait? And I think if they do, we're going to point back to this as, hey, this was when the team started to sort of wise up about these quarterbacks. Don't rush it. Don't force it. Quarterbacks matter the most on those elite level scales, and I think that's what we could end up remembering most about this. For continuing coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft, the Locked On NFL Draft podcast on YouTube and wherever you get podcasts, the Locked On NFL podcast on YouTube and wherever you get podcasts, the Locked On Packers and the Locked On Chiefs and the Locked On 49ers show wherever you get podcasts, Locked On Now with our girl Kai Stevens, wherever you get podcasts, and on YouTube, of course, all around the Locked On Podcast Network for your top stuff on your local teams. Thank you for being a part of the Locked On NFL Draft 2022 presented by Bet Online. This was an absolute blast. We'll see you next year. Good night.
Some fans follow their team every day. They dream up that sweet team victory at night and chug it down with their morning cup.
This team has one of the brightest futures of any.
They are locked on their team and can't get enough. To all you super fans, we feel you. That's why we give you Locked On podcasts, to give real fans out there just what you like. Locked On, your team every day.